Lewis Gregory, Roloff van der Merwe, Craig Overton, Peter Siddle, and Josh Davis. That should confirm the Somerset lineup. We'll bring you the Surrey team as soon as possible. through the two team lineups then, with shirt numbers for you. A reminder, scorecards are available from the usual outlets, including the Somerset shop, and also get your Sunday newspapers from the Somerset shop. So the confirmed Somerset team to begin with shirt numbers for you. Ben Green, 54. Tom Lammonby, number 15. Tom Abel, 28. Tom Banton, 18. Lewis Goldsworthy, 44. Steve Davies, 11. Lewis Gregory, 24. Craig Overton, number 7. Josh Davey, 38. Rollo van der Merwe, number 52. And finally, Peter Siddle, number 64. For our visitors from Surrey, and a very warm welcome to players, officials, and indeed supporters. I hope you have a very enjoyable 4 days with us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Your lineup is at 17, George Burns, 26, Ryan Patel, number 1, Hashim Hamler, 11, Jamie Smith, 44, Cameron Steele, number 88, Jamie Overton, 37, Gus Atkinson, number 9, Will Jacks, 8 is Jordan Clark, 40, Daniel Worrell, and finally number 14 is Ben Geddes. Our umpires for this game are Ben Debenham and Neil Pratt. Our referee is Ian Kosker, and our scorers is Somerset Polly Rhodes, and for Surrey, Debbie Beasley. You may like to know that the Somerset Cricket Museum will be open today during the lunch and tea breaks. Lots of themed displays about Somerset cricket and of course about national cricket as well, including a special display on England women's cricket, situated behind the Ondaatje Pavilion next to the Somerset County Sports Shop. Talking of England women's cricket, don't forget we have a test match being staged here in Taunton this summer. Very honoured to be staging the game between England and South Africa women. Test match this summer, so tickets are available for that match, and indeed all games here at Taunton from our reception area, via our website, or give us a call here at the club. Also during the lunch break, there'll be a sale of cricket books in the museum office. There are literally hundreds of books available. You can spend many hours in there. Lots of wisdoms and yearbooks, all in great condition or at extremely low prices. So why not pop in there? We also notice have, as usual, a book sale next to the Somerset shop, courtesy of the North Somerset Area Committee. Lots of cricket books there and general books as well. Once again, all at bargain prices, all in great condition. So want to while away a few minutes during the day at some point, then why not pop over and have a look at our 2 book sales today. We'd like to take this opportunity to welcome you all to the game. Cricket across England and Wales must be a game where every individual is treated fairly, with respect, and can enjoy a safe, positive atmosphere whether you're working, watching, playing, and volunteering in the game. We all, as the cricket family, have a role to play in this, so if you see or experience inappropriate behaviour or discrimination, please know that you can call it out and report it safely and in confidence via the club's official website. Cricket is a game for everyone, so thank you very much for joining us in raising the game. With that in mind, we want everyone to have a great time with us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. However, if you want to report any antisocial or discriminatory behaviour, you can do so by text. The number is 66777, followed by the letters SCCC. When you put your message, and our stewards will be alerted straight away to deal with any situation. So the text number again is 66777. treble 7, followed by the letters SCCC. Please send your message straight after that, and we'll deal with that situation as soon as possible. Thank you.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for this LV County Championship match between Somerset and Surrey on the live stream courtesy of WPA. My name is Stephen Lamb. Sam Dalling, excuse me, when I got my voice back, Sam Dalling is sat beside me. The news I can give you straight away is that Somerset have won the toss and they have chosen to bat. No James Hildreth in the Somerset lineup. Ben Green comes in this by comparison with the last championship match played here, the game against Hampshire. Ben Green comes in for Matt Renshaw, who is unavailable. Lewis Goldsworthy in for James Hildreth, and Roloff van der Merwe comes in for Jack Leach, who is obviously playing up at Trent Bridge. Morning, Sam.
Morning, Stephen. Yes, lovely to be back in four-day action. Well, myself, I'm not quite in four-day action. I don't know if I could land a four-day game, but brilliant to be back here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, bathed in sunshine. Yet Matt Renshaw off on Australia duty, so Ben Green reprising that role which he played at the early part of the season, back end of last September as well. He was in there. Few changes for the Surrey side. You see on the screen there, Surrey skipper Rory Burns, Hashim Amla, Gus Atkinson, Jordan Clark, Ben Geddes plays, Will Jacks, Jamie Overton returning to his former stomping ground, Ryan Patel, who's been in such good form so far this season, young wicketkeeper batter Jamie Smith, Cameron Steele and Dan Worrell. So as I was saying, a few changes. Ben Folkes, Ollie Pope are in test action, as is Colin de Grandhomme, who played for them in their previous game, a high-scoring draw up at Kent. Sam Curran to misses out. He is on England ODI duty across in the Netherlands, and it's an all-star Surrey squad, really. They got Jason Roy as well in that ODI squad, and Rhys Topley, but they come down here on quite a formidable run. It's been 8 county championships games since their last defeat. That was a defeat by 2 wickets at Wantage Road last September, and that was in fact the last time they lost a game of cricket. 15 games without defeat, Stephen. It's the Surrey juggernaut. It really is rolling, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah. Top of the table. Just 3 points clear of Hampshire. They're the two, I think we could say, much fancied sides for the championship this summer. Somerset 8th in the table, and they've had a bit of an inconsistent start to the season, losing their first 3 matches, then winning 2, and then defeated in that game here against Hampshire. 2 umpires are just emerging onto your screen, having come out of the Andy Caddick Pavilion. Ben Debenham and Neil Pratt on their way out to the middle and getting a good round of applause along with the Surrey players. Hashim Amla, he always wears a sun hat, doesn't he, Hashim?
Yes, I'm sure he is a capped Surrey player, but he was always in that wide-rimmed hat, and why not? Well, I mean, what a player to have in your lineup. Not had the best of seasons so far, which is naturally commentator's curse, meaning come the end of day 2, he'll be unbeaten on a couple of 100. But yeah, super player, super squad, but beatable. Top of the table, very good side here, but missing a few. We did wonder, we pondered at about 10 o'clock what the winning captain might do. Would they bat or field? It looks like a belter of a pitch, but there was a bit of cloud around, and we thought maybe make the best of the early bowling conditions, but actually already, what are we now, 2 minutes to 11, and it's clear blue sky above the Cooper Associates County Ground. I'm delighted to say there's a lovely looking crowd, or lovely looking, both in terms of aesthetically, but also in terms of numbers, Stephen. Isn't it brilliant to see down
good
here?
Yeah, all the way around the ground. We've got stands populated. We've got Dan Worrell warming up to take the new ball for Surrey. Familiar figure in the West Country last year, of course, because he played a number of games for Gloucestershire before moving to the Oval. So Somerset choosing to bat first. It's got less green about it, this wicket, than previous ones we've seen this summer.
There's a joke to be made in there about Ben Green, and so I'm not going to make it. Peter Trego would make it better. Of course, Peter Trego is with us a little bit later on, the birthday boy.
In fact, it is Green who's on strike and leaving the first ball of the match. 4 slips in there for Surrey. And it won't be long before we see Jamie Overton come on to bowl, which is going to be interesting. On his what used to be his home ground.
Looks like he's in at first slip. I wonder if it's Will Jacks in there next to him. Ryan Patel at third.
Yeah, they're wearing sweaters, as you see, so no numbers that we can tell you about. That's not requiring a stroke, and none offered by Ben Green. Yeah, Sam mentioned he's done this role previously, Ben Green, towards the end of last season, and he opened in the absence of Matt Renshaw in the first couple of matches this year with Tom Lammonby. Worrell from the river end. There's a bit of lift there for him outside the off stump.
This man Peter Siddle will know well. Teammates together at the Adelaide Strikers. Fine bowler, Dan Worrell. Did play a bit of one-day cricket for Australia back then. Was touted for the 2019 Ashes, I think it was. Had a really good Sheffield Shield season. But he's given that up now on a UK passport, so not an overseas player for Surrey.
Oh, is that a push outside the off stump? I think it was. I think we can put that down as a play and a miss. Had the annual church service just before the start of play this morning. Not in its accustomed position of Gimlet's Hill, because that's still being rebuilt. Nearly done now, incidentally. But a group of people in the extreme end of the Somerset stand taking part in that. Now that's a swing and a miss this time, unarguably.
I was going to say, if there's any doubt about the last one.
Yeah, no benefit of the doubt there. Looking to smear it through the covers. Optimistic in the first over. It's nice to see the sunshine. Been a bit cloudy on arrival this morning. And hazy over the Quantocks, but getting better now. Bat on ball for the first time, and played out to backward point, so a maiden to start off with for Dan Worrell. Rather strange fixture this, the one championship match being played in the middle of the T20 series, in which Somerset are doing pretty well, fair to say. Lost a couple of games here, but pretty good otherwise.
Yeah, the mind baffles really. The scheduling, difficult for the players to adjust. I know people would say it is just cricket, but actually there's a fair few players that won't have played much cricket at all really, other than twos stuff in recent weeks. Steve Davies has been playing second 11 for Somerset. Ryan Patel hasn't played much T20. Cameron Steele, Ben Geddes. We're going to see Jordan Clark open the bowling from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Free slips in for him. Tom Lammonby waits to face his first ball. And he'll have to wait a little bit longer as Jordan Clark doesn't quite get his run up right.
A ball that
First
never
up.
was.
Just has a go again. Having a good season, Jordan Clark. I mean, he's one of those players that slips under the radar a bit in an all-star Surrey side. But in the county championship, he is one of their go-to performers. Bit of early swing there. Tom Lammonby just turns it to Hashim Amla at mid-on. Is off the mark straight away with a single. That'll make him feel a little bit better about his morning. Field changes round, right-hand, left-hand combination for Somerset. Doesn't quite have the pace of Worrell. Worrell's actually quite quick. It's deceptively so. He can push it up there, high 80 miles an hour. He's getting good carry through to young Jamie Smith. Behind the stumps, keeping in the absence of Ben Folkes. Always been a side packed with wicket-keepers, Surrey, haven't they? Burns himself used to keep. Folkes, Pope.
Sangakkara.
Sangakkara, they had an Irish guy as well.
Gary Wilson.
Yeah. Full and punished. Half volley, really. Outside off stump. There was a despairing dive from Ryan Patel at cover, but could get nothing on it. And Ben Green will feel a little bit happier about life as well.
He certainly will. That was a fine stroke. And it's gone to the longer of the two boundaries. The wicket is just over to our right as we look down. So a little bit nearer the Andy Caddick Pavilion side of the ground. So that had some ground to travel over. Not tempted this time.
Better length there from Jordan Clark. Trivia question for you then, Stephen. James Hildreth not playing today. When was the last time that he missed a county championship match here at Taunton?
Ooh, well, I was going to say the end of he missed the last game last season, but that wasn't here, was it?
Nope.
Here at Taunton.
You'd have to cast your mind back a little bit further than that September.
Quite a lot further, I suspect.
Driven by Ben Green to Rory Burns, and there'll be no run.
You have me
Are you Googling? Are you cheating, Stephen Lamb? I've caught you. I have my eyes on the action, and I've turned to my left.
I'm
Stephen Lamb is Googling away.
No, I wasn't Googling, but I'm confessing I'm out of my crease. I'm stumped.
It was Nottinghamshire in 2009. Thank you very much,
wow.
Dan Kingdom, for that little bit of trivia. He knows his stuff, Dan.
13 years.
Driven again, just to Rory Burns' left, and they come through for a single. It's quite something. I remember he got dropped from the T20 side in 2012 because the game he came back, he scored that 100 against Glamorgan, sweeping and reverse sweeping.
And he was in the Somerset squad for this game.
Yeah. In the squad, he and George Bartlett are the two to miss out. Jack Brooks, as many of you will have seen, have joined Sussex on a short-term loan deal.
Sensible way of getting some cricket for Jack Brooks.
Bit fuller there from Jordan Clark. End of the second over. Let's have another look at that bend.
It's a magnificent slow-mo view of Jordan Clark's action. Mighty impressive. Dan Worrell, meanwhile, is starting a new over at the river end. A succession of dot balls so far from the Australian.
So he has this really wide-angled run-up. You see, he starts, I mean, he's probably 10, 15 yards. He had a tree in his back garden when he was growing up, and that's what brought about the wide-angled run-up.
It's not dissimilar, actually, that approach to one Peter Trigo's. Used to come in at a bit of an angle from that river end. It's his birthday today, and he's part of the commentary team as well, so he'll be in here in around about 20 minutes' time.
Perhaps with a special guest as well. A man Somerset and Surrey fans will know quite well.
Got an excellent weather forecast for this match. Looks good for all 4 days. That's assuming we get to day 4. That has been a bit of a rarity so far this summer here at Taunton. Plenty of sun hats in evidence, coming towards the longest day of the year now. That'll be in just over a week's time. Not where he had in mind at all. Off the inside edge, backward of square on the leg side, but he'll pick up a single. First run off Dan Worrell. Ben Green onto 6.
Jack Brooks will have to wait a little bit for his first action in a Sussex shirt. He is playing in the side against Glamorgan, but Glamorgan won the toss there, and they're going to bowl. Well, they've already started to bowl, in fact. So Jack Brooks making his Sussex debut, but we'll have some time to put his feet up, get to know his new teammates for a little bit first.
Oohs and ahs, but that was a pretty justifiable leave. Would have needed another stump or even 2.
Yeah, I reckon only 1, you know. And they talk about batters knowing where their off stump is. Tom Lammonby will say that he definitely did there, left it alone on line. Certainly wasn't at length, because it shot through a little bit lower, actually.
Yes, that's firmly defended to conclude the over, so just the single off it. 7 without loss, Somerset, having elected to bat. Tom Abel, the captain, due in next, then Tom Banton, and Lewis Goldsworthy. Steve Davies batting at 6 in this Somerset lineup. And then the all-rounders, Gregory, Overton, Davy, Leach, Siddle. Batting low down as ever.
Batting very deep. Jordan Clark to continue his business. Just hasn't quite got his radar yet. Early stages, Jordan Clark having a fine season. Surrey's leading county championship wicket taker so far, 21 at a touch over 28 apiece. Maybe not quite finding his run up. First ball of the day was his first ball was a non-event. Pulled out of his run up. Just struggled for line and length. But that one's a bit better. It zips through to Jamie Smith. Looking forward to seeing him bat a little bit later on. Hopefully from a Somerset perspective, they'll be hoping Jamie Smith isn't out there batting for a while. Fine young cricketer. And it's just a sign of how good Surrey, I mean, their T20 side is unbelievable. Jamie Smith comes in at 9 for Surrey in the T20.
Yep, they're good in every format. Surrey.
This is better from Jordan Clark. Ben Green, who we saw Royal London Cup captain last year, had been in the T20 side as well First professional fifer a week or so ago here against Glamorgan.
Yes, one superb over, the penultimate over of the innings.
Yeah, he was on a hat-trick. Dismissed his former teammate as well, Eddie Byram. There's a little bit more in that celebration, but we saw him hitting a few long balls on Friday night against Kent as well, but a different role to play today. Benefit of the doubt, I think, there. Just opens the face, soft hands, and he'll pick up his second boundary of the morning.
Yeah, the Somerset stand was being peppered with maxima, plural of maximums, that evening, mainly off the bat of Will Smead. Hugely entertaining innings.
Yeah, and then Jordan Cox, who is already becoming a nemesis of Somerset, making 93 for Kent here on Friday night. Different format now, though. Same result again, this time not quite as convincing from Green, and in fact, I've called it too early. It's just going to be the free. Good bit of running from Tom Lammonby, good bit of fielding down there as well. So free to end the over, Somerset 14 without loss.
Yeah, so Clark very much the more expensive of the two opening bowlers. 0 for 13 to Worrell's 0 for 1.
I've called it too early, Stephen. I thought that was the end of the over. I don't know why. Lammonby waits. Just gets a little bit of bat on it. It was fuller. I don't think it's going to go all the way for 4. Jamie Overton is chasing. I got overexcited. I'm in T20 mode, Stephen. Everything happening so quickly. It's a bit more sedate, which is nice. But 2 there for Tom Lammonby. So actually now, having called it a ball previously, it is the end of the 4th over and Somerset are on 60.
Takes a little bit of time to adjust the commentary technique, just like the players. Lots of razzmatazz here for T20. Temporary stand used for that is the one empty stand as we look out over the ground today. But they're in readiness for the next T20 fixture, which is here against Gloucestershire.
Yeah, small game, that one.
Here's Worrell. Down the leg side and no contact with it.
It's interesting here. So they've got 3 slips in. Overton, I wonder if it is Jacks and Patel. But the man at Gully, who's got a jumper on, I can't quite make out the number, is a bit deeper. So I don't know if that's a sign of A, Worrell's pace, but also that we've already seen Ben Green open the face and run a few there down there. So maybe that man is in for the catch from that mistimed shot.
Well outside the off stump this time from Worrell. Must be quite a moment for Jamie Overton standing there at first slip. Ground where he started his career along with twin brother Craig. Very good that Craig is in the Somerset side, released from England duty.
Yeah, nice to see the England selectors of the ECB being sensible with that.
Quite taken cleanly this time, but one thing we've known for years now about both of the Overton twins is how good they are in the field in any position.
I know, there was a real rare sight of a dropped Craig Overton catch on Friday night, which is very unusual for him. Dropped it, went for 6, next ball went for 6, following ball after that was caught by him.
Oh, there's a little push outside the off stump, which just could easily have found the edge. Jamie Smith taking it more comfortably. Smith, understudy to Ben Folkes, of course, who's with England. Batted very well on the final morning, Ben Folkes, at Lord's. Would have done his cause with England no harm at all. Slightly cramped for room as he played that, Ben Green. does look a good batting surface, doesn't it, this wicket? Quite an arid look about it.
Oh, I'm interested because they've got him without a frontline spinner. Sorry, Amaverdi was in the squad. Will Jacks bowls a bit of off spin. I suppose Cameron Steele as well as a leg spinner, but doesn't bowl as much these days.
Nice take. End of the over. So the frugal Worrell bowls his second maiden.
Yeah, it's a superb start from him. Will Jacks has just removed the jumper, so the Taunton Sunshine is out, and Will Jacks has his jumper off. Here we go. This looks to me like the drive played by Ben Green in the first over off Jordan Clark. Yeah, 2 full. Our volley. Ben Green will gratefully receive those. Always nice as a batter when you get one of those early. Just to feel.
Played with bat quite a long way from body as well.
Jordan Clark then to continue. Just bowled a couple of overs so far for 15. 3 slips in, Lammonby waits. Tries to tickle it around the corner again. This is just a sign to Clark. Nice line to a right-hander, but Tom Lammonby is left-handed and just not quite getting the radar right. Yeah, it's Jordan Clark, but it's early days. He's a quality performer. Cumbrian lad. Brother plays for Durham. Smashes it at the top of the order. Graham Clark, isn't it? I think. Scored loads of runs in the Royal London Cup last year. It's better.
Yeah, the Gloucestershire game in the T20 I mentioned is coming up next Friday, and it's off to Chelmsford, and then the Kia Oval.
Tuesday night, is that? Tuesday the 21st?
That's Sunday and Tuesday, the Essex and the Oval
Yeah.
games. And then back here against the Hampshire Hawks. So still plenty of T20 to come.
Driven down the ground by Lammonby. Doesn't quite time it. Oh, take a single through to Rory Burns, who swooped with that ponytail of his. Moved to his left. Direct hit, but Lammonby was well safe. Is that grammatically correct? Well safe? Don't know.
I think that's all right.
Can I say that? I have said it.
It's acceptable.
Thank you. Passed
In
the
the
Stephen
Queen's
Lamb.
English.
The Stephen Lamb sniff test, I've passed. It's always good.
Now, don't take my word for it.
I always do, Stephen. So 3 slips in to Ben Green, and they have plugged that gap. Gully has come out, and third has gone onto the boundary. Green just leaves that one alone. Welcome to all of you. There's 1,000+ people watching on the live stream this morning. Thank you very much to, I can see when we come to commentary box cam later on, you'll see we're decked in WPA Health Insurance Blue. Our good friends and sponsors for the county championship. There we are. Lovely. Thank you to them for bringing us all the county championship live stream action this summer. Stephen Lamb alongside me, Sam Dalling, Peter Trigo, the birthday boy. 50th birthday is it for Trigo?
We'll check that.
We'll find out how many runs he scored at the weekend as well.
Maybe in a slightly different way. Yeah. He got 200 at Weston a fortnight or so ago. I'm looking forward to getting taken through that.
I'm sure he'll give you a ball by ball, shot by shot. Edged and gone. Good catch there from Will Jacks. It flew straight at him. Jordan Clark has the first wicket of the game. I've mentioned he's struggling to find his radar. Well, there were no such struggles there. And Ben Green just pushed at that one. We'll have a look. Did he need to play it? It flew at Will Jacks, who took the catch near his throat. Yeah, just tempted him into the drive, and he could be leaving that one alone. And Ben Green trudges off. He's made 13, unlucky for some, unlucky for Ben Green and Jordan Clark. Well, that'll give him a bit of a spring back in his step, Stephen.
It wasn't a shot he had to play. It's far enough outside his off stump to leave, and Took a little bit of a liberty earlier with the cover drive that came off, but not that time. And it must have flown pretty hard.
It looked like he was really motoring. I mean, Jax makes it look very easy in there at second slip. He's got a good pair of hands himself. So Ben Green, and maybe it is that adjustment. Maybe there's something in the time in a T20 game you would be playing that shot, and even if you play that shot and have the same result, it's probably going down to third for 4 because there's not likely to be a second slipping.
Yeah, and the cover drive that did go for 4 looked a bit of a T20 shot.
He was reaching, wasn't he? Right, so the skipper is at the crease, Tom Abel, but that was the last ball of the 6 over, so he'll be at the non-striker's end. $20 odd for Triggs yesterday. 22 I've just heard in my ear for Western, playing against Ilminster. Rob Turner played in that game. Rob Turner still keeping wicket in first team cricket at the age of what? Must be mid-50s, Rob.
Yeah, long career here. Very successful one as well, as Worrell starts a new over. No need to play that one. So Clark with the breakthrough. And 23 off 22 balls, that's not bad.
No.
Good strike rate for Triggs.
Yeah, he's not going to hang around, is he? Casey Aldridge getting a big 140 in that game too for Western.
That's very wide from Dan Worrell. Tom Abel, the man who's just come in, is averaging just over 50 with the bat. Scored 200 runs in the match at the Oval, the Kia Oval, the corresponding fixture to this one.
Yeah, I was very lucky to be there. That 150 was superb. I spoke to Gareth Batty afterwards. He said the Surrey boys were very impressed. It was as close to Test cricket as you get, really. There was Curran, Topley was bowling, Jamie O, and Jordan Clark.
So a slightly different attack in this game. Jordan Clark and Jamie Overton survive. We haven't seen Jamie yet, but I'm sure we soon will.
With a little bit of extra. And the Overtons are competitive as cricketers, I think it's fair to say, but there might be a little bit of extra in this one.
Has to be.
Extra something, I'm not quite sure what. But
Je ne sais quoi. Down the leg side. Yeah, the Somerset batting averages. Abel is at the top of them. Matt Renshaw close behind him, just over 46. Actually, Casey Aldridge, that we were just talking about, he's a bit flattered. He's third in the Somerset batting averages.
So that one game at Hampshire, was it?
Yeah, made 32 runs in all, 25 not out was his highest score in that game. So the asterisk contributes to the average. He's averaging 32. But then the disappointing bit really is below that. Players averaging under 30.
Yeah. Needs at least one, if not a couple of players to step up and score a few more runs to support Tom Abel and, well, Matt Renshaw, who isn't here, just missing this game on Australia A duty. Good on him as well, getting back into that Australia setup.
Switch of attack line from Worrell. That's a great piece of fielding. Square leg. Saved 4 runs there. Nicely timed by Tom Lammonby off his toes. But no run at all. And another maiden completed. All but one of Frankie's. 4 overs so far. They called him Frankie after the great West Indian batsman and captain. 0 for 1, Worrell, from 4 overs.
Yeah, super signing. I mean, he did really well at Gloucestershire last year, didn't he? Super signing for Surrey, that on a 3-year contract. But as has Jordan Clark been since he joined from Lancashire at the end of 2018. 4 slips then for the new batter, Tom Abel, who shoulders arms and Be surprised if we see Tom Abel play too many flashy drives outside off stump early.
It's not a characteristic of his batting, is it? Coming in early in the piece. We're just into the 8th over.
Straight back. It's not. It won't be sadly an unfamiliar feeling for Tom Abel, though, wandering out into the middle, batting at free relatively early in the piece. Particularly last year, there was I can't remember the stats, but he was out there inside 15 overs. It's just been an area Somerset have struggled. Then Renshaw and Lammonby had those couple of big partnerships at the top of the innings against Warwickshire, I think, and then up against Gloucestershire as well in the county championship win. And that's what Somerset need a few more of, just those partnerships. No ball signalled. Jordan Clark, he's struggling with his run-up, I think, from this end. Maybe after this spell we might see him try the other end a bit later on, I dare say.
But yeah, as you say, Sam, the problem has been consistency with the batting, or lack of it. That's been the difficulty. It was a problem in the closing stages of last season, and it has been for much of this as well.
Clark again, just looking at the footholes, sorting out the run-up. You can hear it's a little bit windy, a little bit of wind around. You can hear it on the effects mic. I watched the Charlotte Edwards Cup final live stream, well, finals day, and it was certainly blowing at Wantage Road. You could tell that from the cameras. That's better, Tom Abel. Leaves that on length, really, going over the top. I mean, what a moment to see Charlotte Edwards taking home the Charlotte Edwards Cup, coach of Southern Vipers. Must be so surreal. I know Truscoffic played here with the Truscoffic stand, but to be coaching in a tournament to win the cup named after you must be an odd feeling. Southern Vipers winning that, Anya Shrubsalt. Bit of late swing there from from Clark. Left Western Storm at the start of the season, and well, before the start of the season, and already has her first bit of silverware for the Southern Vipers.
Yes, the old Truscoffic stand, now renamed the River Stand after he got promoted. The pavilion that we're sat in bears his name now. So the River Stand up for grabs if anybody can make enough waves, so to speak.
End of the over. 8 gone, 19 for 1, Somerset. So what? Question for you, Stephen, because you're a man of the world and you know far more than I do. A pavilion, for me, I don't know what the definition is, but doesn't a pavilion usually have to have, that's where the dressing rooms are? So is this based on historically it was a pavilion at this end?
Yeah, well, it was. The predecessor to this pavilion was where the players changed originally, although that moved down to the Colin Atkinson pavilion at the opposite end of the ground, I think round about the mid-1970s. And then there was another move to where they are now, the Andy Caddick pavilion. So I suppose each of the three pavilions can claim to have been a pavilion by virtue of the fact that it had the changing rooms at some point. If that makes any sense at all.
Makes absolute sense, Stephen. I knew I could turn to you for knowledge, but then I'm going to raise, okay, one more to throw into you. Well, actually, no, I've got the answer, because there's 4, isn't there? There's the Ondarche pavilion.
Yeah, now that would be the odd one out, because I don't think that that's ever been had changing rooms in it.
Not officially, but during COVID, that is where the away sides did change, didn't they?
Yes.
But it was the Ondarche pavilion before that.
Yeah, so it can join the club, therefore.
4 pavilions, it's not bad, is it, here at the Cooper Associates?
It's excellent. Great number, and very much a feature of this attractive ground. play that for the right-handed Abel. Pitch prodding time, but doesn't look as though there are any particular demons from what we've seen so far. There's a little bit of movement with the new ball. Just 8 overs bowled with it so far. And they've had the one success, Surrey, the wicket of Ben Green. Worrell still looking for his first. That's a cultivated defensive push. And a delightful piece of footwork from the bowler as well. Just tipping the ball up. No need to bend down.
Full slips into Abel still, so it's still Jamie Overton, Jax, Patel and Cameron Steele by my reckoning in it, either gully or full slip.
Down the leg side, he's going to get off the mark with this. The Somerset captain. It's clipped down to long leg. Shot he needs to take some care with, because he has been dismissed now and then, just getting a faint nick and being caught behind, but that was okay, that was off the middle. Hit on the pad, appeal, he's given out, the second wicket has fallen, the finger goes up and Somerset are 21 for 2. Long look at it, Ben Debenham, but the dreaded finger eventually raised, so no joy for Tom Lammonby, dismissed for 5, and Somerset, having won the toss, are in a certain amount of difficulty.
Yeah, looked good from up here, didn't it? Worrell around the wicket, just angling back into him. It was Fuller, which is what enticed Lammonby into just trying to flick it away on the leg side. We saw him play that shot at the end of the previous over that went straight to square leg. That time no bat on it, and it cannoned into his shin. Really, it didn't get up at all. It didn't have a chance to get up because it was a Fuller ball. But Dan Worrell's deserved that. And the way he started, he's been magnificent.
Yeah, he's been the more accurate of the two opening bowlers, and deserved the wicket. And they're mean-looking figures, aren't they? 1 for 3 in his 5th over. And as Tom Lammonby disappears into the Andy Caddick Pavilion, Tom Banton walks out into the summer sunshine.
A couple of half centuries for Banton already this season. Good to see him promoted up to bat at 4, given more responsibility in the red ball game. He's very keen to make his mark in first class cricket. He will be keen, as will everyone of a Somerset persuasion, will be very keen for him to make his mark on this game.
Yes, it would be hugely welcome to see a substantial contribution from Tom Banton. He's threatened it. So, all right-hand combination now, with the captain at the non-striker's end. And unsurprisingly, Worrell's gone back over the wicket. Somerset teetering a little here on 21 for 2. Comfortable leave first up. And the end of the 9th over.
So a rebuilding job here for Somerset already. Tom Abel won the toss, if you're just joining us, elected to have a bat. A little bit of trouble early on. Both openers, Ben Green and Tom Lammonby, have been and gone a wicket each for Jordan Clark and Dan Worrell, and it's Jordan Clark who is going to bowl at Tom Abel with 4 slips waiting. And well left on length there by Abel. Clark just seems to have found his rhythm a little bit after that wicket He's clutching his right shoulder now. And just rolls it over. Maybe a bit of stiffness from him. A tough operator though. Jordan Clark, brilliant cricketer. There we see. Just struggling to try and rotate it around.
A niggle, perhaps?
Oh, I think these days, you know, fast bowlers, quick bowlers of any colour are always bowling through some kind of pain. I hear footsteps behind me. The birthday boy has arrived. He brought with him a very special guest as well, someone that Somerset fans and Surrey fans will know well. No, I was just checking. Still no sleeves on him either. I spotted him out there early on in the morning. So we'll have a double change at the end of this over.
Abel hurried into the defensive stroke there.
He just gets a bit more zip off the pitch, Jordan Clark.
Yes, whatever the shoulder issue is, it doesn't seem to be affecting his pace.
No. Economical in his run-up as well. Relatively short one. Seems to be at the crease in a couple of steps. Just having a word with Hashim Amla in front of us. Two men with plenty of experience flanking him. Rory Burns, the skipper. Hashim Amla, 39 now. Pushing to the leg side. Gus Atkinson at mid-wicket. Scuttles around and does the fielding. We'll see Gus Atkinson in action with the ball relatively shortly, I would imagine. Jamie Overton too, a man known to Somerset fans and Surrey fans alike. Couple of spinners in the side. Cameron Steele bowls a bit of leg spin. Will Jacks, some off spin. Abel leaves that through, and I'm joined for the first time today. I should start singing. I'm not going to. Pity Trigo, hello, happy birthday, sir.
Oh, thank you very much, Sam. No singing required. I made that mistake in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion yesterday. Not sure how well that went down. Sorry, Friday night. Friday night. Someone was having a 50th birthday, and I broke out into song. And not sure it went down too well, to be fair. Bit of impromptu karaoke.
Nothing wrong with that. Colin Atkinson Pavilion, I'm sure, has seen plenty of that, and it's time. End of the over, 10 gone. Somerset 21 for 2. Nothing you said or did, Triggs, but I'm going to disappear.
Thanks, Sam. I've got a dear friend from the past. Spent an awful lot of time at Somerset County Cricket Club. A man that you will see in almost every photo of success at the club. One of the hidden stars behind the scenes. Darren Vaness, ex-strength and conditioning coach. Welcome to the commentary box, Darren.
Thanks,
How are
Pete.
you?
Lovely to be here.
Oh, excellent.
Especially with you.
Excellent. Obviously, you've jumped ship to the Surrey camp, which is why you're down here. Give everyone a wave, Daz. I'm sure they haven't seen you. This is Darren. He used to have dark hair.
Yeah, before I met Peter.
He's also, it looks like we've left our beards in the old dog's bed at night. Picked up a few greys, haven't we, pal?
I'm quite proud of being the silver fox these days. I'm happy that it's there and not jumped out, to be honest.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you have to just get used to. Grow old gracefully. Never thought we were going to ever grow old that gracefully, but we're doing all right, Daz. Somerset having a little battle here this morning. Day one of this county championship match against Surrey. 21 for 2. Some fine bowling on display. Somerset batters are certainly being tested at the moment. Daz, you spent an awful lot of time here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. In excess of 20 years, I'm right in saying?
Yeah, signed a deal on the same day as Mike Burns. People remember Mike Burns, who's umpire now, but the two of us, I'm pretty sure, signed on the same day as your brother as well.
Yeah, there's a picture of you on a roller with Luke Sutton and various other different people. Sam was there.
Yep. So
good morning, Sam, if you're listening. He's now groundsman at Weston-super-Mare Cricket Club, doing a great job, preparing a nice wicket for us. Yeah, and yourself. It was summer of 1997. Also
96.
96.
Yeah,
the following summer, I played my first second 11 game.
That's it. As a hooligan 15-year-old, as I recall, coming up and showing me your tongue piercing. And
oh dear.
Trying to talk to me with the biggest cubic zirconia sticking out of your tongue.
Oh, those were the days. Those were the days. I can assure you I wouldn't sound quite as nice on commentary with that still lurking around. That was...
But there was something about you then, little rascal. I've always got a soft spot for lads who there's just a little bit of lovable rogue in them, and you stood out a mile back then.
Yeah, I see on your social media you have that same sort of a feel for the Curran boys.
Yeah.
Sam and Tom Curran, they've got a bit of rascal about them.
Junior is a little hooligan. There's no doubt about it. He can't help himself, and yeah, I mean, obviously, his performances tend to match his exuberance and his enjoyment of the game.
Well, we all like a character. The fans here bowling to Tom Banton here, who's certainly one of the characters, and you'd have had a little bit to do with the man standing nonchalantly at the top end now, Somerset's captain and probably you'd say premier batsman, Tom Abel. He would have spent a lot of time with you as the strength and conditioning coach, an amazing athlete and a great guy, Tom Abel.
Yeah, there's no doubt that how he goes about his business, he exemplifies Somerset captaincy. You can see that his passion and his drive to be better all the time is one of the key factors of his captaincy. And you look at how he goes about whatever he's doing, whether that's his conditioning, whether it's just being better physically, or whether it's on the park with the primary skills. But one thing that's always stood out with Apes is his fielding and his intent in the field. He's a dominant figure in the Somerset fielding setup, and it's always something to watch and appreciate. And obviously from the other side of the coin, it's always something to be very, very wary of.
Yeah, he's certainly a three-dimensional cricketer, that's for sure. Under-bowled, some people say. He's that knack of picking up vital wickets, as well as Jordan Clark runs into bowl again to a watchful Tom Abel. Jordan Clark's an impressive bowler. Played a bit against him when he was at Lancashire, sort of quite young and raw, but he's really looked to secure himself into a quality team that Surrey have now. You've got actually a lot of people on the team from both sides that you'd have had quite a big influence on. Obviously, it goes without saying that you influenced the Surrey team, but looking down the list here, your Tom Abels, Steve Davis, Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton, there's Leachy, Goldsworthy, people that, really grew up at Somerset County Cricket Club being beasted, tormented, bleep tested to within an inch of their lives by Darren Van Ness. So
there's plenty that would say tormented, but you could see one of the drivers that we've been using at Surrey is to look forward. And if you look at how the game is evolving and where the bias of the game is going, with the intensity and the efforts that's taking place, bold there, Jordan. The intensity of everything that's expected these days, it is different. Things have changed. It's not the game that was played 20 years ago when you and I started. The intensity is significant now. So the physicality that's required to actually be able to tolerate that, along with the fixture list, it's paramount now.
Yeah, sure. You're going into later in the summer, dare I say it, on a county championship live stream, but you've got the Blast obviously running simultaneously to this game. You've got the 100 ball coming up, which a lot of players on this field will feature in. It's a lot of intensive cricket coming up, and I certainly noticed it towards the back end of my career. I think I hit about 28, didn't I, when I was getting a little bit chunky, like I am now. Starting to pick up the odd injury, and then through your guidance really sort of delved into the conditioning side of that. And I think it's fair to say, Daz, I was I turned a bit of a big corner, and from my experience I became it's actually quite incredible. I had I reckon 2 or 3 years after being really, really focused on what I was doing, I think it was noticed around the country, the physical change and performance change. I was getting text messages from every, almost a player from a different county all over the country asking me what I was doing. And without doubt, not just saying this because you sat here, but the reason why I retired at 40 was because of your influence and you continuously selling to me the benefits of not carrying extra weight on the field. I was probably maybe a stone and a half bigger than I should have been. As soon as I got rid of that, I felt so much better on the pitch. I was able to bowl longer spells. I was able to run twos quicker, and all of those things you don't really think have a huge impact, but across a 6-month season, and for me, who played in the winters for other teams as well, it had a massive effect. And was, like I said, I don't think I'd have made it past 32, 33 the way I was going, and it certainly put 5, 6, 7 years onto my career. So thanks for that. I won't give you any more praise today. And by the way, you're not allowed to say well bowled to any of your Surrey lads while we're on commentary. This is
Somerset only.
Even though we appreciate and welcome all of our listeners that are supporting Surrey, this is very much a Somerset partisan broadcast.
Okay, fair enough. No worries. Well, if we talk about your latter stages and what the expectations are with the modern game now, there's no doubt that as we've gone through, our game has a massive involvement with ground reaction forces. There's a lot of stress, especially for the lads that bowl seam. But the spinners, although the intensity at the crease is lesser, what we find is that the volume that they're working with tends to balance things out. So it's just as stressful for the spinners too.
And right on cue, really, we're seeing a lad now that really does have quite a bit of ground force going through the body.
He certainly does.
We've got, quite it's an interesting time. Psychologically, quite a tough day. I think Jamie Overton, playing against his brother on his old ground.
Yep.
I mean, he's a very big man that's got to be physically in top shape to continuously deliver balls like that. I mean, he started this season in particular. Last season, I started to get a little bit concerned about Jamie and his bowling, and there was a big focus on how good he was with the bat in 20-over cricket, and starting to play franchise cricket, almost more of a batter. I started to get a little bit worried, but he's come back really strong with the ball, and a lot of people quite rightfully saying that he should really be in line for an England shout at some stage over the next 12 months.
From my perspective, I'd see no reason why not. We'd also love to keep hold of him as long as we possibly can and have him bowling at the Oval. He's had a busy winter. He's done a lot of work, and one of the easy transitions that you can make when you move in counties and you've got work to do. Some of the easiest things that you can take care of is your attitude, and one of the things that Jamie turned up to the Oval with was an attitude to just be better, and that's been the case throughout his career. I mean, we both met him and his brother at 15 when they first came onto the academy at Somerset, and they've always both striven. They've just strive to be better all the way through, and they're not shy at pushing, and they'll push each other, but they'll push each other throughout.
I was just saying that there's obviously going to be this will be interesting to see how this game plays out when there's going to be moments of Overton versus Overton. That brotherly competitiveness. And I know the boys very well, and there's an awful lot of love in the Overton household, no doubt. But they won't back down from each other, will it? It could be interesting. I mean, we've seen them scrap in the dressing room a few times, and it's been hilarious to watch. I remember that pre-season trip we went on when I think Craig beat Jamie at FIFA on the PlayStation. Jamie ripped the PlayStation off the wall and said, "Right, if I've lost, no one's playing."
It was his PlayStation, and he took it back with him.
My bat, my ball. It'd be fascinating how that turns out. But much matured cricketers now. Craig obviously playing a lot of cricket for England and doing really well. But Jamie's certainly starting to fulfil his potential, even though I think that might have been a noble.
Absolutely, and like I said, he's had a busy winter. He's done a lot of work with Richard Johnson with his bowling before Jono left to take up the head coach position at Middlesex. But one thing that's been really, really good for me to see personally, because obviously after knowing the boy since he was 15 years old, you always want him to do well. You want to see the lads that you've worked with over a period of time do well, and how he's clicked with Azam Mahmood, who's coming for us as our bowling coach on an interim basis. There's no doubt that those two have had some outstanding time together, and we can see straight away that with Jamie's early performances how beneficial that's been. Azza has just been phenomenal. I've been lucky enough to spend a a fair bit of time with him, and the two of us have been working together, and he's been kind enough just to, bring me into his sort of environment and circle of knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm actually licking my lips to ask these questions because Azza Mahmood playing against Azza, he's certainly a master of the dark arts of bowling. I mean, his skill level was up there with some of the best I've ever seen. His ability to just manipulate the ball in, out, slower balls, Yorkers, for Jamie Overton and your young bowlers, your Jordan Clarks of this world, that's that knowledge tank from someone like Azza Mahmood must be absolutely phenomenal. Obviously, growing up in Pakistan where it's not known to be massively conducive to bowling seam, to have success there, probably have mentors like Imran Khan and people like that. I mean, like I said, his ability to manipulate a ball is second to none. So Jamie and your young bowlers at Surrey are very, very lucky.
The one thing that stood out for me with Azza is the level of almost modern technical knowledge and the information that he's got. After spending 4 years now with Jono, who is renowned as a very technical bowling coach, I always thought it was going to be interesting seeing the switch and seeing Azza come in. And the information, it's exactly the same information. It's highly technical information, but as you mentioned, coupled with a ridiculous knowledge of just that deep skill. And it's brilliant just to sit and listen to, and then to be included in it and part of it. Even after 26 years in the game, from an old meathead S&C, it's amazing to have that kind of information because it shapes how you think then.
Yeah, we're all learning from each other in this game, and I can't imagine there's an area in the Surrey setup that hasn't got some phenomenal knowledge. I mean, your coaching staff is quite sort of overrun with cricketing legends. Alex Stewart, is he the director of cricket? Is that a director of cricket, head coach?
Yep. No, so Stewie is director of cricket, and honestly, personally, I can't praise the man enough. It's breathtaking just to be able to tell people that he's my boss. It really is ridiculous seeing how he goes about his business and how he operates. There's no doubt that his fingerprints are all over this Surrey team, and obviously for Surrey teams going back, from the early 80s really. But it's his influence and his style and his attention to detail is second to none.
Now, talk to me a little bit about Gus Atkinson. Haven't seen him bowl before. Looks like he's got a bit of pace about him. Natural away swinger by the looks of it.
He's
raw, young and raw.
He's quite structured in how he goes about things, and he's very, very consistent. That's been his area of expertise. So if we look at a Somerset comparison, potentially like a Craig Overton, but with a few inches shaved off height-wise.
Well, it looks like he hasn't quite found his radar yet. He's bowled a couple of short wide ones, overstepped a no ball there. But a fascinating start to the day's play so far. Surrey have had the better of it at this stage. Ben Green out for 13, Tom Lammonby 5, and now Tom Abel is 1 of 24 balls. And very uncharacteristically for both the batters in at the moment, Tom Banton, Tom Abel, both on 1 off an awful lot of balls. So have to really dig in here to get through this new ball spell being served up to them by the Surrey bowlers. Every one of them come in and hit their straps. Proper cricket, as many of the listeners will think. The 2020, the bish bash bosh. Now we're into some proper graft. Sun shining here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. It's looking fantastic. I'm joined here by former Somerset strength and conditioning coach Darren Vaness. Darren Vaness, you've also had quite a few international experiences. You've been on a few England tours as the lead S&C. How was that pulling on the 3 lions? I know that was a very proud moment for yourself and your family, the girls back at home. Seeing you go off on tour. I'm sure they missed you, but I know you were particularly buzzing for those sort of call-ups. You must be very proud to tour with England.
Absolutely, it's no different to getting that call from as a player. To be asked to represent your country and to be supporting the lads that are here, there, and everywhere. It's phenomenal. So, yeah, I mean, five tours in 4 years I've had, and every one has just been a ridiculous privilege. It's amazing, and to be included and welcomed as I have been. What helps is time served and the amount of contact that I've had with quite a few of the lads throughout. And again, Surrey have been very, very good in being flexible and letting that happen. Especially, you know, this last one, doing the Ashes, was an unbelievable experience. Obviously, you know, it was a tough environment, it was a harsh environment, and the one thing that stood out was very, very tough from an Australian perspective as well. It was another you know, Somerset favourite head coach, Justin Langer, and it was interesting to see, you know, that side of things and to see the difficulties he was facing at the time.
Yeah, it was quite amazing how that turned around, really. It led to his the end of his sort of time as Australian coach. Is quite amazing, really, when you can have so much success with a group of people. But I think it was almost, not that I've watched it, to be fair, it seems like the Amazon Prime or Netflix series or whatever it was that was made about the Australian team was almost the downfall of him. It seems amazing that the way he ran his ship was obviously very successful from a performance point of view, but perceived as, you know, quite divisive in the dressing room. I know JL, well, fond friend of mine, spoke to him only recently as Tom Abel cuts a quite average delivery from Jamie Overton, respectfully not massively celebrated by the former Somerset player Jamie Overton. Short, wide. Tom Abel will be absolutely devastated. Here's the replay. An almost gift for 4 runs there. But Tom Abel is not able to beat the point fielder. He'll be desperately disappointed with that dismissal. Somerset now 27 for 3. Jamie Overton has struck. Yeah, for those older listeners, that kind of almost reminded me of when Dennis Law scored for Man City against Manchester United and he didn't celebrate. I think that's a sign that Jamie Overton's got a lot of respect for his former teammates and the former club, so fair play to him. I know he's playing brilliantly for Surrey, but nice to see Jamie showing a lot of class there. They're good boys, them Overtons, aren't they, pal?
They're belters. I've got so much love for the pair of them. You know, they're good kids, they've got a good family, you know, good parents. Mum and Dad are regularly touring the circuit, whether it's test matches or county grounds.
They'll be here today, won't they, somewhere?
Every chance they'll be about, I think Mum may be here today and or possibly both, and then one's missing by the sound of it. We've seen them a couple of times recently. We had a game down at Lords, T20 at Lords the other day, so it gave the parents the opportunity to see one boy at one end and then come and visit the other one.
Yeah, quite marvellous to have sons playing at such a high stand in their sport as Lewis Goldsworthy comes to the crease, replacing James Hildreth, who I believe is poorly today. So sure Hildy will be tuning in. He'll be definitely tuning in, and yeah, we wish Hildy a speedy recovery from being a bit under the weather.
Absolutely. Get well soon, Silver Fox. Hope you're well.
Yeah, so it's quite bizarre actually to see a Somerset lineup without James Hildreth in. I think I got sent a message earlier. It's the first match James Hildreth has missed since 2009. So awful lot of cricket with James Hildreth in the team. So big shame, but presents an opportunity for Lewis Goldsworthy. He's coming in at quite a tricky time. 27 for 3. Jamie Overton bowling fast and swinging it. He's caught the outside edge of Lewis Goldsworthy there, but somehow not carried to Ryan Patel at first slip. He's played that with soft hands, so he's got away with that one, but Jamie's certainly hitting really good area and getting some late movement away. So, Daz, I know I can ask you this question and you might be able to even give me an honest answer, because I know you're an honest, straight-up kind of guy. Talk to me about bubble fatigue. England tours, I know the COVID thing seems to have gone away, thankfully, for everyone. What was it like? How was your experience? Because you're obviously touring, you're presumably in the same bubble as all the players, so you would have experienced that. Was it as tough as it was made to sound in the media?
Honestly, yeah, it wasn't easy. It was difficult, and the first one, which was the West Indies and Pakistan series, so we started off down in Southampton. That was okay. It was all right. There was no real problems there.
Was it helped by the Gears Bowl? I believe has a golf course on the side of it. Were the players allowed to go out and play and have a little bit of leisure time in the bubble?
Honestly, I can't remember whether there was definitely a scenario that was hoped to be set up. I can't remember, to be honest, whether it actually ever sort of come to fruition. But it was new. Straight after the first lockdown, everyone was quite excited to actually be doing something and getting the game moving forward. And so to be, the first international experience, first international setup taking place in the world, really, it was full of promise rather than any level of fatigue. But then the one thing that I can hand on heart say is that the next one that I did was the India tour, and that was challenging. And then
a lot of hotel surfing. Were you quite restricted within the hotel as well?
Very restricted within the hotel, and just the one hotel, not allowed anywhere else. Ahmedabad was a great venue from a ground perspective, but it was literally we had no opportunity to appreciate the rest of India, as you and I have done in the past, where we've been able to go out, see the sights.
Taking a few chances with a few street restaurants, didn't we, back
Certainly
in the day?
Did. You're getting asked for your autograph because they're hypnotised by your tattoos. At the time, I had a bald head and they thought I was John Cena. Somerset's Indian adventures with the Champions League.
A little bit of delicacies down the street restaurant, and then the next 14 hours attached to the bathroom. It was worth it though. The cuisine is beautiful. Wonderful.
I honestly, I don't remember suffering as badly as you. I think you must have had a different route at some point and a different couple of venues. The one thing I remember, Hyderabad was spectacular. We were actually happy to go back there the second time, and we were looking forward to it. So I think Hyderabad was seen as one of the less well-to-do regions and areas, and we found it incredibly warm and inviting when we were there, as I recall. Bangalore,
it's an amazing place. If anyone gets the chance to travel India, I highly recommend it. It's quite a fascinating country. Yep. Brilliant food, culturally brilliant, fantastic, loving people. It was a great time, wasn't it?
Oh, it was amazing. I look back very fondly, and I've had a few conversations. So I've been down in London. I'm not far away from ex-chief exec Guy Lavender, and being able to have those conversations about the time in India that we spent with him, because he replaced Richard Gould just at the right time to be involved in that too, and he remembers it very fondly too.
So bubble fatigue was a thing though, that you shut down your life and it just becomes a bit sort of overpowering with just cricket, ground cricket gym, and
there's no doubt that the Indian experience was different to the previous tours that I'd done. We'd been Sri Lanka for an ODI series, Australia for a T20 series, and they were definitely, although the schedule is heavy, you still have an opportunity to appreciate the other things that are around you and see a little bit of the world that you're in at that time. But the India one was different, and then again this Australia one, whilst things were starting to free up, it was still pretty heavy from a bubble perspective. But then by then there was lots of other variables in play, but I can't dispute that bubble fatigue is a thing.
Well, it does sound like it's tough going, especially I suppose when you're in a country like Australia where you want to get out there in the surf and do all those awesome things as Gus Atkinson finishes a very tidy second over, and an important period here because the first 3 balls, Overton to Goldsworthy, Goldie looked like he was going to get out every single ball. He's just dabbed that into the offside. He'd be very, very happy to get off the mark. A couple of edges that just fell short of slip. But I must say, Daz, it's been an absolute delight to have you up here at the Cooper Associates in our commentary box, supported by WPA Health Insurance. It's been fascinating talking to you, getting your insights. Hopefully you haven't got the Surrey bowlers too match ready and they can give us a few 4 balls coming up through the afternoon. You're welcome back anytime, Daz, but for now I'm going to introduce back in to look after me for the next half an hour or so, Stephen Lamb. So thank you very much, Daz.
Tone, it's been an absolute pleasure. Obviously to come back, it's always good to come back to the county ground, but to spend any time with you, son, it's always a pleasure.
Cheers, my man.
Cheers, you beaut.
Jamie Overton looking in really good rhythm here, bowling to Tom Banton. He was playing a quite uncharacteristic innings, one off an awful lot of balls. He's really digging in, as he's shown a number of times since he's come back into the 4-day fold after that broken finger. A lot was reported about Tom Banton's development over the winter. He's put a lot of work into his 4-day cricket and looks like he's really trying to grind out a score here. Really important period here for Somerset, as Jamie Overton, like I said, is hitting a really good rhythm. Short bouncer there from Jamie Overton, left alone by Tom Banton. Yeah, brilliant having someone like Darren Van Ness. Like I said, he's been S&C coach at Somerset for 20 years. He's been at Surrey for the last 5 or 6. He's toured with England. He's known to be the best in the business at what he does, preparing cricketers to play at the standards we're used to seeing now. So brilliant to get his insights. Stephen Lamb is back with me now. Good now afternoon, Stephen. How are you?
Happy birthday to you.
What beautiful tones. What beautiful tones. That's very kind of you, Stephen. You get to a stage in life where you don't really celebrate birthdays. You just kind of let them wash over you, don't you? But it was lovely this morning. Mrs. T made me a nice little cooked breakfast to prepare myself for my day's work. In fact, I can remember thinking a month ago when the schedule came out, I must speak to Ben and get the 12th of June off. But I obviously forgot. But what better place to spend your birthday than here at the county ground watching a bit of cricket.
Although it could be going a bit better from the point of view of the home side. 3 wickets gone after choosing to bat. And I'll add my get well wishes for James Hildreth.
Yeah, it's a shame not to see Hildy, who would probably, well, he would almost certainly be at the crease now, hopefully cutting the ball to all parts of the ground as he's done for so many years. But Lewis Goldsworthy gets that opportunity to stake his claim for a run in the sides. Jamie Overton looking in really good rhythm here, getting a lot of late swing. I think there was a delivery or a wicket that Jamie Overton took earlier in the summer. It was an absolute peach. It was, I think the word is, it went viral, and really started a lot of chatter about him getting some international honours. And to be honest, from what I've seen so far this morning, I'm not surprised. He's bowling quick, he's bowling accurately, and he's getting that bit of late swing. Interesting to see that the influence of Richard Johnson first and foremost, but Azam Mahmood has really influenced his technical ability and skill level with the ball. I mean, 90 miles an hour with the skill of Azam Mahmood, that would be a scary, scary thought. If he can control the ball half as well as Azza did, he will be certainly a replacement for a Broad and an Anderson in the next few summers.
Yeah, he had it all, didn't he, Azam Mahmood?
Yeah, phenomenal performer. I think any seam bowler from that part of the world, you know, India, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, any of those bowlers that really come to the fore and become, you know, high quality, you know, low average wicket takers, have really got a handle on their skill. Because, you know, as we all know, the subcontinent pitches are batting paradises or spin bowling paradises. So any seamers that have success there have certainly got some ability. As Tom Banton leaves a very, very tight line there. Bance is looking in some really good, like, I would say, emotional form at the moment. He looks like he's got a real handle on, how to start a tricky 4-day innings. So fair play to Tom, and we hope he can keep that going long into the afternoon, because we certainly need him at 31 for 3.
We need a really big one from him, don't we, today? That would be tremendous if we could see that.
Yeah, I think over the last few weeks, T20s looked like he's got a couple of starts. He's got a couple of starts here as he punches off the back foot through the offside. He's going to pick up, I would imagine, at least 3, just pulled in by Rory Burns out on the boundary. 3 runs to Tom Banton. Relieve a little bit of pressure, even though it's a 4-day knock. Seeing 1 off 30, 35 balls, you start to feel a bit of heat. So nice to get 1 away there from Tom Banton, bringing Lewis Goldsworthy back on strike.
If you can learn and master the art of swing and seam in Pakistan, then that sets you up very nicely.
Yes, Stephen, it surely does.
Great dynasty out there. Imran Khan, Wasim Akram, Waqar.
Shoaib. Oh, I mean, yeah, absolutely world-class performers. And certainly when they come to England, they absolutely clean up normally. Mohammed Amir of late. Brilliant, brilliant performers. Yeah, it's fascinating, really. It's great to see. I think it is one of the unique sports, Stephen, where I think you look at the Man United bench. When Alex Ferguson was in charge, right-hand man was Steve McLaren and Mike Phelan, and now you've got Michael Carrick on the sidelines. I think cricket is one of those sports that I think even more so you can learn so much from players that have been there, done it, seen the different conditions, and you can hand down so much experience to young players and really forward the progression of a young cricketer by sharing your experiences. Brilliant to see a lot of ex-players staying within the game and passing on their knowledge.
Did you look to any players in particular when you were starting out as role models?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, here in particular, I started in the team when Andy Caddick was still playing for England and was arguably one of the best bowlers in the world at the time. Great person to learn off, and I think, to be fair, my style of bowling compared to Andy Caddick's, there wasn't a great synergy there. But I can remember learning an awful lot from Graham Rose, one of Somerset's really great players. Bowled in a similar fashion to myself. He was a much better bowler than I was, but in terms of tactically, preparing yourself to play and bowl, Graham Rose was brilliant. I think one of the people early on in my career I learned so much about in terms of swinging the ball and ball manipulation was Dermot Reeve, who was coach here when I signed in the late 90s. That was a really good experience for me. But then I think one of my biggest influences was Justin Langer, and he had a really big influence on me, not necessarily technically, but more about how to behave as a professional cricketer. And when I say behave, I mean scrap, the gamesmanship, the preparation, the physicalities. That was an outstanding sort of period. You do look at the Somerset dressing room and the Surrey dressing room in particular as a whole lot of experience on those balconies.
Another quick delivery from Jamie Overton and a stare to follow it up. Yeah, I remember you saying a couple of games ago that Justin Langer had a bit of influence on you extending your career for as long as you did.
Yeah, well, I talked about it with Daz earlier. I mean, Daz was JL's guard dog. If Daz was the enforcer of the message. It took a little bit of time, to be honest, because I was enjoying the cricket. I was playing well when he signed, and things were going pretty well. But I think really listening and learning from JL and really buying into his vision for me that he had, I think was the making of the career that I had. I think I was always going to have an okay career, but I think, as I said to Daz, buying into the professionalism and the training and the hard work and the nets and all the work in the background was the reason why I was still playing at 40. And there's so many people out there that give a lot back to the game. It's great. Jamie Overton is certainly one of those who came in through that setup. The Overton boys, fantastic, exciting cricketers who have who've got that core of work ethic that I think was drummed into everyone here at Somerset County Cricket Club.
Expansive looking off drive that never turned out to be so from Tom Banton. I remember interviewing Justin Langer a couple of times. He had very pale blue eyes and a very piercing look.
Yeah, he certainly got your attention. I can't remember looking into his eyes too many times, Stephen, but I do know what you mean. As Tom Banton edges,
not quite carried.
Worrell, there was a juggling act there, but it has been spilled. It's gone down. Tom Banton gets a life. Somerset need a little bit of luck. That would have been a real hammer blow to the Somerset innings, but he's edged it towards third slip on the replay here.
Oh, it did carry, didn't it?
You'd have to say he's made that a bit of a meal of that. Looked like it didn't really require a big dive, but fortunately from a Somerset perspective, it's been grasped. Tom Banton gets a little bit of a wake-up call.
Yeah, that should have been wicket number 4.
Jamie Overton is looking in top form at the moment. He's bowling fast, he's bowling accurately. Massive test here. The overhead conditions look really good for batting. I can certainly see, looking at the pitch from here, it looks like an absolute beauty, as you often get here at Taunton. But, you know, it's tough, isn't it? You know, the lads have been playing a lot of white ball, the blast, then you're into facing, you know, guys bowling 90-mile-an-hour away swing with a juke ball. It's going to be a test, that's for sure, as Tom Banton cashes in on a short, wide delivery and punches it gracefully through the offside for 4. Jamie Overton. Knowing Jamie Overton, he is absolutely savage that he hasn't got his man and has now been dispatched for 4. How many times, Stephen, does that happen? You get a drop catch, and within the next couple of balls, you have 4 runs belted off of you from the very same batter.
Yeah, his figures should have been 2 for 4 at the end of that over. Instead, they're 1 for 8.
Yes, he will be tamping. He's just punched the ground at first slip. An angry Jamie Overton, a scary prospect for the batters, providing he keeps that control he's bowling with at the moment, as Gus Atkinson gets the top of his run.
Yep, he's coming in to bowl his 4th over. Just the one maiden, 8 runs off him. A straight approach to the wicket. That one is left alone. Yeah, this wicket has noticeably less green than some we saw earlier in the season, which you do expect. You expect green wickets in April, stroke May. But
yeah, it's got good pace and carry. So I think if you bowl in good areas with a bit of skill, and you I think the batter's committed to the shot. It's got enough pace in it that if you do deceive the batter, you will get the edge. So the Somerset batters are being found out a little bit here with their shot selections at times.
Yes, both Tom Abel and Ben Green will be frustrated by the means of their dismissals.
Yeah, Tom Abel in particular, because that was a really, really juicy sort of 4-ball that he managed to swat to point. He will be very disappointed. I mean, he could have hit that in so many different places on the offside and just found the 3 or 4 degrees that he hit it straight to point. Very disappointing. As a watchful Goldsworthy lets that one go by.
Yeah, Tom Abel dismissed for just a single, and that was after the 2 openers had gone as well. Ben Green for 13 and Tom Lammonby for 5. So it's a very uncertain start, this, for Somerset. They chose to bat on winning the toss, and that scoreline at the moment is not looking terribly encouraging.
Yeah, it's always a good indication of the quality of the attack and how they're bowling. The run rate's not just the fact that Somerset have lost 3 wickets in the first 20 overs here, but Worrell, 3 runs off of his 6 overs. Clark, 20 runs off of his 6 overs. A little bit expensive, but still just over 3 runs and over. Jamie Overton, 8 runs off his 4. And Gus Atkinson, only 8 off nearly 4 overs. So everyone going at quite a low run rate. So just showing that bowling in really good areas.
You mentioned the process of adjustment from T20 to red ball cricket. It is quite an odd fixture, this one, isn't it? It's a one-off in the middle of the season. We had the batch of 6 in April and May, and it'll be back to T20 after this as Atkinson heads in again.
Yeah, I think it's one of those strange fixtures. I think as a player, you'd almost see that championship match in the middle of a busy period of T20 and almost sigh a little bit. It's like, oh, it's not ideal, that. But it's the same for many clubs out there getting a random game. And, it fuels the narrative for what, English cricket are experiencing at the moment, doesn't it, really, Stephen? It's, it does seem to be a filler. The proudest format of our great game is kind of shoehorned into an inappropriate spot in the calendar. It does make you realise that the focus seems to be on the limited over stuff from a commercial point of view and maybe the television point of view.
Good to see some crowds in here for the T20.
Yeah, it's fantastic. But then again, it's pretty solid today as well. We've got a couple of thousand in here enjoying the sunshine.
As championship crowds go, this is a very good one today.
Yeah, it's a good ground. It's always very well supported. Coming for a day's cricket at Taunton is always a very pleasant experience. But yeah, the T20 crowds here, sells out every one-day game without fail, doesn't it? I believe the Gloucester match on Friday is pretty much a sellout. I believe there are some tickets available with an added little bonus for you for a couple of extra quid, a curry, a seat, and a curry from downstairs to enjoy while you're watching the game. So make sure you go on the website and grab yourself one of those tickets. I don't think there are many left, so don't be disappointed. Get online and book yourself a ticket for next Friday night against the enemy, Gloucester.
Going to be runs here down to third man. Just a single for Tom Banton. In entertainment terms, I saw Will Smead's knock against Glamorgan here, and that was absolutely fantastic to watch. The 90-odd he got in that game. And although I didn't see it, Rudolph van der Merwe did rather well up at Bristol, talking of playing against Gloucestershire.
Wasn't that something? That was, I watched the highlights package of that numerous times, just kind of laughing to myself, because Rudolph has a very unique way of scoring runs. Some of the body positions he gets himself in, he certainly is a complete one-off.
What struck me most was the way his arms were swinging. He was really letting go.
Yeah, he certainly gives it full steam ahead, full tilt, fifth gear, whatever you want to call it.
Powerful levers.
There is no holding back from Rudolph van der Merwe when he gets going. It's great. It's been fascinating, the viewing here. I think Somerset have been a little bit inconsistent. They're great when they're great, but they have those periods of games where they seem to cost themselves the results. But we hope they do more of the former for the rest of the competition and qualify. They're a great one-day team as Tom Banton slashes again and well fielded a backward point. Jamie Overton is searching for a repeat of that nick that he got the last over. Very similar ball in fashion. I think it's still an area where Tom Banton needs to do a bit of work. You need to score as a batter. I totally get that, but he does seem to have his eyes lighting up at those wider balls, but they're swinging away, so there is a little bit of risk attached to playing a shot like that.
Yeah, and the fielder there who stopped that really well, same man who held the catch off Tom Abel earlier on, Cameron Steele. Obviously an impressive fielder on this morning's evidence.
Yeah, Cameron Steele spent a bit of time here at Somerset County Cricket Club, played a number of games, I believe, for the second 11 before he moved to Durham, I believe. Looked a really organised young cricketer from Australia.
Now in Surrey colours. Surrey not at full strength in this game. Several players missing. Ben Foakes is keeping wicket for England. And Ollie Pope scoring a half-century for England yesterday. Don't know how he's going today. I'll tell you in a second. And also missing for one-day commitments, Reece Topley, Jason Roy. Ollie Pope is still there on 78 not out.
Yeah, he's a fine young player, Ollie Pope. I first really saw him in, I was playing for the MCC out in the UAE, and we played, I think it was the Champions game where we played Surrey, and Ollie Pope, I think he might have got a double 100. You just couldn't bowl at him. Once he gets in, he hits the ball all over the pitch. Such a slight fella as well, he hits the ball very, very hard.
Left well alone. Sam Curran's the other Surrey player missing on ODI duty, so 5 players missing, but of all the county clubs, Surrey, well, no one's got greater strength and depth really, have they, than Surrey?
Yeah, they've always been the same. I can remember making my championship debut against Surrey, and I think I played against their director of cricket, Alex Stewart. I think their lineup was something like Stewart, Ward, Thorpe, Butcher, the 2 Hollyoaks, Tudor, Bicknell, Sacklane Mushtaq, Ian Salisbury. It was just the most ridiculous team, and then you play a second 11 game against them, and I think there was a guy, Nadeem Shah, I think was his name. I think he ended up with an incredibly good first-class record, but could never get a game. One of the best players. I mean, he used to score so many runs in second 11 cricket. Ali Brown as well. Oh my God, what a team! They've always had that strength and depth. Very affluent county, as it's well spoken about. You know, having someone like Hashim Amla finishing his Test career come into the club. You don't want Hashim getting in on a Taunton wicket, do you?
No, and they had Kumar Sangakkara for a while, didn't they? On a similar basis.
He was not a bad player. Fed him a few leg stump half volleys at the Oval in my time. Quite a scary man to bowl at, Kumar Sangakkara, towards the end of his career. Looked like he was getting better as well, which was scary.
Yeah, Alex Stewart, Surrey through and through. He was out there before play this morning. The gaffer.
Yeah, what a great man. He's one of cricket's top people. I always have every time I see Stewie, we always have a nice little chat. It's only a short chat, but it's always super nice. He's such a nice man. Loves the game. Really enthusiastic. Seems to have an amazing knowledge of every player as well. I mean, for me, he was one of my heroes, and he seemed to.
Appeal for LBW, not out is the conclusion, which will be a relief to Tom Banton and to Somerset. End of the over, 45 for 3.
Yeah, good nipping back delivery there from Atkinson. Nip back, and I think it's probably struck Banton quite adjacent, but it looks like it might have been a little bit high. Very, very, very good shout. Banton's got away with that. I think that's a fair shout. It would have been probably cruising over the top of the bails, but certainly quite straight. But yeah, when you speak to Alex Stewart, he seems to have an amazing knowledge about, for someone like me, he seemed to know about something that I'd done recently. It was always quite amazing to think that one of the cricketing legends would have any interest in you, but yeah, he certainly does. Top man.
Yeah, there's something, his birthday, the figures for his birthday, whatever the date is, I can't remember what it is, but it's the same as his tally of runs in international cricket.
He'd probably done it on purpose. You'd have, I mean, that would be quite remarkable, because he scored an awful lot of them as well, didn't he? It would be, what, the 7,000-8,000 region in Test match cricket?
Yeah.
You've got your laptop there, Stephen.
You can
Google that. He
Yeah.
scored an awful lot of runs for England in such a stylish fashion as well. I always used to be in the back garden mimicking that front leg up, pull shot that he used to play. I mean, watching the likes of him and Mike Atherton and Graham Thorpe and Robin Smith take on that amazing West Indies bowling attack. Brave, but with a bit of flair. Great to watch as Dan Worrell comes into bowl again, replacing Jamie Overton. He's bowled an absolute beauty there. Lewis Goldsworthy is battling at the moment. Real good test of his technique and character here. I get a good sense that the Goldie's quite a scrapper. He's got a bit of scrap about him, but he's certainly being tested at the moment.
Alex Stewart, test runs, 8,463. Date of birth, 8/4/63. April the 8th, 1963. Merton, Surrey.
That is quite a thing. It looks like this pitch is picking up a bit of pace. You know, it's had the sun beating down on it now for an hour and a half. It's nice and warm here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. It looks like there's a bit more zip. That lacquer's off the ball. It's starting to swing. Real big test here for Somerset. 45 for 3 in the 23rd over. A strong bowling attack here from Surrey, even though they are a fraction under strength. Still very, very good. Lewis Goldsworthy battling hard here. One of those really frustrating times as a bowling and fielding group, I think. In Lewis Goldsworthy's 26 balls, I think he's played and missed at least 10 of them. Fortunately, he hasn't nicked one that's carried. He's going to have to really dig in here. Big half an hour before the lunch break. Surrey will be looking for probably 5 wickets, I'd say, the way they're bowling. If Somerset can keep them down to 3, I think they can go and breathe a sigh of relief, enjoy their lunch, give themselves a bit of hope this afternoon of posting a decent score. Dan Worrell in again, and Lewis Goldsworthy wafting outside off stump. I think that is the difference. I think when you've got someone that you would say has a really good, solid game plan and technique in 4-day cricket, that was very much a one-day shot. But in a one-day game, you wouldn't have 4 slips waiting to catch it. That was almost like a fiddle down to third man. Absolutely not the way to be going about it. He's going to nick one of those if he keeps playing those. Fishing. He's fishing for it. I would say that's better, Lewis. In behind it, nice straight bat, blocks it into the offside and picks up a single. That was much better. Good to see that he realised that the bit of fly fishing wasn't going to last too long. It's tough. I'm not saying it's easy.
How did you find the adjustment between the formats mid-season?
To be honest, I don't think I was. I would say that my strength as a cricketer was being a good ball striker. I always had a real confidence and belief that if I hit the ball sweet, it was going to go for 4 or 6. And I don't think I really tried to do too. I think I was game aware. I would understand that I'd probably just tweak it up a little bit for 50 overs, tweak it up a lot for T20. But I think fundamentally I played the same shots. I was always quite confident that if there was a seam bowler that bowled me a half volley and I wanted to belt it back over his head, I'd just do it. I don't think I try not to confuse it too much, really, because I think that's maybe, and I think there's, first and foremost, I think I had a bit of a confidence, a natural confidence, but also I was given confidence by my captain and my managers to play that way, Justin Langer, Andy Hurry in particular. They wanted me to be the aggressive player. They didn't want me to fiddle around and try and be something I wasn't. So, like I said, I always played knowing that, you know, I'm going to make the odd mistake because I'm not a Marcus Trescotty or a James Hildreth. I'm not a technically brilliant player that's going to bat for a day and a half. But I also realised that what I could do would take the occasional game away from the opposition, and that's what the management group at the time empowered me to do. So I've always felt very confident in these situations. If I was in 6-7, which is where I batted for the majority of my career, if Somerset were 35 for 5, 40 for 5, which we were a lot, I would come out and I would counter attack, and I knew I had the backing of the group, and I think that's you know, probably a lot of the reason why I'm sat here now and still get a few cheers when I walk around the ground, because I'd come out swinging when all hope was lost. So it was great for me. So to answer the question in a long-winded kind of way, I just played and backed myself.
Much to be said for it. This is squeezed down to third man. There's going to be a single out of it. Somerset edge closer to the 50 mark.
Yeah, there are different ways of going about it, though. You know, for someone like Lewis Goldsworthy, if he gets through this period now and gets a score today, this will do him so much so much good, because this is a real test. If he can keep grinding and get something out of it, get to lunch, be a huge boost for him, especially, you know, fill in the shoes of James Hildreth. That's not an easy thing for a young man to be doing.
Oh dear, he's left one and it's taken out. His off stump. It's the 4th wicket to go, and it's the wicket of Tom Banton. Gone for 12. It's a misjudgment by Banton, and Somerset remain in difficulty. 49 for 4.
I mean, that's a really good piece of bowling. I mean, he's bowled almost predominantly away swing, but that one's just swung back in, cannoned into the top of off stump. A misjudgment there from Tom Banton. I think that's again a work in progress for Bance. You know, that stick or twist sort of mentality. I don't feel like he's fully comfortable with this playing the long game style of playing that he's playing at the moment. You know, there's that fine balance again from what I was saying about backing yourself to strike the ball, which is what, let's face it, Tom Banton's an internationally recognised name for one reason, because he plays great shots. I'm not sure going so far back into your shell is the way forward. I get what he's trying to do, and it's admirable, absolutely, but I think there's got to be a balance. I mean, Tom Banton not playing a shot and getting bowled seems crazy, but just a misjudgment. Good piece of bowling, no doubt about that. Somerset struggling now, 49 for 4 here on day 1 at the Cooper Associates County Ground. A lot of work to be done this afternoon.
Yep, and Stephen Davis, hugely experienced, is the new batter out to join Lewis Goldsworthy. And Somerset need all his experience and savoir-faire at the moment. 49 for 4 as he takes guard. Left-handed, of course. Gus Atkinson has got into the wickets column for the first time. 1 for 12 his figures. And this will be the last ball of his 6th over. Left alone by Stephen Davies, averaging just under 17. Stephen Davies, just the 1/2 century. So by his standards, it's not been as prolific a season so far as he would like, but an important opportunity for him here, coming in with Somerset in a lot of trouble as Sam Dalling comes back in beside me.
Chance to turn it around for Stephen Davies. Stephen Lamb, Stephen Davies. Why not turn it around? He gets starts. He's so attractive. Looks wonderful to watch. Been impressed with the way that Lewis Goldsworthy's dug in, having kind of nicked 3 balls in a row for Jamie Overton. Off Jamie Overton, played with soft hands. Here's Worrell. What figures he's got so far. And again, soft hands from Goldsworthy. Cam Steele at Gully doing the fielding. Surrey's morning so far, Stephen, I think it's fair to say.
Yep, and some culpable batting, really, in terms of the wicket loss. Tom Abel would have been very disappointed with the stroke he played to an innocuous-looking ball, really.
I think that's the right word for it, isn't it? Wide of the crease, Worrell, head in hands. Goldsworthy just about keeps that one out. Keeps him at bay, but yeah, Abel.
Ben Green driving at a ball he could have left, and then the misjudgment just now from Tom Banton, playing no shot and losing his off stump.
Yeah, good bits of bowling. Mind, it was a good nut that from Gus Atkinson. And just a little bit of away shape from Clark. I did have another look at it, but yeah, could have left it alone. But making them play, that's what the Surrey attack have done so well. And Goldsworthy has played at that one. Squirts it away, but a great bit of fielding. Athletic stuff. I wonder if that's Ben Geddes. Geddes at point. I think it probably is. He's the only one. No, there's 2. Jamie Overton's got his jumper back on. Hashim Amla has got a jumper on, I think, has he? And Ben Geddes as well. Exciting young prospect at the top of the order in the side, having made 100 against the Sri Lanka Development 11 a couple of weeks ago down at Guildford. That game did have first-class status, so he may well open the batting.
And the other good thing about that piece of fielding was that he's on the practice pitch on the edge of the square. Sprawling stop.
There he is.
Did very well.
Had Will Jackson, Ryan Patel immediately ran over to give him high fives. Maybe he'll bat in the top order. I guess Burns and Patel will continue their opening partnership. You've got Jamie Smith, Hashim Amla will be coming at 3. Will Jackson, maybe in fact Kent Hezel. I keep pushing him down the order. I've started him opening, and in the space of 20 seconds, I've moved him down to about 6.
Oh, that was a wayward delivery. Did well to parry it, the keeper.
Yeah. A rare wayward one from Dan Worrell. Bit unfortunate for Jamie Smith, but that will go down as a buy-in. That's a 50 up for Somerset. 50 for 4 if you're just joining us here on the live stream this morning. Tom Abel won the toss. Decided to have a bat not quite gone the way they'd have hoped in this opening. What are we, hour and 45 minutes now, 25 overs through. So Steve Davies comes on to strike. The left-hander, 3 slips, becomes 4 as Cameron Steele moves across from gully, and Davies is off the mark immediately, tickling it around the corner.
Yes, the change of angle. It was angled across him, that delivery from round the wicket, just tucking it away neatly.
End of the over then, 51 for 4 Surrey. Plenty of action going on elsewhere. Full round of LV Insurance County Championship games. Yorkshire 55 for 1 against Hampshire. George Hill's 36 unbeaten. Adam Live, the man to fall for 19. Will Frayne has just come to the crease. He's yet to score. Warwickshire 74 for 3 against Lancashire. Big game that one. Davies, Sibley and Yates all out. George Balderson's picked up a couple of wickets.
Atkinson's going to continue. Meantime, and that almost found a way through. That was off the inside edge of Davies' bat. But in the end, squirts out to gully. Yeah, as things stand, Somerset might well be wondering whether the right decision was made at the toss. 4 wickets having fallen already in this session. Another 20 minutes or so to go before the lunch interval. Be desperate to get through to that without further damage. That's slanting across Stephen Davies. Been probing this Surrey attack all morning.
Yeah, they're excellent. Sign of the strength of them, really. You know, the number of players they're missing to still be able to put out a side like this, and so much that's come through their academy as well. You know, they get a lot of stick, Surrey, for bringing players in, and they do bring players in. They bring the right players in, but there's also an awful lot of talent come up through their academy pathway.
Played into the covers this time. Wicket apiece for each of the 4 bowlers used so far this morning. Dan Worrell the most economical, 1 for 5 from 8. And Jordan Clark 1 for 20. Jamie Overton 1 for 12. And Gus Atkinson also 1 for 12. Just checked the stroke, and I thought he played that on the offside, Stephen Davies. Got bright sunshine and a stiff breeze here at Taunton. The visitors having the better of things at the moment.
Yeah, just been down on the deck. It's a bit nippier than I thought it was going to be this morning. I thought it was going to be a beautiful day, but that wind is strong. So fair play to what must be, I reckon, Stephen, well over 1,000 in the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Yeah, it might be pushing up towards 2,
I think you could be right there, because the Marcostroscopic Pavilion is quite full, the family stand is quite full. There's good numbers all around the ground. LV Insurance County Championship cricket is alive and well as Jordan Clark just gets sent back at deep square leg.
Good judgment. The bowler doesn't necessarily agree with that, but he's got the double teapot. But Davies survives, and Atkinson's 7th over comes to an end. Excellent figures, those of 1 for 12, as the batters confer mid-pitch.
There we are. Some canines in behind the Suave Owl sign. You've seen those? The players are decked out in those suits this year. They look excellent. I bet Peter Trigo wishes he was still around for those suits they get. Oh, yeah, very gentle dog.
Yeah, the dog looks...
Worrell just fires that one through. Goldsworthy tried to tickle it around the corner, but didn't get anything on it. In the 44, Lewis Goldsworthy in his long sleeve, super young player. Hasn't quite gone his way in the county championship. I remember watching his debut, made 40 odd unbeaten against Middlesex here, just as Tim Murty was ticking over, but hasn't quite made the volume of runs he would have hoped. But very exciting young player, and I think he's going to be a mainstay of this Somerset side across formats for years to come, as Worrell just swings one across him. Good zip from Worrell, isn't it? He moves it both ways. There's not much wrong with him as a bowler.
He's class. Strongly built. Angular approach to the wicket. But he bowls very little that's loose.
Bit of extra lift. This is good from Lewis Goldsworthy. So much to be said about leaving alone when you don't need to play in this format of the game. Has he been there? 40 balls now for his 8. Just needs to bat time. Surrey will love what we got. 12 minutes till lunchtime, so perhaps another 3 overs. Stephen, maybe wouldn't they love to make this 5?
That's well played. Got everything behind that. Lewis Goldsworthy intent on denying Surrey that additional breakthrough. 4 is quite bad enough for the first session of the game. And the crowd, many of them sun-hatted, fully engaged. But
happy to leave that one alone, Goldsworthy.
Yeah, they won't have liked everything they've seen this morning.
No, but there'll be good numbers down from Surrey there, I suspect. They've got a huge membership. It's brilliant to see Surrey flourishing. Is it over 15,000 they've got signed up at the Kia Oval? Very well supported, Surrey, and they'd have a good travelling army of fans too. So they'll be delighted with, I mean, well, they must look at, I'm sure Taunton is one of the games that people look at and think, well, 4 days in the West Country, that'll be quite good fun as an away day. Pushed straight to Amla. So end of the over then, 27 gone. It will be of no surprise to anyone that it's another maiden for Dan Worrell. Somerset 51 for 4.
Yeah, it's about hanging in there at the moment, isn't it, for Somerset? Just clinging on through until that lunch interval. But Somerset have been struggling all morning. They won the toss, and Surrey have been asking questions from the word go.
Number 8,
Jordan Clark was one of the new ball attack first up, and he's coming on for a second spell now. Shared the new ball with Dan Worrell, in fact, earlier on.
Yeah, I wondered if he might change ends, because he just looked to be struggling with his run-up a little bit, and that shoulder needs loosening up, but he's back at the same end.
Starts off down the leg side. Davies not interested in engaging with that. Got a few wispy clouds overhead. We've had spells of sunshine this morning. There's no great threat of rain on any day of this 4-day game. Forecast looks very good. That's straighter. Defended pretty comfortably. That slip cordon's been in place all the way through this session. 3 and a gully. Fine-ish gully for Surrey. Again, watchful defence from the Somerset wicketkeeper.
Yeah, his natural game is quite an attacking one, isn't it, Stephen Davies? So I'm sure he'll still will go after, particularly the short, wide ones. Likes that. I'm a bit surprised because they'll know him well, Surrey, from his time down at the club. You often see a kind of cover point and a point in for Steve Davies, because that is where he likes to score a lot of his runs.
Going up to mid-off. This time, Rory Burns is the fielder, as evidenced by the ponytail.
Brilliant player, Rory Burns, isn't he? Idiosyncratic in his ways. Not necessarily, I can't imagine many textbooks teach young batters to play that way, but it's certainly effective.
It's quite far across to play that to mid-wicket. Stephen Davies. Hashim Amla with the trademark sun hat. Just a bit of a chat about field placings between bowler and captain, which results in square leg being sent out much deeper. Another over is complete, 51 for 4.
Yeah, Davies likes the short ball, so they're just like tempting him in. Not thinking about tempting him in, or there haven't been too many bumpers yet. Stellar record for Surrey Davies, 101 red ball games for them. 6,355 runs at 42 with 1,500. So arguably that, he's been very good for Somerset too, but the prime of his career played at the Oval. So Worrell to continue, perhaps the last over before lunch from the River End, 4 slips waiting. Slightly wayward again. You can see, oh, it's beautiful. Now, no haze over the hills anymore. It's glorious here down in Taunton. Most of the crowd bathed in sunshine, slightly misleading because it is a bit nippy with the wind.
Yeah, there'll probably be a few walkers up there today, I should think, up on the Quantox. Pleasant day for it. Nothing as pleasant as coming here to watch cricket, though.
Bit of late swing there. Jamie Smith does well, tumbling in front of Jamie Overton at first slip, who's down, just going through a few exercises. Don't think we'll see him again before lunch. He would have been ticking bowl really well, wouldn't he? As I heard you say, should have had should have been on 2 for 4. Instead was 1 for 8. I think now Erkin did get Tom Abel though, which he will have enjoyed. Worrell, who has just been relentless this morning. 9.5 overs he's through. 5 maidens, 1 for 5. Superb stuff. That's Surrey family in the driving seat so far here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Other game that we haven't mentioned yet in the First Division is Gloucestershire. West Country rivals. They're up at St Lawrence Ground in Kent. They were in a bit of trouble. Matt Milnes, 3 early-ish wickets, but they're now 107 for 3. Miles Hammond, 37 not out, and Glenn Phillips, 28 unbeaten. There's a few players that are kind of come over for the Blast, but are playing in this round of the championship. Wherever he finds Geddes at point.
That's a bottom of the table clash. Gloucestershire and Kent, the 2 sides who are below Somerset in the table.
Not had a great time of it, either of those teams. I mean, obviously, as bottom of the table clash dictates that, but yeah, it's just Gloucestershire have surprised me a little bit as to how poor they've been. I think they had plenty of injuries, haven't they? I did think they'd do a bit better.
Yeah, they've been unlucky with injuries.
Yeah. Bowler-wise, particularly, haven't they? Oh, and Dan Worrell's a bit unlucky with that one. Squares Goldsworthy up. Is he going to get 4? No, he's not. I think Cam Steele has done really well. It's a short boundary down to 3rd in front of the family stand. Chased it all the way. Keeps it to 2. Looks like we are going to get one more over before lunch then. 53 for 4, Somerset.
Yeah, 12:59 on the electronic clock on the scoreboard, which I'm presuming the umpires are going by. The Colin Atkinson Pavilion analogue clock is a bit slower.
You've got eagle eyes, Stephen. Yeah, I haven't spotted that. You said that, and I thought, well, where is that? I can't see it. But you're absolutely right in the bottom left.
So 1 more for Jordan Clark.
Not a bad over rate, given there's been no spin there, to get through 30, actually, and with 5 wickets having fallen.
2 men out deep on the leg side. And in fact, Davies has found the 1 man who's on the 1 on that side, Hashim Amla. Played that a little bit squarer, that'd have been a comfortable single. Again, comfortably defended by Davies. So just 4 more deliveries of the session to survive. That. More words from the skipper to the bowler, probably of encouragement, maybe an idea or 2. Mixture of bat and pad, I fancy there, from Stephen Davies. On just the single, Goldsworthy has 10. Leave. So very much Surrey's morning here, after Somerset chose to bat. 4 of the top order gone. Ben Green for 13, Tom Lammonby for 5, Tom Abel for 1, and Tom Banton for 12. Rather a sorry looking scorecard at the moment. There'll be a single here out to one of those two deep fielders on the leg side, which will put Davis onto 2, and the total up to 54 for 4. So wickets shared between the 4 bowlers used. Outstanding from Dan Worrell, 1 for 7 from 10 overs. Jordan Clark, 1 for 20 from 8. Jamie Overton was quick and accounted for Tom Abel, 1 for 12 from 5. And Gus Atkinson, 1 for 12 from 7. So Somerset 54 for 4 at lunch.
Yep, we're going to leave you for about 40 minutes or so. We're going to leave you with some action on the screen. This game, Somerset versus Surrey, is the club's inclusion game. So each of the first 3 days, there's going to be a little bit of action on the outfield at lunchtime, and day 1 belongs to the Super Ones and street cricket. Well, what are the Super Ones? I hear you, well, I know you know this, Stephen, but for people that aren't aware, it's a programme funded by the Lord's Taverners. What an organisation that is, and it ensures that young people with disabilities between the ages of 12 and 25 have a chance to play regular cricket. So they've teamed up with the Somerset Cricket Foundation to run 7 Super Ones hubs around the county. I know a lot of the players as well on the Somerset staff are always down getting involved in that. So we're going to have youngsters from the 7 hubs, Bath, Bristol, Bridgewater, Street, Taunton, Western, Supermare and Yeovil here today. Wow, the whole of Somerset represented, and then there's also the street cricket hubs as well, and that's Chance to Shine, another fine charitable organisation there for youngsters between the age of 9 and 11, taking place in Bridgewater, Yeovil, Western, Supermare. So it's all about ensuring that everybody, whatever age, whatever level, gets the chance to play cricket. So it'll be brilliant to see them. So I can just see them lining up down in front of Gimlet's Hill, and they're going to be out on the outfield very shortly. We'll be back with you in about 40 minutes, but you'll be able to see them in action on the stream.
This match has been designated as our annual inclusion match. The event is run in conjunction with the Somerset Cricket Foundation and is a way of recognising all fantastic achievements of those with a disability or additional needs who play cricket in the county, plus the support parents, carers and coaches provide along the way. To mark the occasion, we'll be holding a number of demonstrations on the outfield during the lunch intervals of this game. Today we have the Super Ones and street cricket. Tomorrow, Somerset Disabled Cricket Club and walking cricket. Day 3, we have Somerset Visually Impaired Cricket Club and the community groups and schools. So we'll be getting set up very shortly for the Super Ones and street cricket. I'll bring more details about what you can see in front of you when it starts in just a few minutes' time. We're delighted to announce that King's College and King's Hall School are sponsoring this fixture. Designated Centre of Cricketing Excellence, King's College has produced a number of Somerset players, including Josh Butler, Eddie Byron, Alex Barrow, Craig Machede, James Regan and Nathan Gilchrist. Current first 11 players, Tom Banton and Will Smith, are also former students, while James Rue and George Thomas, who made their Somerset This Day debuts in 2021, are current pupils. So thank you to our match sponsors for this game, King's College and King's Hall School. We'd very much like to thank our principal county championship partner, WPA Health Insurance. They're based only a few miles away from us here at the ground. WPA look after the healthcare of hundreds of thousands of people across the UK, from families to some of the UK's most well-known companies. Delighted that many of their representatives are with us today. They have a gazebo in our St James Street car park. They'd like to pop along and have a chat with WPA Health Insurance, our principal county championship partner. And you also to our ground naming rights partner, Cooper Associates again. They're an award-winning mortgage advisors and financial consultants with their head office just across the road on St James Street here in Taunton. Let's take a look at other scores from around the country. Let's start off, first of all, with day 3 of the Test match at Trent Bridge. New Zealand, of course, applying to New Zealand's 553. England are 195 for 2 at lunch. 195 for 2 at lunch. The not-out batsman Ollie Pope on 84. Joe Root, who's currently on 35. Let's move into the LV Insurance County Championship. First of all, the Division 1 games. Let's start at Edgbaston. Warwickshire 83 for 3 against Lancashire. At the Spitfire ground, Gloucestershire 114 for 3 against Kent. At the Aegeus Bowl, Yorkshire 68 for 1 against Hampshire. Into Division 2, Leicestershire 129 for 2 against Nottinghamshire. Sussex 97 for 2 against Glamorgan. Durham 105 for 1 against Worcestershire, and Middlesex 83 for 3 against Derbyshire at Queen's Park. So, as promised, let me explain what we're looking at on the outfield during this lunch interval. First of all, let me tell you about Super Ones. Super Ones is a program funded by the Lord Cabinet, which gives young people with a disability aged between 12 and 25 a chance to play regular competitive cricket. By creating community cricket hubs where young people can receive coaching, we give participants the chance to compete against their peers and enjoy the benefits of playing sport. Across the county, Somerset Cricket Foundation runs 7 Super Ones hubs in Bath, Bristol, Bridgewater, Street, Taunton, Weston-super-Mare and Yeovil. Sessions are free to attend and they run every week. Today we have young people representing all of our hubs and we're very pleased to be here today, wowing you with their skills. Let's give them a round of applause. Our youngsters taking part in Super Ones today. In addition to the Super Ones playing on the outfield, we also have young people from our 3 street cricket clubs. Our Chance to Shine. Our 3 street cricket clubs are for young people aged between 9 and 11, currently take place in Bridgewater, Yeovil and Weston-super-Mare. Somerset Cricket Foundation feels that every child, no matter where they live, should have the opportunity to play cricket. The majority of street cricket participants do not belong to traditional cricket clubs. Recently, a number of those involved travelled to Gloucestershire to take part in regional street cricket competition. For many, this was their first taste of competitive cricket. The young people here today are impressing you with the skills they've been learning. Let's hear it for the Street Cricket Hubs. So while you're watching all of our youngsters taking part on the outfield, let me tell you that the Somerset Cricket Foundation exists to support, grow and diversify grassroots cricket, as well as to use the power of cricket to develop communities and make a really positive difference to people's lives. If you want to find out more about the foundation and how you can get involved or support, please come and find Steve Gass, who will be behind the family stand for a short while after the end of the lunch interval. That's the Somerset Cricket Foundation. Steve Gass will be behind the family stand just after the end of the lunch interval. Cooper Associates County Ground. Our Chief Executive, Gordon Hollins, will be answering questions put to him in the county room tomorrow evening, 20 minutes after completion of the play. Members of the Somerset County Cricket Club, welcome to attending the event. Your membership cards will be required to gain entry. So that's a Q&A with Chief Executive Gordon Hollins, 20 minutes after the completion of play tomorrow. Day 2 of the game, of course, in the county room. We've just launched our half-season membership, which will give you access to the ground for up to 16 days of cricket. Half-season membership includes 3 county championship matches and 4 Royal London Cup games. For more information, please visit our website. Tickets for our big Vitality Blast derby against Gloucestershire on Friday, June the 17th, of course, are now sold out. It's going to be a fantastic atmosphere here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. There is still a way that you can see the action. We have 2 special hospitality offerings available for the match. We have a ticket and curry special, where you can enjoy a curry and guaranteed allocated category seat here at the ground. This package costs £43 for adults, £20.50 for students, and £17.50 for young adults. We also have that package available for £15 for under 16. So you can see the game and you can enjoy a curry as well. Cooper Associates County Ground for this match. Representatives from WPA will be visible around the ground during the game with information on the services that they can provide for you, and also handing out some fun giveaways, which they're doing right now in the St James Street car park at their WPA Health Insurance Gazebo. You're passing through the car park, then have a chat with WPA Health Insurance, and then you pick up one of their free giveaways. And they're situated right next to the ice cream van, which many of you on one side of the ground may not have seen. It's situated in the St James Street car park. Why not pop over? The queue is very short at the moment, so if you fancy an ice cream, then pop over just to the left-hand side of the Marcus Gothic Pavilion. And we'd like to thank all the youngsters who've taken part in our lunchtime displays on the outfield, our Super Ones, and also our street cricket clubs. Great to see so many of you in action today, out in the middle there, and we hope that you continue to enjoy your cricket as the summer goes on. So let's hear it one more time for the Super Ones and the street cricket clubs. Don't forget the tickets for our home matches, including the women's test match here, which we're very much looking forward to staging, England versus South Africa. We also have England Lions versus South Africa here this summer. All those tickets are currently available and can be purchased via our website or from reception in the Marcus Gothic Pavilion. Taunton Area Committee is holding a Royal Ascot Ladies' Day in the county room here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, coming up this Thursday, June the 16th. The event begins at 12 o'clock and includes an arrival drink, a 2-course cold meat lunch, afternoon tea. Tickets for the event cost just £30 per person, and they're available for members of the Taunton Area Committee. Please welcome back our match umpires Ben Debenham and Neil Pratt. Very good afternoon, gentlemen. The Surrey team are led back out by Captain Rory Burns.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Lunch has been finished almost. The man next to me is halfway through his sausage roll. Sam Dallin.
Hey, Sam, I'm an athlete. I don't eat things like sausage rolls.
It's an optical illusion, is it, Triggs? It's your birthday. You're allowed a cheat day on your birthday,
Exactly
surely.
Exactly right. I've had a cheat 6 months, so unfortunately, and I have to get back into the gym with Darren Vaness very soon. Shed this winter plumage that I haven't quite got rid of yet, but then again, I don't have to bowl 25 overs a day anymore. So,
Right, although golfers are athletes these days as well, Triggs. So if you're just joining us, day one of Somerset versus Surrey in the LV Insurance County Championship. Tom Abel won the toss a couple of hours ago, elected to have a bat. Hasn't gone Somerset's way, 54 for 4. They are Green, Lammonby, Abel, Banton all back in the pavilion. So that means Lewis Goldsworthy and Stephen Davies, former Surrey man, on their way back out into the middle. It's going to be Davies on strike, unbeaten on 2. Goldsworthy will be at the non-striker's end on 10. And it looks to me, Triggs, like young Jamie Overton is going to be opening up from the river end.
yeah, he certainly is. He's unlucky not to have a couple more wickets to his tally, but beautifully this morning. Steve Davis fends through the gully region. He'll pick up a couple of runs first ball. A flurry of runs. They were hard to come by in the first session. The Surrey bowlers were on song and the Somerset batters were found wanting. But Goldsworthy battled hard, and so too Steve Davis. The strike rates aren't there at the moment, but it's just about trying to get through this ball that's still moving around in the air and off the pitch. 30 overs old now. Still offering for the bowler, so quite a challenging afternoon set in store for the Somerset batters, even though the sun is shining. Welcome to the crease. Steve Davis, one whizzes past his lug hole there. He would have sniffed the leather, as they used to say. Nice and aggressive start from Jamie Overton. Saw Jeff Arnold earlier walking up the stairs, working for the ECB, having a look at the young blood. I'm pretty sure he's got his eye on Jamie Overton this afternoon, so it'll be interesting to see if he can get himself into those England squads over the next few months. As he strays onto the pads there, into the hip, and Steve Davis with his wonderful cultured hands doesn't miss out on that. He flicks it off of his thigh pad down to the fine leg boundary. Too fine for fine leg to cut it off. 4 runs.
Yeah, you can't bowl it. Steve Davies there. I think Jamie is having a great season, Jamie Overton. I mean, in the T20 format, he's almost a batter these days. I think he had a difficult year last year because there's all the talk about the number of bowlers England have had injured. Had he had a half-decent year last year, I think he may well have been in the conversation for the test at the start of this summer, but you can't really pick someone on the back of just 2 or 3 games, can you?
Yeah, exactly right. Even though the one ball that I did mention earlier was a cracker, and I got told off on WhatsApp because I didn't realise it was to our very own Matt Renshaw. Matt Renshaw is led on his hotel bed somewhere in Sri Lanka watching our live stream. Hello, Renners. Hope you're well, mate. And it was a good seed, to be fair, mate. Don't feel bad about getting out to that, but hopefully not too many more of those this afternoon from Jamie Overton.
Yeah, as you said, we'll feel a little unlucky not to have a couple. Had a catch put down off Tom Banton when he was on just 5. Dan Worrell, who himself was absolutely superb this morning. 10 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 7 for the man they call Frankie. Comes in off that really wide run-up. Not too dissimilar to your run-up, actually.
Love a wide run-up, mate. All the guys used to take the mick out of me for my wide run-up, but it served me all right. It certainly served Dan Worrell well as Steve Davis pushes through a vacant point area. He's going to pick up another couple of runs, maybe 3 if they fancy it. Young Goldsworthy was probably keen. Steve Davis maybe not so much. They'll settle for 2. Somerset move on to 62 for 4.
Yeah, not sure Davies was ever fancying 3, was the, bless him, keen from Goldsworthy.
Yeah, Davos has had a few weeks out. He's probably been in the nets working on his red ball skills while the rest of the lads are playing in the blast. hopefully that'll pay dividends today. Davis moving on to 10 runs, playing nicely as he clips Jamie Overton off his pads, and that will nearly make it all the way to the boundary. Reeled in just before the line, another couple of runs. So really nice start from Somerset. First morning out, or afternoon, first over after the afternoon, in the afternoon session. The sun is really beating down now. In any other scenario other than 64 for 4, this would be a cracking afternoon to have a bat here at Taunton.
Yeah, 10 off the over there for Steve Davies, so some real positive intent. Jamie Overton started with, I think it was the second ball, wasn't it? That really well-directed bouncer, but didn't quite get his line of length right to Steve Davies. Ball on his pads, ball outside off stump with a little bit of back of a length. Steve Davies will punish you. Jordan Clark going to continue then, or come back, start this session from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. It's where he's bowled his 8 overs so far. 1 for 21 he's got, including the first man to fall. Ben Green for 13. 3 slips in. Overton Jacks. There's a little bit of late away swing. Means Jamie Smith has to tumble away to his right. Good. I'm looking forward to seeing Jamie Smith bat. Actually, I think he got 100 on his first class debut in a game you were playing in, I believe.
The game where Ollie Pope also got a massive score, and it was about 45 degrees and a sandstorm in Dubai. Yeah, it was a miserable day.
Was it just a day in the dirt, that, or was it more like two?
It was a day and a half watching two very fine young batters dominate proceedings. Stuart Broad was captain of the MCC that day, and he did me a favour. I said, Stu, I'm not really keen on bowling my little phantom away swingers onto these two, and he gave me a couple of sparing spells. Thanks, Stuart, for that.
Pushed into the offside tip. Ben Geddes. No, it's not. It's Cameron Steele at backward point. Forgive me. Players, most of them started with their jumpers on, all bar Amla. Jamie Overton, who's down at third, have taken them off. So it is beautifully sunny, a nippy wind. Amazing crowd in, as there always is here for 4-day cricket.
It was amazing seeing how many people walking through Taunton High Street, having a little break from the cricket, going to grab themselves a little bite to eat or a coffee in town, stretching their legs. Always nice to see Taunton nice and vibrant. This ground certainly brings a lot to the area. Taunton Vision, Somerset County Cricket Club, very much a major draw for this town.
Were you a regular at the sandwich shop? It used to be called Panavan when I was a kid, on the corner. Is that one of your spots?
Do you know what? There's two places. There's a petrol station on the A road on the way from Weston to Burnham, and Panavan, now called Wickets.
Fuller.
I would love the amount of money I've spent in those two places back. I think I would be retiring to a little island somewhere if I could.
Because of lockdown, so I live in London, you're forced to shop. You shop in the local shops. So I didn't think I'd get to 32 years old, and if I checked my bank statement, Londis would be the place I spent the most money.
Londis, rock and roll that, mate. Gee. I thought Aldinio was a low point, but I got quite accustomed to old Aldi and Lidl over the lockdown.
Fantastic shops.
And purely because they're the shortest queues and the most efficient staff that got you in and out the shops. Because there was nothing worse than like the winter time during the COVID period when you had to wait outside. It was 1 in, 1 out in the shop and freezing cold. Didn't enjoy that so much, and the Somerset batters aren't enjoying this either. The impressive Jordan Clark getting a bit of late movement away, and he's bowled that wobble seam delivery back into Goldsworthy, but he's equal to it. Really impressed with how Lewis Goldsworthy battled through. Had a really tough start. Looked like those first 3 balls he faced from Jamie Overton, he could have nicked all 3 of them. In fact, he did nick 2 of them, but they dropped short of the fielder. Got away with it, but he's scrapped hard. I do hear that Goldie's got quite a tough, nuggety character, a la Rolf van der Merwe, certainly in that mould, you know. Short of stature, but very large in fight.
Yeah, I like to think his head stays a little bit more still when he bats, though, Lewis Goldsworthy. And maybe he doesn't end up on the floor. He's played some amazing shots, Van der Merwe, doesn't he, where he ends up in one direction, the ball's gone in another one.
Yeah, he's like one of he's like one of them Churchill dogs in the back of a car. His head moving all over the place, body, limbs going everywhere, and all of a sudden you'll see a flash of cricket ball flying over to the boundary. So yeah, it always brings a lot of entertainment.
Is that where Swerve comes from?
Merv, Swerve. Yeah, I don't think there's anything more to read into it than that.
No.
Bulldog, that's one of his nicknames, isn't it?
Deep square leg out for Davies from Overton.
Yeah, a bit of a sign of intent there. Set the field for some slightly more hostile bowling. I always think that on a pitch like this with a score like that, if someone of the class of Jamie Overton's going to bouncer, I think that's a bit of a Somerset win. It's very early. I know we got 10 runs off his first over, but if he goes bouncer, not using the attributes that are out there for him, I think that could be a win. Because one thing that bowling a lot of bouncers does is it wears the ball out. Lots of cross-seam deliveries that rough up both sides of the ball. So
yeah, it was noticeable before lunch that they didn't bowl any, because often you see sides, and Surrey will know Davies really well because he had a fine record there and he was there for what, 6 or 7 years. But quite often in the Championship you see sides start with a cover point and a point to Davies, because that's where he gets a lot of the runs, and sometimes they can be in the air. But with Worrell and Clark before lunch, they didn't have that, and I thought, oh, why? But then it was because they were just trying to pitch it up and swing it around, because that's how they've got their early success.
yeah, I think there looks like there's a ploy. Obviously, I think if there was a criticism, not that this is a criticism of bowling of Davos, as I have done before when he used to play for Worcester or Surrey, I think you kind of give him a couple of short ones, because if anything, he doesn't have a massive stride forward, and that's why he hits a lot of his cover drives in the air and through that cover point region, because he doesn't get a massive stride forward. Got a beautiful bat swing, but sometimes if you can just pin him back with a couple of short balls, you can then sort of get him into a drive where his feet aren't quite as engaged in the shot. And that's probably, I would imagine, the tactic that Surrey are going for at the moment. Like I said, there's a lot of people on that field that will know Steve Davis very, very well.
Yeah, quality cricketer though, isn't he? Played a bit of white ball cricket for England. Fine career. Still one of the, I said it before, one of the best wicket keepers on the circuit. You just don't notice him because he barely does anything wrong.
Yeah, silky hands as Davos. Great man to have in the dressing room as well. Really good company. Very witty fella.
Switch to around the wicket, and Gully just takes a step to his right. It's Cam Steele in there. So Patel at first, Jacks at second, Dan Worrell at third, and Cam Steele at Gully.
Well bowled, Jamie Overton. Fast, hostile. Steve Davis having a little think about playing that, but withdraws the bat at the right time. I think we need to have a conversation about our sight screen at the top end. I am going to throw a request out there. Anyone who owns a large sailboat with a used white sail, can you please send it to Somerset County Cricket Clubs? It is very holy at the moment. Our it's very, very sort of tired looking. I think that might have been here for a very, very long time. Time for an upgrade. So any sailors out there, anyone into regattaing or whatever it's called, send us your unused white sails, please.
Yeah, you're a man that goes on the road a lot, I suspect, to play golf. If you turned up at a hotel and your sheets were like that, you'd be not so happy, would you?
Yeah, that would be disturbing if they looked like that. I've got to be honest.
I'm reliably informed there is a new one on its way.
Oh, that's good to hear. Is it coming from any kind of vessel, or is it actually a sight?
It's being sailed over as we speak. It's definitely a double purpose. It's very big. It's got width and length, in fairness to it. It just
definitely more than a double king size.
It is. It is. You'd have to really tuck in under the bed, wouldn't you?
It's amazing that, isn't it? When you in the designing of the Ian Botham stand, as it is behind most of the wickets, it's quite an extraordinary thing to think that you'd spend a couple of £1 million on a building that's going to predominantly be a sight screen, and you're not allowed to sit in it. It's extraordinary, really.
Clark around the wicket to Davies, who fends one. That's that shot we were talking about. It was just back of a length. It was safe enough in the end because he just lifted it over Dan Worrell. I keep wanting to call him Frankie. So maybe a very tall fourth slip Gully might have been in action, but as it is, it's 4 more runs to Steve.
Very
Davis.
good piece of bowling there. Jordan Clark, he's a way swinger from round the wicket. Quite a challenge for a left-hander, and again, Steve Davis has kind of got his feet stuck in the crease there. He's faced a bit of a barrage of short pitch bowling, so his feet aren't moving so well. He's got away with that one. Got 4 runs from it.
Leave that one alone. Yeah, the Botham stand, not my favourite of the stands. I mean, it doesn't face the pitch either, which is another negative mark on it.
Yeah, it is a funky angle, isn't it?
Looks at the Ondarche almost.
Yeah. I mean, I would imagine that's something to do with the perimeter of the owned land and the river and the walkway behind it would have probably dictated its shape, I guess. I can remember.
Beats the outside edge there, just lack of foot movement, and swung away late, and Davis gets away with one.
I can remember when that was built, that Ian Botham stand, and it would have been around the turn of the millennium. I don't know the exact date, maybe 2000, 2001, somewhere around there. I can remember a lot of the ex-players. This is how much the game's changed. I'm pretty sure I can remember definitely Michael Burns wheelbarrowing in sand and cement and labouring on the bricklayers that actually built that. I mean, how could you imagine Tom Banton or Will Speed labouring in the winters?
I would get, if I was going to get one of those two to wheelbarrow in, it would be Will Smeed. There it is. So there it is, hand built by Mike Burns.
Yeah, a number of ex-players actually have laid bricks. I know Andy Caddick would have done a bit of work on it, or to earn a bit of cash in the winter instead of playing IPLs, big bashes, and all those different competitions. We'd be landscape gardening, labouring. Rob Turner used to work for a stockbroking firm. All sorts of jobs that we always used to do in the winter.
Did Peter Bowler train to be a lawyer? Was he doing that?
I think he was training to be a lawyer or a solicitor or something along those lines. Yeah, something quite highbrow.
What were your winters? Equally highbrow, bit of football?
No, I did play a bit of football, but I used to work as work with a local builder doing all his carpentry woodwork, which I still do now, which is very enjoyable.
Oh, again, pushed at that one, Stephen Davies. Jordan Clark, good over there from him. 71 for 4, Somerset, 34 overs gone.
Yeah, nice piece of bowling there from Jordan Clark, but yeah, very, very different to the second half of my career in terms of what you do in the winters, and definitely different to what the youngsters do now. All good fun though, all good fun.
Yeah, it certainly was.
Tell you what, with the amount of time they're taking building the new Gimlets Hill, they could do with a few lads helping out down there to speed it up. Come on, we want a nice full house, don't we? Get it done. Get the crowds in.
Hampshire game, I think. Hampshire T20 game. The club are eyeing that one up. Send a message to Daz. See if a few of the Surrey boys. They brought a 15-man squad down. There might be a few that could hand out.
Well, looking at Daz's biceps earlier, he could carry a hod of bricks, no problem. As Lewis Goldsworthy plays and misses another Jamie Overton delivery. He's bowling very nicely at the moment. Jamie O.
Was he one of the first, Daz, to bring that kind of strength and conditioning fitness into the county game?
Yeah, I would imagine he would have been one of the very early sort of full-time trainers. I think it was literally like trainer, and then Daz sort of evolved the role and then educated himself, and he's got master's degrees in strength and conditioning, and he's a super intelligent man. Great fun to have around, but he's very highly knowledgeable. So yeah, I mean he started here. He started at the club as a masseur and used to run the warm-ups, and then all of a sudden it was warm-ups, and then he'd be around doing the winter training, and the role just became more and more full on. And now every county in the country has 2, 3, 4 full-time conditioning coaches getting the boys fit and strong for their jobs. Jamie Overton charges in again, and he was one of the freaks, like the two Overton boys, when we were all doing the winter weight training, and it just enormous amounts of weight those boys used to be able to lift and throw around the gym.
Even Craig, because you can see on Jamie's the bulky one, but Craig is slighter of build but still has that power.
Craig had a real sort of good technique for the weightlifting and the gym stuff. Both very strong boys, and obviously competed against each other in the gym as well. So I can't remember one of them being stronger than the others. I just remember them both being freakishly strong.
Surrey going well here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. They've got Somerset 4 down, and a Surrey player is going well up at Trent Bridge as well. Ollie Pope, 100 not out, batting at free, moved there at the start of the series. All the talent in the world. That young lad hasn't quite perhaps shown the best of himself in Test cricket yet, but he's still only 24 and he's got his second Test 100. really testing stuff from Jamie Overton, just back of a length, and Goldsworthy pulls away from it very last minute and steps away. Doesn't want to get involved in any verbals of the bowler or any kind of staring contest, but this is high quality stuff from Jamie Overton, as it has been from all the Surrey bowlers so far. Not gone with a frontline spinner in this game, no Amir Verdi, so just about keeps that one out.
If Cam Steele bowls a bit of leg break,
Yeah.
I saw him warming up earlier. It's a bit of a subplot between the Overton and Goldsworthy, a Devonian and a Cornishman doing battle. I know in the minor counties cricket and on that sort of scene, there's no love lost between the two minor counties.
Sorry, go on.
I was just saying one of the really good things that I believe Somerset County Cricket Club have done over the last decade. You know, it was quite a fractious relationship between, in particular, Cornwall and Somerset now. You know, Somerset's catchment area going all the way down into Cornwall, and those relationships are building and getting all the young talent from quite a big area now. Lots of good quality cricket played in Devon and Cornwall, and now, you know, really starting to show the fruits of those youngsters and that player pool. You know, losing Chris Reed, one of the names that springs to mind. You know,
Someone like Jake Libby was down there and wasn't given a look in anywhere.
of course, yeah. So now it's really important for Somerset County Cricket Club in their future to get into that talent pool.
Clark then continues around the wicket to Davies, floats one up, and Davies, that's where he's at his very best. Classy stroke, just leaned into that all the way along the floor, 4 runs past backward point.
Just brings a smile to the face seeing Steve Davis play a cover drive. That's an absolutely stunning shot. He's hardly touched it, but it races off of the bat. Beautiful hands, beautiful timing. 4 more runs. He's raced on to 21. Somerset now 75 for 4. A little bit of a rear guard action here. Need a couple of hours of these two together. Jordan Clark's running again to Steve Davis, who watchfully defends back down the wicket.
So Lewis Gregory's probably one of the first ones to come up through that Cornwall-Devon link, really, and the 2 Overton to no Gregory's Devon. I was going to ask you, because I've heard some pros have said that actually minor counties cricket is some of the most competitive stuff out there. I've heard a couple of people almost compare it to grade cricket out in Australia, just because there's a bit of needle in it, as opposed to maybe 2s cricket and club cricket.
Yeah, I think that's a fair shout. I have played second team cricket in the early part of my career. Was very strong, very competitive, and I feel like that's the gulf between second team cricket and first team cricket now is quite vast. And I think minor counties is. I think it is fair to say that the minor counties has bridged that gap. There's a lot of ex-pros playing in it, good young talented players. So yeah, I would say that certain minor counties teams would certainly give a lot of county second 11s a serious run for their money, as Jordan Clark bowls an absolute beauty there against Steve Davis. Yeah, I played a bit of cricket early on in my career. I played for Herefordshire, I played a bit for Devon, played a little bit for Cornwall as well. Really enjoyed it. It was good cricket. I mean, playing for Devon in particular, played on some great wickets down at Sidmouth and Seaton, and it was brilliant playing down there.
Lovely ground down at Seaton, Exmouth as well. Deep square leg goes out. And they were always, I mean, I miss the old C&G trophy style tournaments.
The banana skin. The banana skin for all the first class counties.
Yeah, must have hated that. You're on a hiding to nothing. Was it the year Somerset won it? I think, did they go to Cambridgeshire?
Well, the one that I always remember, because I know a lot of the blokes involved in Cornish cricket, I know whenever you used to play at Truro, it used to be a nightmare. They would knowingly produce the worst, wettest, slowest, stickiest wicket you could possibly imagine. And I can remember Godfrey Furs, who was the Cornish manager. He was like, leveling the playing field, lad. That's what he used to say.
But you would, though, wouldn't you? You can't blame them.
And they were so knowledgeable about the wicket as well. They would do the toss depending on if the tide was in or out. Bowl first if the tide's in, lad. And he was right. He used to go around corners.
It's your list A debut, I think, wasn't it, in one of those games? Ooh.
Oh no, Steve Davis has been undone there by an absolute beauty from Jamie Overton. Fast, straight. Steve Davis has got himself in a bit of a tangle there and fended it, popped it up, and a simple catch completed in the slip cordon. Very good piece of aggressive bowling from Jamie Overton.
Yeah, really well directed bounce you can see on the stream. He's just switched it up a little bit in this spell after lunch. He's come over the wicket, around the wicket, kept Stephen Davies guessing, and that one just tucked him up for room. Mate, I think he was more trying to get out of the way of it and lift it over the keeper. But Steve Davies, typically fluent innings, comes to an end. 22 he's made. Somerset now 76 for 5. Jamie Overton enjoying his return to the Cooper Associates County Ground. He's got 2 so far. Looks to me like we're not so young anymore. Devonian is going to walk out to the middle. It has the stride of Lewis Gregory and the short sleeves and short sleeve jumper. With work to do, it's fair to say, Lewis Gregory.
Yeah, a number of the Somerset batters, shorter runs. Been great to see Lewis get in today. Big test. Jamie Overton is bowling very, very nicely to get a class player of short pitch bowling like Steve Davis in a bit of a tangle. You know that he's bowling pretty sharp. Davos will be disappointed with how he's played that, but that is why people that bowl at 90 miles an hour are so sought after, especially at the next level. Somerset in a bit of trouble here, 76 for 5. Well, in fact, they've pretty much been in trouble all day so far.
Spot of bother.
It's unfortunately a bit of a common theme for the championship season so far, as Jamie Overton welcomes his old teammate to the crease with a beauty of a bouncer that Lewis ducks, evades.
It's been wonderful to watch him bowl, Jamie. He's just made his run up a little bit shorter this summer. He said it wasn't really feeling it last year, and you were talking, I think, a bit earlier on with Daz about their all-star backroom staff. Azza Mahmood's come in as bowling coach, and he said he just tried some stuff with Azza and talked about coming in off a slightly shorter run up, but with just a little bit more intensity, and it's certainly paying off.
Yeah, I think you've got longevity of spell. That extra 10 metres he used to run every single ball. Accumulative fatigue. That's 60 metres and over. You times that by 10 over spell. It's quite a lot of running. He's a big man. And I also think that getting to the crease in a balanced sort of fashion for Jamie O is really important, because he's such a big, strong guy. I always thought that first 10 metres of his run-up was kind of wasted. He certainly looks like he's bowling ferociously well and with control, which is important.
Yeah, I think that's the key for him, is if everyone's always known he's got this raw pace, and it's the sustained control which he's had in the past couple of years. Had that really good 2019, went out on loan to Northants, came back, took a load of wickets, started 2020 really well for Somerset, then made the move to Surrey, taking a bit of time to adjust. But he's been talked of as an England star in the making, and he's approaching his peak, I think.
The thing is, you've got to be aware as a fast bowler as well that, I know this might sound silly, but across say for instance a test match or a county season or a series, you can't always rely on bowling fast. You're not always going to be able to bowl fast, whether it be physically, the pitch, the conditions. There's lots of variables. Your timing might be slightly out. So you not only have to be able to bowl fast when it all clicks, but you've also got to be able to get by being able to bowl. Bowling fast and being able to bowl with skill, two different things. And Jamie looks to me, with the help of Azza Mahmood, like he's learning how to bowl when he's not having to be at full tilt all the time, which is really important.
Well, he says Azza is amazing. Just in the nets, would just sometimes pick up, and there'd be old balls in the bag, would just pick it up, scuffed up, and just get it hooping both ways off about 3 paces. It must be unbelievable to watch. Right, I'm going to depart, leave you with Mr. Trigo and Mr. Lamb.
Which is end of the 37th over there. Somerset 76 for 5. Unfortunately, the loss of Stephen Davis. He was looking quite fluent after lunch. Got himself to 22, but it was undone by a fantastic piece of bowling. Jordan Clark is also looking pretty dangerous bowling, very accurately moving the ball both ways. As Lewis Goldsworthy defends with the underside of the bat, a third slip. Lots of challenges. The challenges come thick and fast against a quality team. Somerset yet to find the answer. Afternoon, Stephen. Nice to see you. Hope you're well fed and watered and ready for an hour's action on the mic.
Yes, very nice lunch. And it's just rather disappointing to see the end of Stephen Davies. He just played a glorious trademark offside stroke.
Yeah, I think that tactic, it was quite obvious that Jamie O was going to use a short ball. He had the man out. And I know Steve Davies likes to play, he likes to take on the short ball, but with the man out in the situation of the game, was probably caught in two minds, whether to hook that away or to leave it. Unfortunately brought his downfall, but credit to Jamie Overton on his return to the county ground. He's bowling very well, picked up 2 for 23 off his 9 overs. Jordan Clark, probably unlucky not to have another wicket to his tally. Lewis Goldsworthy digging in nicely, he's got himself to 10. 65 balls he's faced to get that 10, so conditions are pretty tough out there.
Yeah, you and Sam talking just now about Jamie's action and approach. It is noticeably shorter than when I last saw him, his approach.
Yeah, I think it was comfortably outside the 30-metre circle, his run-up when he was playing here, and I think it's the modern way, isn't it, to try and condense your running. A lot of the bowlers, all of the bowlers out there will be wearing GPS units, having their metres that they've ran measured, how many kilometres they run in a day. All of that analytical data is looked at. Can you shave off a couple of Ks a day and still perform at the same level? And obviously in Jamie's case, I would argue that he's actually bowling slightly quicker off a shorter run-up, so he's got the rhythm of it right.
Yeah, the arm and the shoulder are rotating beautifully, aren't they?
Yes, he's doing a lot of good things, that's for sure. He looks very balanced at the crease, and he's certainly sending the ball down at quite a rate of knots. Jordan Clark, slightly different bowler, hits the pitch, but he's got some good skills. Jordan Clark really developed over the last few years into a very, very fine bowler.
Yeah, they've been excellent, Surrey. They've been economical, made good use of the conditions, and there's a lot of work for Somerset to do. 76 for 5.
Yeah, it's unfortunately becoming a little bit of a trend, these situations. 76 for 5, not a good situation to be in. It's going to take a lot of rear guard action. There are some impressive players still yet to come. Craig Overton, Davey, Siddle, still with some batting credentials, but the top order failing again.
Another bouncer, and gets up well. No worry for Lewis Gregory, though.
Jamie Overton with the world's longest follow through there, all the way to the batter's crease. Definitely had a little word in the ear of his fellow Devonian ex-teammate, good buddies.
And he'll be aware that if he can knock over Gregory, there's an opportunity to bowl at Craig.
Yeah, that's I always want to step away and not watch that as a buddy of the Overton boys. Always a difficult situation.
Oh, that's another one, and in fact that's exactly what Jamie Overton has done. Lewis Gregory has gone for a duck. The 6th wicket has fallen, and I think that's the kind of delivery that you don't blame the batsman. He needed to play it, and it just got a little nick through to Jamie Smith.
Yeah, interesting to see the line of it. I think the movements didn't look crisp, and maybe the bouncer before has led to that, unsureness in Lewis's footwork. It looked a little bit soft. but certainly a good delivery. In and around the off-stump area, maybe outside, swinging away. I think it ended up probably quite wide of the stumps by the time he nicked it. But when someone's bowling at 90 miles an hour, you do get drawn into playing the balls that you maybe shouldn't.
We'll have a look on the replay. My immediate feeling was that he needed to play it, but that may prove misguided on second viewing.
Oh no, I'm agreeing with you, but purely just saying that it's this and I think that's why some of the bowls, I think you've got a reaction time and a decision making time for someone that bowls between 80 and 85 miles an hour. Where you can be quite clinical in your decision making. I think I've spoken to a lot of batsmen. As soon as you get into those high 80s, early 90s, you get drawn into not picking the line, the length as well. It might only be a 2 or 3 mile an hour upshift, but in terms of what your brain can compute, it really does make it difficult for the batter. That's why 90 mile an hour bowlers are so sought after.
That's Roelof van der Merwe's first ball, which he's played comfortably enough. Roelof, a hero, squared up in Bristol last week.
Yeah, certainly a hero in the coloured clothing white ball format of this week, but I know Roelof will be desperate to get a score here. He doesn't have too many opportunities playing championship cricket these days, so he'll be looking to grab this with both hands. There's so many opportunities for all the squad really to stamp their name on this championship squad because of the results and the lack of runs being scored. So Roelof will certainly be looking to post some scores. There was a period when he played in South Africa. I think he opened the batting for the Titans, I believe, for a period, batting a lot higher than he has done throughout his whole career for Somerset. I think he batted in the top 3 or 4 for quite a long period in his first class career for South Africa. And knowing Ruller, I know his aspirations wouldn't have dampened, because as I've said a few times, the bloke's as mad as a box of frogs.
All ready for another Jamie Overton delivery, which he digs out quite well. Double teapot from Overton. We're going to have another look at that wicket of Lewis Gregory. Oh, it's a great ball. Yeah,
it's a good delivery, but yeah, it's probably somewhere on the line of a second set of stumps off stump. It's a good sort of 12 inches outside off stump once it's swung, but again, with that extra pace, you get drawn into that extra bit of width. Very,
good catch as well.
Very tough.
Nicely taken, diving, both hands. Cut away down to third man. That was almost another chance.
I think fourth slip is very lucky not to have worn that in the head. I think that's very, very close. I think it's literally gone through him. Definitely an opportunity there. Jamie Overton's had another one dropped. It flew, not easy. Those wider slip positions, you don't get that that sight of the ball. I think wicket-keeper first, second slip. As soon as you go third and wider, you get more cut shots. So they come a bit quicker, and you don't see the line of the ball. They sort of hit you a bit harder than you expect. So not easy, but certainly another chance gone down in the slips.
Yeah, could have had 5 for by now, Jamie Overton. Instead, he's got 3 for 27. Still Clark from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Van der Merwe off the mark with that streaky boundary. Now viewing things from the non-striker's end in bright summer sunshine.
Yeah, a lot of work to be done here. Goldsworthy, Van der Merwe. Just have a look at Van der Merwe's career. He's got a first-class double 100 to his name, so certainly capable of those big scores. What Somerset would do for half of those today.
Absolutely. Double tons. Very special, as you'll know from recent experience. Peter.
Yeah, one for WSMCC, not quite as prestigious as a first class one, but you know, any of those, was Graham Gooch and Alistair Cook call them daddy hundreds. Always very, very nice to get a big 100. And even more rewarding in a tricky situation as Goldsworthy plays a loose shot to a wide swinging away ball and thick edges it over gully down to third man. Picks up 2 runs.
I'd have loved to be there to see it. Are you fully recovered?
Only just. There's still a little bit of blue circle cement in the joints. A couple of weeks later, I'm waiting for that to dissolve. But yeah, it was weird. It's weird what parts of the body hurt once you stop playing every day and you kind of you're battle hardened. I can remember my left knee. My left knee the next day was could hardly walk. Don't know what happened. I think I actually did. When you get one that misses the pad slightly, but because you're in the game and your adrenaline's running, you don't realise you've been hit. It's only afterwards you think, oh, that's sore.
Gets worse.
I think you get to an age in life, don't you, where you find bruises. You have to think, how did that happen? Start bumping into stuff, falling over. Yeah. Jordan Clark in again to Goldsworthy. He goes a bit too straight and clips that handsomely off of his pads through straight mid-wicket for 4 runs. Goldsworthy moves on to 60. He's fought hard. 73 balls faced. Finally gets a what you'd call proper boundary.
Yeah, that was a pedigree stroke. Perfectly timed. So on to 86 for 6.
I think that is a danger for Jordan Clark, and hopefully something that Somerset can capitalise on. I think he's bowled better than his figures, and as a bowler sometimes you get a bit frustrated, and I sense there that he's gone searching for that magic delivery, and Lewis Goldsworthy was equal to it and picked it off. You're looking for that pitch leg hit the top of off ball because your stock balls are being a bit unlucky, so could be time for the Surrey captain to make a change here. Jordan Clark looks like he's run out of patience.
Yeah, 2 spells, 13 overs in all, 3 maidens, 1 for 38. Took the first wicket of the morning, that of Ben Green, but could be due for another break. No change, though, unsurprisingly, at the river end, where the damage has been done in this session. Jamie Overton to continue. That's beautifully played out to deep backward point for another boundary.
Interesting to see that 4th slip, Stephen, has actually gone back a couple of yards after nearly eating that slip. He's actually quite. It's almost, well, I'm not going to say fly 4th slip, but he's definitely about 3-4 steps deeper than a conventional 4th slip would be. That's probably testament to the extra pace that Jamie Overton's bowling in. Normally you would see 4th slip slightly in front of 3rd slip, but he's about 3 or 4 paces behind him. Really interesting. Almost like the reverse thing that Trez used to do, which was put the helmet on and get really close for a wicket that wasn't bouncing. This pitch is obviously offering plenty of pace and bounce.
Yeah, indeed, on his knees at times, Trez.
How lazy can you get? Do you know what I mean? I know you're Marcus Rescothing and you got a stand named after you, but at least stand up, for God's sake. No, he can do what he wants. There we go. Interesting 4th slip position there as Jamie Overton comes into bowl to Rolf van der Merwe. Down the leg side. An appeal, but I don't think the keeper's interested in that. And right on cue, as I mentioned, that one that misses the pad round the back of the knee. It can be a bit sore when you get hit on the side of the pad there. Not a great deal of protection there, but Rolf, he will show no pain. Proper bloke is Rolf. Brought up in the old school where if you get hit, you cannot show the bowler that you've been hurt.
Well taken again by Jamie Smith.
That's a quick bounce of that, flown through all the way 25 yards back. The keeper jumping, taking the ball above his head. Generated some serious pace into his 11th over now. Jamie Overton 3 for 31. He's certainly revelling this opportunity to bowl at Taunton today. Waiting to see Big Bro come in, I'm sure. Rolf again just trapped around the side. It looks like he's getting across his stumps. Hasn't quite swung back enough to affect a LBW. Rolf's going to have to be careful there. That's a good sign though, Rolf. I get what he's doing there. He's trying to get onto off stump. I think from a body language point of view, he's showing Jamie Overton that yes, you're bowling quick, mate, but I'm up for this. I'm not going to give it away. I think the weak thing to do is to back away. Rolf is going the opposite way. He's telling Jamie Overton that he wants this battle. Typical Rolf van der Merwe.
Yeah, 4 square in his stance. Looks well up for it.
Yeah, I also love playing. You know, when you see someone like Rolf come in after you, and you've got a few, you know that he's not going to give anything away. And actually, he's one of those guys that sort of thrives on the impossible situations, a la Bristol the other night. The 150-60 he got in the one-day game years ago against Surrey when the game was dead and buried. This is when a character like Rolf really, really comes to the fore. As predicted, a change of bowling. Jordan Clark out of the attack. Gus Atkinson replacing him. I did sense that Jordan Clark was getting a little bit impatient without getting the success. So Gus Atkinson back into the attack. He bowled his first spell, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 12. Bowled a lot of away swingers, but bowled that really good in nipper to Tom Banton and cleaned him up just before lunch.
Yeah, economy rate, second only to Dan Worrell of the Gloucestershire attack, 1.7. Dan Worrell's 0.7 from 10 overs. That's not bad, is it, for economy?
Yeah, you take that, definitely. He looks a really good quality bowler, Dan Worrell. Strong action. Reminds me a little bit of Ben Hilfenhaus, that same sort of slightly angled run-up. Strong gather at the crease. Bowls a hard away swing length. Very, very good performer by the looks of it.
Yeah, he runs in at a fairly similar angle to the one you used to.
Oh no, I was at extra cover. So yeah, well, I had many a conversation with bowling coaches over the years. I always felt that I bowled quicker. The feeling of bowling around myself always used to make me hit the deck a little bit harder, and never felt comfortable running in straight. It's the modern way, though, to have a very straight, biomechanically sound action these days, as you'll see from most bowlers. I think that was very much the Glenn McGrath, Brett Lee. They were like the models of how to bowl seam in the sort of late 90s, early 2000s. A lot of coaches tried to get everyone to bowl in that mould, but just couldn't ever get comfortable running in straight.
I remember how good Glenn McGrath was at Lords with the slope there.
He was good at most grounds, wasn't he?
Yeah, everywhere, but Lords especially. There's another play in a mess, and Goldsworthy doesn't look happy that he played it.
Or that he missed it. Yeah, Goldie's done well. He's batted for 77 balls for his 16. You know, this is going to be a good test of his temperament now. Can he go again? You know, really stay out there, you know, irrelevant of runs. Somerset are in a situation now where it's just about getting that ball load, taking bowlers to the 3rd, 4th spell, because you give it away now and it actually has a big effect on the game. I know that sounds crazy first morning, but if you can, even if you don't get a massive score, if you can stay out there and take the bowlers into 3rd, 4th spells, they're more tired for the 2nd innings. It does actually have a big impact. Even though Somerset look like they're probably not going to get a pass score here, can they stay out there? Can they grind the bowlers down just to bring that fatigue element in days 2, 3, 4?
Down leg side, he was required to catch it, but it was in between the 2 fielders on the leg side, 1 in, 1 out. And it's gone down to deep square leg for 4.
Superb shot there from Lewis Goldsworthy. He looks very, very strong off of his pads, as you'll see on this replay here. He's gone slightly straight to him, as Jordan Clark did last over, and the same result. An imperious 4 runs. Beautiful player off of his pads.
Now, Pete, if you'd like a very short break, we've got Ian Shepherd waiting to come in. So if you fancy a cuppa, birthday cuppa.
Oh, well, I wouldn't like to say no.
appeal?
I'm enjoying your company, but I'm more than happy to take the opportunity of a little break. I'll see you later on.
Look forward to that. So, is it still to be? No, it isn't. Jamie Overton, he's come off. Dan Worrell back on, the aforementioned, coming on where he took the new ball earlier from the river end into bowl to Roelof van der Merwe.
Good afternoon, Stephen.
Afternoon, good to see you.
You too.
Lovely day, but rather depressing scoreboard.
It is a little bit. I've been very impressed with Lewis Goldsworthy, how he's gone this morning and after lunch. Had a few scares, first 3 or 4 balls off of Jamie Overton, but I think he's shown a lot of character this afternoon. And he's really battled, and he's really looking to take this opportunity that's been given to him following James Hildreth being too unwell to play this morning.
He's played comfortably enough, got right on top of it.
Of course, I do get to watch my favourite player, the greatest player of all time, Roelof van der Merwe.
Sir Roelof, after last week.
Absolutely. Just an incredible knock. I was sat at the back of the box just there, and yeah, you're absolutely right. When he seems to thrive, you say that he thrives on these impossible situations.
But not this time,
The
unfortunately.
I think that's my first ever commentator's curse, Steve.
Looking to play it on the leg side, across the line through mid-wicket, and that is a comprehensive clean-up. Dan Worrell's second, 2 for 7 now his figures.
Yeah, good piece of bowling from Dan Worrell. Roelof just looking to play that across the line. Maybe would have been better served meeting that one with a straight bat.
Yeah, it was quite a full delivery.
It was, yeah. He's, yeah, I think he may have contributed to his own downfall there, but that's what you get with Roelof. Sometimes it will come off and sometimes it won't.
So on account of the bowling change, we are not yet, at least, going to see Jamie bowling to Craig.
No, I think we were all licking our lips for that particular clash down at the Oval a month or so ago, but I think they were rather more professional about it, the two twins, than we'd like them to have been. I think each coach, their respective coaches, may have just sat them down and had just a quiet little word to treat it just like any other match situation should it arise.
Warm applause for Craig as he comes out. Released from England duty, of course, to play in this match. And given the circumstances of his entrance, just as well that that's the case. It's an opportunity for Craig. He's not been in prime form with the bat this season.
No, it's been conspicuous. Him and Lewis Gregory, to a degree, that they haven't contributed with the bat as much as they would have liked. And of course, that's been Somerset's strength over the last few seasons. Is when the top order have failed that the what's well bowled.
Yeah, that's a pretty horrid delivery to get first up.
Absolutely, he's done well to well not guide that into the hands of fourth slip. But yeah, just going back to what I was saying, the strength of Somerset over the last few years has been that their lower order, the likes of Craig Overton, Lewis Gregory, Roelof van der Merwe, have gotten them out of trouble when the top order have failed. But I think that's got a major factor to their poor performances so far this season.
Absolutely.
It's a big shout.
I fancied I heard 2 noises there, but
Willing the umpire to keep his finger down. They have to have a look on the replay. We're behind the batter here, so we can't quite see what's going on there. Oh, that's leg side-ish. Yeah. More in hope than expectation, I think.
Yeah, I didn't need the inside edge fantasy.
No.
Firmly on ball that time from Big Craigo. End of Dan Worrell's over, and it's a wicket maiden. 11 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 7.
You'd take those figures all day, wouldn't you? So where do we think Somerset need to get to from here? I mean, it's a good pitch, 94 for 7. I mean, if they can somehow get to 225, 230.
Yeah, 150 will be the initial.
Well, I may be getting ahead of myself slightly there with the 220, but Lewis Goldsworthy has made some good runs in the second 11. He made 196 a few weeks back. We know Craig Overton can bat, so it's not beyond them if they both have a good day, and let's hope they do.
Josh Davey and Peter Siddle are the two batsmen still to come in.
Yeah, we know that Josh Davey has been improving season on season as a batsman, and it was, when you watch him bat, he does look like a top order player. He has got a very, very, very orthodox technique. He doesn't seem to get flustered. We all saw what he did in the final up at in the semi-final, sorry, against Hampshire up at finals day last year. So he can hit a long ball. I think got his career best last season, 75 against Leicester. So he can bat. So between the well, who have we got left? Yes, so Craig in 9, Josh Davey and Peter Siddle. So between those 4, if it all comes off for them, I think we can get to 200 and get a batting point, but it's a long way away at the moment. But just patience required here. As Triggs was saying, you just bat, just get the bowlers into their 3rd and 4th spells, get them tired, get that ball a bit softer.
Wait for the bad ball.
Absolutely. And there's a case in point there. Lewis Goldsworthy tucked one behind square leg a couple of overs ago for 4. He's just Atkinson's just gone a bit straighter at him. He's able just to tuck that into the leg side for a single. So when they are just leaving it outside your off stump, ball after ball after ball, just don't play it. Don't get into the, don't get impatient and chase that wide one. Just take it in your stride, just soak it up, and eventually, they'll stray onto your pads, and you can pick off the boundaries and pick off the singles.
Which Goldsworthy did with aplomb just 3 or 4 overs ago. Out to mid-wicket.
Ooh!
Could easily have played on there. He's looking like he doesn't know how he's got away with that.
We saw a similar one for Tom Abel had one. I can't remember if this morning. I can't remember if it was Atkinson or not, but he looked around for about 15 seconds. He couldn't work out where the ball was, and it was right between his feet.
You half expect the death rattle there, don't you?
You do, yeah.
But not on this occasion. Overton survives.
Been impressed with Atkinson today as he bowls 2. Oh, he beats him.
Beauty.
Like that cut went straight through him. Yeah, been impressed with Atkinson today. He's the way he set Tom Banton up, just put a few away, and then just went a smidge wider in the crease and angled one into him. I mean, we were saying downstairs before that you generally, when you're bowled leaving one, it tends to clip your off stump, or but to get bowled middle stump like that was a serious misjudgment from Banton. That was expedited by a very good piece of bowling from Atkinson.
That's nicely timed, but had the pace taken off it by the man at mid-wicket. So a dot ball to complete the over. Been plenty of them today. 95 for 7. Goldsworthy 21. Quite a difference in height between the two batters at the moment.
You're not going to get them confused, are you? I saw a video last year of all the Somerset players in a huddle, and Goldsworthy was stood next to Marchant de Lange, and there's even more of a height difference between those two.
Yeah, because he's even taller than Craig.
He is, and he's a lot broader as well. He's a mountain of a man. His old Marchant de Lange, and seeing him next to the slight figure of Lewis Goldsworthy was really a contrast to behold. Beats him.
Yeah.
Jordan Clark's gone to a funny position now at square leg. He's neither saving 4 or saving 1. He's kind of 3/4 there. So I don't know if Worrell's got some sort of plan here for Goldsworthy.
Talking of tall and short, one of the happy early memories I've got of Taunton was when Joel Garner was playing here, and a little girl, she can't be more than sort of 6, 7 or 8, went up to ask him for his autograph. It was a long way down.
How did I know you were going to mention Joel Garner when you said, oh, taken? taken at the second attempt there at third slip.
It's Goldsworthy. So that innings comes to an end. The 8th wicket falls. Goldsworthy gone for 21. Worrell has struck again. He has got phenomenal figures. Dan Worrell, 3 for 7 now in his 12th over.
Yeah, Lewis Goldsworthy put all the hard effort in. 21 runs coming off, was 84 balls. And I'm afraid if you've got to go on. You've got to go on from there, I'm afraid. And yeah, he's, again, like many of the batsmen who have fallen before him, it was a bit of a loose shot there. Didn't really need to play at that one. It was a loose shot away from his body and just guided into the hands of third slip.
So the broad-shouldered Josh Davey is making his way out to join Craig Overton. Just 2 more needed for Somerset for Surrey, I should say, to conclude this innings. Somerset on 95 for 8. And it's been a bit of a procession today.
I'm afraid it has, yeah. And for Somerset supporters, the first return to Championship cricket at Taunton since the Hampshire game, it's becoming a bit of a habit as well as a procession, and it's something that they really need to address. So the pitch for the Hampshire game was a little spicier than this one, but this is a good batting surface and nothing really looks to have misbehaved. And I'm afraid a lot of the Somerset batsmen today have been architects of their own misfortune.
Yeah, and it's just so difficult to catch up, isn't it, when you get dismissed for a total of, well, it looks like it could well be little over 100. It's what happened against Essex, actually.
Yeah. Again, that was a good bouncer from Worrell.
The astonishing thing about that game was that Somerset almost contrived to win it.
Well, they did, yeah. I mean, the pitch seemed to be a bit of a leveller in that game. It was, you know, very green, very spicy. Craig Overton took full advantage of it, and you're absolutely right. It was 1 ball away from being an extremely good win for Somerset, albeit going the other way.
Grim stat, 160 for 18 at this ground, Somerset in the last 2 innings. Or appeal for LBW, is that going down leg side? I fancy it was.
Not much disappointment from the Surrey players, as that appeal was returned in the negative. Let's have a look on the replay.
Yeah, even more leg than the previous one. But yeah, that rather grim stat I've just revealed includes the 69 all-out against Hampshire here.
Yeah,
in the previous championship game.
It's getting a little bit endemic. Here's Worrell again, and it's well left by Davey. I'm still going to hold out hope for getting a batting point, Stephen. I think Josh and Craig are going to have a renaissance here today. I mean, if you're looking up as well, it's a batting day as well.
Well, it feels like it,
It's a good pitch, it's a batting day, and we're just having one of those inexplicable collapses again.
It's an arid-looking pitch. And under bright sunshine. Well, some doubt about whether there was or wasn't a single there. Eventually opting for caution, which in the state of things is probably wise. End of the over, 95 for 8.
Run out would just be the cherry on the icing of the cake today, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So much for the 2 batters to discuss mid-pitch. They've done that. And it'll be Craig Overton on strike. Neither of these 2 is off the mark as yet. Approaching the halfway stage of the day, 45 overs bowled.
Just a little delay here. Jamie Overton having some running repairs on one of his boots. By the looks of it, maybe just popping a new stud in. He takes his place back at first slip.
So new over for Gus Atkinson, leg side to start. Craig is limping away a little bit, but I think he's okay.
Maybe just hitting the in the unprotected area between thigh pad and batting pad there, just walking it off. Well,
pulled for 4. 2 men out, but it's a slap in the middle.
not especially short either there from Gus Atkinson. I don't know whether that's a change in approach from Craig Overton, that he's going to be here for a good time and not a long time. It wasn't particularly short. It was pulled away.
Yeah, I guess he was confident enough that it was leg side. Helped it along.
A thickish inside edge to.
Yes, he was.
The wicket.
He was looking to go off there.
He was.
Ended up leg.
I mean, apart from the score being 99 for 8, you've got to think now as a batter that everything's in your favour now. This ball is now in its 46th over. The bowlers are getting into their second spell. Some of them will be in their third spells when they come back. You should know. I mean, both these two can bat. You should be thinking about booking in now until tea.
Yeah,
shouldn't you? It's, you know, really making them get you out, really making them work for these last 2 wickets.
Yeah, the need for a lower order bailout has
not
often been greater.
Things will get easier. Things can change very, very quickly. You know, you just hang in there. You just wait for that bad ball. You really, really show some application. You just make them get you out. And then all of a sudden you've added 10, then you've added 20, you've added 30. Bowler's coming back in his third spell. The ball's another 5-6 overs old. It's just got a little bit easier. And after another 10 overs, it gets a little bit easier again. And then all of a sudden you're on 40, your partner's on 40, you've put on 60, 70, and you don't really know how you've done it, but it's just by just showing that application and that, you know, that sheer determination to.
Pulled again, and that's, yeah, definitely 4. Could be, no, it is 4. I wondered for a moment whether it was going to carry the whole way over. But first, possibly second bounce, same area, between the 2 deep fielders, same result.
Yeah, a lot shorter there from Atkinson and a more orthodox pull shot from Craig Overton down there in front of the Trade Nation stand. So
100 up.
100 up, oh yes, I've missed that. That seemed a long way away at about 11:30 this morning.
It's been a struggle to get there.
It has. Have we got a lost ball there? Is that Ryan Patel down there in the stand? Oh, he's found it.
Yeah, it's gone into the temporary stand down between 2 of our pavilions here. Andy Caddick and Colin Atkinson. Always looks great, this ground, in the summer sunshine.
It does. Definitely the most beautiful ground in the land. Not that I'm biased or anything, but well played by Davey.
Yeah, that's a solid defensive push, isn't it? That's what you want to see from a new batsman. Trying to settle in, and not off the mark yet, but that looked absolutely solid.
And it just comes back to that patience I was talking about. There's no time pressure. There's no, you know, you haven't got 3 or 4 overs to try and score quick runs like you have at the end of a limited overs game. Just bat. Just show the bowler the maker's name. Pete Simmons, a good piece of bowling from Worrell. Just keep showing the bowlers the maker's name. Tire them out, and things will get easier. Just patience. Patience seems to be the key, and a lot of Somerset's batters this morning looked decidedly impatient.
Yeah, and jittery. We've talked earlier about the fact that this game is off the back of a whole series of Vitality Blast matches.
Yeah, 37 hours I think I worked out was roundabout since the Kent game finished on Friday night. And we started here at 11 AM at the Cooper Associates County Ground this morning, so it's not a lot of time to get yourself into a a mindset for the patience and application required for red ball batting, let alone to kind of have any sort of middle practice or anything like that to get yourself in the frame of mind. So it's just another symptom of this overly congested domestic fixture schedule that we have. And I imagine that what's off a thickish outside edge.
4 more down to third man. Worrell's figures have been ruined. 3 for 7 becomes 3 for 11.
Oh, I'd still take that every day of the week. Yeah, I presume that this match is being played to give a bit of backup to the Test series that's going on against New Zealand, because one of the major criticisms last year was that all the England players were playing white ball cricket at the time when some of them needed to get out of the Test match side or the England setup. That's a confident appeal.
Was the bat involved, or was it going down leg side? It's the same question. I think leg. Not sure how much we'll be able to tell from this angle. I think that was slanting across him.
Yeah, we didn't quite get the cut to the front on shot in time, but just what we see, it did look like it was sneaking down the leg side.
Long time, I'm hearing, since Surrey last won a county championship match here, as that's played out to deep square leg. That's going to be 4 more. That's the longer boundary on that side of the ground, but it's got the legs to reach it.
Yeah, lovely shot from Josh Davey. Just waited for it. Didn't really need to give it any flourish of the bat, try and put any power into it, just all timing as he clips that one through square leg. I think it was Jordan Clark was interested for a second or two, but it beats him and rolls over to the boundary in front of the Somerset stand.
Last time Surrey won here was, have to ask again, just check on the date.
I'm going to guess 1986.
86.
1986.
I vividly remember the game here in 2016 when Somerset were 9 down in their second innings with 31 still needed, and they managed to win. That must have been desperately frustrating for Surrey that day.
It was the game the year after. Surrey down here, Tom Abel got himself back into a bit of form after having that horror trot, didn't he? Scored a very good 50.
Yeah, good partnership with Stephen Davies.
It was, yeah.
And it was Tim Grunewald and Jack Leach, I think, the last wicket pair, who knocked off those 31, mainly in singles.
Haven't done my homework on that one, Stephen, but I shall take your word for it.
I'm going from memory.
Well, there's that goal.
Big. Is he going to be caught in the deep? But it's just fallen short of the man at deep mid wicket. He's going to pick up a single, Craig Overton, but looked for a moment as though that might be carrying.
It's a great effort from Ryan Patel. Every instinct of you is saying, get your face out the way of this, but really good effort in there, diving forwards, trying to take that one. Ended up just getting it on the half volley. I think Craig Overton is just signalling to the dressing room for a new bat. I think it may have gone in the toe.
Those two, actually, I'm sure it was Grunewald and Leach, they came together. I'll explain after this. Delivery, which is left alone after the man who's now standing at first slip had just been brilliantly caught behind by Ben Folkes, one of the best keeper's catches I've seen. And that's when we felt it was all over. But not Jack and Tim.
That goes to show again, things can change if you just hang in there.
Atkinson again then. Yep.
There we go. Lovely technique there from Josh Davey. Get him up the order.
He was with Roloff, wasn't he? Up in that onslaught in Bristol.
He was, yeah. Yeah, it was happier times.
Different circumstances
yes,
now.
Slightly different circumstances.
But we know he can bat. His county needs him.
Are you having him as an all-rounder yet? I think I am.
Well, from present evidence, he looks pretty solid.
Yeah, look at that high elbow. Could be Ian Bell out there. Look at that lovely high elbow showing the bowler the maker's name.
Careful now.
I mean, in all seriousness, he's worked hard on his batting the last few years. We have seen evidence of that. Scored some very handy runs for Somerset in both formats last year. So it's not beyond him and Craig to both pick up 50 or 60 each here. We said before, it's a batting day. There's just white fluffy clouds over Taunton. The pitch is straw coloured, looks very, very good. Nothing much has misbehaved today. Feels like a batting day.
Well, they put on 17 so far, these two, and that doesn't compare badly with other partnerships we've seen today.
I think it compares very favourably, Stephen, with what we've seen today.
Yeah, well, 17 for the first wicket, then 4 for the second, 6 for the third, 22 for the fourth. I guess that's going to be the best one.
Yeah, the best one yet.
27 for the fifth is the best. That was Davies and Goldsworthy, but nothing really to.
No, you aren't going to win.
About.
You are not going to win many games of cricket if your highest partnership is 27. It's nice that you're going to look for a single. Davey was watching the ball there, didn't realise Overton was charging down the pitch looking for a single there, and disaster avoided as Craig very sensibly turns around and makes his way back to his ground. Do we know when the new sight screen is going to arrive? Because we're sat. Oh, that's
up in the air.
Yeah, but it's going to land safe.
Get a couple for this. Yeah, it was well clear of the man at deep backward square. So 2 more comfortable runs to take Craig Overton into double figures. This presumably is a replacement for the sheet.
Well, yeah, I mean, from our commentary position, it kind of looms large in the middle of your vision, and it's.
It's not a young sheet.
It's not a young sheet, but I suppose you can't just really nip down to your local Dunelm and pick one up, can you? They would have to be specially made and specially ordered, and they aren't probably not particularly cheap either. But
it's billowing at the moment. Has been billowing most of the day.
Exactly, and it's not of a size where you can just pop down your local laundrette and get it cleaned up either, is it? So,
no. It has been ordered.
Yeah.
It's been ordered and bought, I gather. The new sight screen. So
it's on the way. I suppose that's the next question. Is it you need quite a substantial vehicle to deliver it? And that's well. It's a good bouncer from Worrell.
It's got 1 or 2 holes in it, I think, that sheet. If you get an extra 6 runs if you drill one through it.
I suppose the holes kind of prevent it acting like a sail and
and
taking the Colin Atkinson Pavilion and the Ian Botham stand with it.
Up the River Tone.
Yeah. Physio's just coming on here to have a look at Craig Overton's hand here. It's his left hand, so not his bowling hand.
He's in quite a lot of pain.
Yeah, he's in a lot of discomfort there.
The spray will be
the magic spray
applied here.
During this break in play, I bring you up to date very quickly.
Hopefully it's just bruising, and it's. Thank goodness it's not his right hand.
I think if it was a dislocation or a break, you'd know straight away. You wouldn't even be contemplating staying out there. Ned Leonard has just bought on a drink for Josh Davey and Craig Overton.
Yeah, that's uncomfortable in the extreme.
Looks like it's the index finger on his left hand, maybe.
See, question whether he's fit to carry on. I think he's going to. The helmet's back on. 3, 4, 17, Dan Worrell's figures now. We're 4 deliveries into his 14th over. He's probably the pick of the Gloucestershire attack, but not by much, because they've all been good.
They have, yeah. They've all fulfilled their roles really well today. Atkinson has bowled with a lot of nous, a lot of control. Jamie Overton's bowled with a lot of pace. Dan Worrell has done well as well. So it's yeah, really good team effort from these Surrey bowlers.
Yeah, economy rate varies from 1.2 from Worrell to 2.9 from Clark, so all pretty much on the money.
Yeah, to the 49th over now. Somerset only 114 on the board, and as you say, taking wickets does slow down the run rate. That slowed it down considerably today. But that was a good bouncer from Dan Worrell. It was just at that awkward height just under the armpit, where it's not quite high enough to duck out the way. It's right at you, so it's very difficult to sway.
Just holding the bat with his right hand at the moment, Craig Overton. Settles now.
Follows it up well. Ryan Patel has just been moved from third slip out to mid wicket. So just wonder if that's an indication they feel that the ball isn't doing quite as much as it has done previously, or they're going to try a different line of attack here, just try and frustrate these two batters, keep them, or bowl dry at them, just and keep them on strike and induce a mistake through frustration. It's another good short ball.
Yeah, fine over from Dan Worrell
Very
again.
well bowled, yeah. 49 gone, then 114 for 8.
Maybe just a little bit of frustration for Surrey. These two have taken the score beyond the 3-figure mark, but at the same time, Surrey are very much in the driving seat at the moment. Somerset will feel like they've wasted the opportunity to have first use of this wicket.
Yeah, it can be symptomatic at any level of cricket if you're running through the opposition and all of a sudden you start to get frustrated with a lower order partnership. You tend to forget, or you can sometimes forget the good work that you've done previously in the previous sort of the 3 or 4 hours, and mentally it can shift the momentum. But just sometimes need to remember that actually, you are on top and you are in a good position, and as a bowling side sometimes you just need to be patient as well.
Atkinson has certainly been that. It's left alone, and happily no repeat of the leave we saw from Davey in the game against Hampshire. After they'd just after they'd managed to wipe off the 69 deficit. That was the end of that.
That was the end of that, yeah. We had to come out for those, was it 2-3 balls at
yeah, just
one
one
Hampshire
run
to knock
needed.
it off? Yeah, just the one run. It's almost more humiliating. Put my teeth in as an inside edge there. I think Dave, you may have inside. Oh, that's painful. That may have gone onto ankle or toe.
So that's discomfort at each end now.
Yeah, they've both been in the walls here. But yeah, sometimes more humiliating to come out and just have that one run knocked off than it is to just lose by an innings, jump in the car and go home. So very much having salt rubbed into the wound. Well played again by Davey. I think he may have.
I think that's hit him again.
Another inside edge on this time to thigh this time.
In the wars.
Definitely, he's got an element of the Brian Closes about it at the moment with all the bruises that these two are wearing.
Yeah, let's hope he doesn't bruise easy.
Yeah, definitely. He's doing a job for his side at the moment. Both of these two all-rounders are. And that's nicely tucked away. Is it going to go for 4? It's just got it. Oh, no, it has gone for 4. I thought
Beautifully placed.
It was beautifully placed. I'm surprised that we didn't see a dive from Jordan Clark there. He wasn't too far away from him when it popped over the rope in front of the temporary stand there. But nevertheless, that's the second time that Davey has played a lovely clip through mid-wicket. Yeah, just there I thought he could have got the dive out and shown willing there. Davies looked good so far. He's moved on to 12. He's left well. He's defended well. Waited for a couple on his pads and put them away.
Maker's name.
Absolutely. High elbow.
That's a good over from Somerset's point of view. 118 for 8 with that Davey boundary. Both the batters are now in double figures.
Yeah, both faced 20 balls as well, which is kind of the Rubicon for sort of getting yourself in, isn't it? Giving yourself 20 balls. As the physio's just popped out again to see Craig Overton. Thankfully, it looks like he's fit enough to carry on.
And that's been the problem, hasn't it, with the batters who have got that far, have been unable to go on today. Top score of 21, which was Lewis Goldsworthy.
Has looked a lot easier after lunch though. Haven't seen as many plays and misses. We haven't seen. We've just seen it's been a lot calmer, I think. Certainly in the last 40 minutes or so. Here's Royal again then from the river end. And where's that gone? That's high in the air. It's gone over backward point. This is going to be a good catch if he makes it. He doesn't.
He did well though to save the 4 runs. To put it back just inside the rope.
Just as I was saying, things have got calmer.
A hidden hope job.
Yeah, absolutely. That was certainly the opposite of the way that Josh Davies been playing. I think. Yeah, Craig's going to try and play one way here. Whether he doesn't feel confident in his defence because he's got that.
I think that there are problems here for Craig Overton. Gloves are coming off. Helmet is off. Is it that finger?
Wow. Difficult to see really, because it's, you wouldn't normally associate kind of sink into your knees in that sort of position with
maybe it's a touch of cramp.
Could be.
He's not looking happy. Jamie is going up for a brotherly word, perhaps.
Yeah, the way he's leaning on his pads there, I wouldn't have thought that was he'd be putting pressure on his hands there, so I don't think it's his finger that's causing him the issue at the moment, or maybe it is.
Jamie returning to first slip. More refreshment. Both umpires assessing the situation. It was strange, wasn't it, that given, I mean, we knew there was a finger injury or whatever, bruising, but it was the way he sank to his knees, which was rather odd after playing that.
Yeah, I mean, when you have done a finger, it's the jar on the toe of digging out a Yorker. It's something like that. That back jar that will aggravate the finger injury. If you're smashing it out the middle, it's all sweet. The timing's all good. You don't generally get that. So whether he did just get that top edge sort of down on the toe and it just reverberated up, I don't know. That's the only thing I could think that would have re-aggravated it.
Some kind of tablet has been administered, I think.
Could be a salt tablet if he's got cramp then. But then we didn't see the sort of the stretching regimen that they sometimes go through when there is a touch of cramp. So
anyway, we're set to cricketers. So a long interrupted over resumes. Looking to clip that to leg and not getting the whole bat on it.
Yeah, Davey looks like he's limping as well. Just a hint of a limp from Davey as he made his way back to his ground there. These two do manage to get their way up to the score up to 200. It'll be certainly a day to remember when we were talking about James Hildreth earlier on making that 100 against Nottinghamshire. I mean, Trez was against Lancashire when he had a broken toe or broken ankle, managed to get broken foot, got up to 100 as well. So that's well played. I can't quite see if there's a third man, and I think there is.
So just the single. Yeah, that was extraordinary. I was there at Old Trafford for that. And one of the things I remember, it was almost it almost felt painful to watch him play every shot.
Yeah, that was in sort of the early days of the live streams, and yeah, it was. He was.
I was quite relieved for him when he was out soon after he got there.
I think it was. I think it might have been the ball or two after, wasn't it? He got out just after.
Yeah, it was just afterwards. Yeah. Caught behind, I think. Warren again. Well defended by Josh Davey. And that very evening, he was out the back, clad in a moon boot, signing autographs.
I wouldn't expect anything less from Marcus. He's not just the runs he scored here at Taunton and all over the world for England and all over the country, but he's one of the good guys of cricket as well, Marcus. A real nice guy. And the couple of times that I've met and chatted to him, he's just such a lovely guy, and that's going to beat fine leg down there to the fine leg boundary for 4. Josh Davey again strong off his pads.
Yeah, he got near enough to the whole bat on that. So partnership now worth 30 for the 9th wicket. Best partnership of the innings.
Fully deserved too. They've played really well, this pair. Get to 30, get to 40, get to 50. Just do it in 10s. That beats.
Well, I think you're right. It beat him, but he made it look afterwards as though he was just playing inside the line. I'm going to make way for Sam Dalling.
As all good players do. As all good players do.
But if you don't mind staying for a little bit longer.
I'll stay for as long as I'm required, Stephen.
Excellent. A few words from you then, and then Sam will come in here.
Thanks there to Stephen Lamb. I think I just saw Jamie Overton just rotating his arms a little bit, whether that's just to keep from getting stiff or if he is going to resume bowling. I'm sure we'd all like to see Overton versus Overton, just doing a few more stretches there down at first slip. Going to be Gus Atkinson to continue from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion and bowling to Craig Overton, as I'm joined imminently by Mr. Sam Dalling.
I don't think we've done a stint together before.
I don't think we have, Sam. No.
We'd remember it, wouldn't we? We would remember it.
We would remember it. Strangled appeal from as could be a chance. I think he was just about home there.
Looking to play one way, Craig Overton. It would be my observation.
I think so. I think it's going to be Craig to take the attack to the Surrey bowlers, and Davey's going to play the more sedate role.
He shapes up beautifully, though, doesn't he, Josh Davey? I do like watching him bat. You know, he enjoys batting as well.
Yeah, just saying to Stephen, he just looks the part, doesn't he? He looks assured. He looks technically correct. It's the maker's name, the high elbow. As he goes and has a fish way outside the off stump.
He plays a straight drive beautifully. It's very classical.
Yeah, it's Ian Bellas. Of course, he started out as a batter, didn't he? Back in his younger days, when he started out in cricket. Was he Suffolk boy, isn't he? And then off to Middlesex.
Middlesex. He'll tell you all about his time opening. I think he may have opened the batting in an international game, you know, for Scotland. That broad Scottish accent of his.
He's played that shot well today as well. Just the tuck off the hip, the tuck off the pads. It's sometimes difficult to understand him, isn't it, without that broad Aberdonian accent.
It is.
I'm surprised he picked it up. He lived there for all of about 5 minutes before his family moved back down to Suffolk.
Yeah, has turned himself into one of the key players at Somerset, hasn't he? I mean, one of those, just the example of A, not to give up, and how it doesn't always happen at 18. You see so often that these days, even that university route that used to be well trodden. Think about people like Andrew Strauss coming out not until they're 24, 25.
Oh, well, that has gone straight over the wicketkeeper's head for 4. You said Craig's only going to play one way. I'm not sure whether that's because he's not trusting that finger that he got hit on by Dan Worrell a few overs ago, but that was a real yahoo, and quite lucky to get away with it, as we had a cry of "Come on, Surrey" from some of the travelling fans who've made their way down the M4 and the M5, or maybe even the A303, to join us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground today. Right, well, let's unpick that one then. It's a short ball from Gus Atkinson. Craig Overton's gone to try and hit that into Firepool car park, lost his footing and ended up on his backside there. Oh, just there he goes.
Yeah, we talked about how classical Josh Davey is at the crease. Craig Overton's innings has been about as far opposite as you can. I got the feeling he's not actually really enjoying it that much.
Yeah, he was in. Yeah, that's as clear of evidence of that as you could imagine. That was a lengthish ball on outside off stump, and he somehow contrived to get it down to backward square leg. Yeah, he's obviously in some discomfort there. I'm not sure why he's not retiring her. I think he thinks he's probably better value to the team out there to try and stay out and get a few more runs. Only Peter Siddle took him in again anyway, so you know he might not be able to rest up for any substantial period of time before he was required to bat again. So I guess it's just a case of get as many as you can as quick as you can. He's moved on to 19 now, so this partnership is now worth 37. It's the highest of the innings by some distance.
Yeah, I think he's right as well. He is worth more out there. Somerset just need to get some kind of respectability, but this man, Dan Worrell, has been absolutely superbly. Just pushes it to Rory Burns for a single. Quite happy to give him one, I think.
Yeah, they've all bowled well today. You know, we talk about fulfilling your role within whether it's a batting unit or a bowling unit. I think they've all done that really well today. Atkinson's bowled with a lot of nous, Worrell and Jamie Overton with bowl with good pace and hostility, and that's reflected, I'm afraid, in the score. 133 for 8 as Worrell's in again.
3 slips in then for Worrell. Attacking field we saw in the previous over, a field more akin to the scenes we've seen in the 2020 games to Overton. There were 4 players on the leg side boundary. That's the spread you get in the death overs of a T20 contest, not over 52 of day 1 of a championship game.
Yeah, the pitch is a bit further over towards the Andy Cannett Pavilion as Davey just defends that one straight from down. Well, yeah, we've got a shortish boundary towards the Andy Cannett Pavilion and a longish one over towards the Somerset stand, which is the opposite way around to how it's been in the T20s that we've had here in the last few weeks or so.
Dan Worrell has been superb. Surrey fans will be delighted, those that have travelled, those that are on the live stream as well. There'll be plenty of them. Well-supported club, well-directed bouncer there from Dan Worrell. Just had a little look at Josh Davey. Elsewhere, Yorkshire 158 for 2 against Hampshire. Harry Brook, he's on 42, unbeaten. George Hill's got 70. Harry Brook just seems to get 50 every time he bats for Yorkshire this season. Warwickshire 165 for 5 up at Edgbaston. Sam Hain 61, unbeaten. Michael Burgess has 17. there. Gloucestershire 184 for 4. Davey leaves that one alone. Glenn Phillips has 65, and Ryan Higgins is new to the crease. Miles Hammond has just fallen for 66. Full round of fixtures in Division 2 as well. Durham up to 220 for 1, and their debutant Rachin Ravindra is 109. Not out. That's a nice looking shot from Davey. He's going to make Hashim Amla do some running. Sun hat comes off straight away, and they come back for free. Just about. Overton. He looks in a bit of pain. I'm not sure he'll thank Josh Davey too much for making him scramble through for that third one. There was a third there, but I suspect Overton would have settled for a comfortable 2.
I think they would have done, yeah. I'm not sure whether it's in Hashim Amla's contract to do any substantial running in the field at the moment. He tends to park himself at mid-on and try and do as little as possible, but just makes it count with the bat. And of course, more good news for Surrey fans today is that Ollie Pope is currently 138 not out up at Trent Bridge, and Joe Root closing in on yet another Test match 100, is on 92 unbeaten at the moment. England then 310 for 2, requiring another 44 to avoid the follow-on. We have a change of bowling here. Jordan Clark is going to take it up from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
Clark then, he's operated at this end the entirety of his spell today.
Good bouncer.
One of those cricketers, isn't he? That in all the, it's a kind of all-star Surrey side, and you almost could quite easily forget about Jordan Clark. But what a competitor he is, and what a quality player he is too.
Yeah, he scored. Did he get 100 up at the game at Gloucester when they got about?
Everyone did.
Everyone got 100, well, apart from James Bracey, who got, I think he was out third ball after keeping wicket for about 3 days, watching Surrey pile up 6,500. It's well left by Davey. Looking apart then, these two. They both made their way to 20, and I think it's fair to say they've taken significantly different paths in how they've both approached their batting today.
Yeah, certainly a case of the scorecard not telling the entire picture of this partnership.
Context being everything. .41 now. These two have put on for the 9th wicket.
Yeah, comfortably the highest partnership as well. 27 Goldsworthy and Davies put on, of which Davies was the main contributor.
I think comfortable being the operative word there as well, because they've just looked good. They've just looked to bat time and just wait for the bad ball, Davey especially. The pitch looks flat, doesn't it? Not a cloud, really. Well, a few white fluffy clouds in the sky here over Taunton as Davey just knocks that one into the offside. No prospect of a single. Definitely a batting day today. These two, Davey especially, will fancies himself as an all-rounder, wants to kind of make that statement, get himself up the order. It's Clark again then, that's Davey flirted with playing with that one, just left it alone. Lets it go through to the keeper. There's one ball left in the 54th over, Sam. I'm going to bid farewell, hand you and Peter Trigo's going to jump in and take my place.
Delight to have you on here. Those of you who are in Shepherd, always look on the Bright Side of Life podcast as well. Well worth a listen.
At Somerset Podcast if you want to follow us on any social media. That's a nice bumper from Clark to finish the 54th over. Somerset 136 for 8, and thankfully I've not done too much damage in my stint here today.
Yeah, you won't get on the honours board, but it's not an honours board you really want to get on.
I think the honours board is now sealed up for the next few years after the Hampshire game, 69 for 10 in 25 overs. Anyway, nice to see you again, Sam, and I'm going to bid farewell.
We'll see you later on in the game.
Hopefully we can make it last till Wednesday. Okay,
there we go. And if you're not here today, 3 more days to come down, or you can come to both, but you can come down on Friday, the big one, Somerset versus Gloucestershire, West Country derby. We saw just a couple of days ago Rudolf van der Merwe win it from a ridiculously perilous position for Somerset. Now, tickets are sold out, but as you'll see on the screen, or you will have just seen, you can come 43 quid, ticket, you get a pre-game curry, and a seat in the Trade Nation or Somerset stand as we finally get to see Overton versus Overton. The window is open and Peter Trigo is back alongside me.
Hello, Sam. Nice afternoon. It's like being in the Overton back garden 12 years ago. They'd have been scrapping, fighting over a fruit shoot or something. Totally different scenario now at the Cooper Associates County Ground. I almost don't want to watch.
Helen and Mark might be struggling a little bit as well. Oh, there's the bouncer and he struck him. Craig's gone down immediately in a bit of pain. That Jamie Thorpe straight out there?
The Thorpedo straight out there to his brother Craig. Is that a bit of
embarrassment?
Hopefully a little bit of gamesmanship there, but a very, very good bouncer, and that has hit him very hard on the helmet. So we certainly hope he's okay. I'm sure Jamie will be very concerned as he walks off. I don't think he wants to be involved in his brother being seen to by the physio. Nasty, nasty boy, Jamie. Alan, Mark, I think you need to give him a thick ear when you see him next.
I thought initially it hit him on the front shoulder, so maybe that blow, but he just turned.
Like bottom of the grill, bottom of the helmet grill, maybe a bit of collarbone somewhere in around there, but yeah, certainly give him a nasty thump.
He's in the walls a bit out there, Craig Overton. No chance, unless he absolutely has to have him retiring hurt. Took that blow on the finger a bit earlier on. And hopefully he's sat up now, which is good. They'll take their time, he'll take his time.
Well, you could only hope it was like Friday night with his finger or whatever he did, you know, a bit of playing up to the crowd. He's a strong top sportsman, is Craig, but I think he's probably hearing the church bells in the ears after that one. Hit him pretty hard on the helmet, and you do get that ringing a little bit when you get hit with such a thud. Fortunately, the helmets these days are very, very good.
Yeah, calling for a new helmet. I mean, you have to change it these days, don't you, when you've been struck? But umpires both having a word. No, I spoke to them both before the Surrey game. We'll just see it once more on the.
Interesting. I think Craig might be leaving the field actually to have a concussion assessment by the looks of it. So in comes Peter Siddle, I think. Yeah, looks like he is being shown off the field.
Hopefully he's all right. Hopefully that's just precautionary.
You'd have to say 15 love, Overton J.
Yeah, certainly there. And he's bowled well today, Jamie. I mean, he's just talking Hashim Amla through it as we speak. He won't like hitting his brother, but they both said it's just any other game of cricket. We just go about it. They wouldn't have played against each other too much. They said they didn't. Well, they played on the same club side and then played for Somerset, and I doubt they went full pelt at each other in the nets too often.
I hope you're joking. They certainly went full pelt at each other in the nets. Good competitors, these two, but yeah, he's
back of the helmet.
Looks like it's hit him pretty hard there, so the medical team will be looking after him. Hopefully, Peter Siddle hangs around a little bit to give himself, if he is okay, give himself a bit of time just to collect his thoughts so he can actually resume his innings. I'm not really totally sure about the rules with, but I know if there is any sign of concussion, that will be him out for 10 days.
Yeah, just I've seen the replay once more. I think it is right on the back. Hopefully it hit the helmet as opposed to the back of his neck.
Yeah,
Just turned away on it.
Did sound like there was a decent amount of helmet involved that would have taken the brunt of the knock. He's got the stem guards on now that most modern helmets come with, and they've probably done a good job. So thanks for those being designed. It's Peter Siddle joins Josh Davey now. Somerset effectively for now 9 down. Jamie Overton runs in and bowls. Nothing Peter Siddle hasn't seen before in Test matches. Played a lot of Test match cricket, Pete Siddle, so he'll be used to this pace. Still a massive challenge. He's a pretty solid batsman. He's a very good number 11. But I would imagine if Surrey can get this 9th wicket now, it could be curtains for the Somerset innings with Craig Overton in a little bit of despair.
Yeah, they're not going to do those kind of concussion checks quickly. They're going to be completely thorough.
I remember at the start of every season you have to do a concussion test, and I can remember doing it at Loughborough, and one of the questions or the challenges that gets posted to you when you've been struck is the months of the year backwards, which, to be honest, I haven't been hit in the head for a long time, and I'd struggle to get through that one. So yeah, lots of mathematical tests and different shapes and this, that and the other. So
you have to have that test to check you haven't kind of got a longer term.
Yeah, I guess so. It takes ages to do the test. It's one of those things that you kind of know you need to do, but don't really want to do them. Yeah, you've got to, remember, pencil, snake, pen, glasses, grass, and then you've got to accumulate how many you can remember or how many you can say back. Kind of like that game show.
Generation. I was thinking
yeah, the generation game. Yeah.
Did you win the prizes as well? Did you get that snake and take it home?
Yeah. Nissan Micra, microwave, tape recorder.
Car of the year 1993, my first car, the Nissan Micra.
Class bit of kit. As Jamie Overton comes in, very solidly played by Peter Siddle. End of the over. Somerset 138 for 8. Craig Overton retired hurt at the moment off the field after being struck by his brother on the helmet. We hope he's okay. I'm sure everyone hopes Craig is okay, and the real hardened fans hope he's okay to resume his innings in, whenever he's called upon.
I think that's a big ask. I think these days, do you not have to take all precaution? I mean, if he's showing any sign of concussion, they're going to have to sub him out of the game.
Well, I think that the majority of times I speak to Craig, I think there might be a little bit of a concussion potential, but no, he's. I actually have no idea what you need to do. I think it's just the medical staff obviously have a checklist of things you have to do, and if he's cleared, he'll be back out there. But like I said, you've got to be on the side of caution. Makes you realise, over the years when you see so many nasty blows to the head, especially back in the day when
helmets.
No helmets or I remember Robin Smith getting that nasty one in the jaw from Ian Bishop when he just used to wear the helmet on the head but no grill, which always seems to be the bizarrest thing. If there's anything I would want to protect, it would be the teeth and the nose and eyes rather than the top of the head. But
Are they mandatory now?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
So you can take it off against a spinner. Can you?
I don't think in English cricket you can take your helmet off as a batter at any stage, and standing up as a keeper you have to have your helmet on. I think that option is taken away. I know, Pollard and MS Dhoni in the IPL are able to, but maybe that they fly under different rules. I'm pretty sure in domestic cricket in England it is a requirement when you're batting to wear your helmet.
A little bit of a waft there from Josh Davey. Interesting to see which way he goes now, because he's played in a typically classic way. Was happy to let Craig Overton be the aggressor.
I can't see him changing, to be honest. I think he'll back his man at the other end, Peter Siddle, and I think he'll just play. Played nicely. JD's a very, very stylish-looking player. Certainly, you'd say too good to be a number 10. He'd probably be a number 7 or 8 in a lot of county teams.
he'd be much higher if he had his own way, I suspect. So Siddle's got a first-class 100. Craig has. Lewis has. Brooks will have. So of all I think it probably is a little bit of a point of, I'm sure they take the Michael out of Josh Davey for being the one who doesn't have a first-class 100 in that set of bowlers, given he is the one that pushes himself forward as a batter.
Yeah, he still likes to talk about being an opening batsman in under 13s, but no, he's a very, very good middle, lower order batter. He's certainly not a number 10 in fairness, and shots like that certainly prove it as he clips Jordan Clark off his pads through mid wicket for a glorious 4. Yeah, I'd certainly say he was a 7, 8, a very good 8, but I would say, a capable 7.
That was a glorious shot, wasn't it? Just whipped that wristy hands.
I mean, you'd have to say that with the runs going as they are, he seems to be getting quite a few not outs. I don't know what his average is at the moment this season, but he seems to always impress and be not out quite a lot. So maybe there is a case to start rethinking the pecking order here at Somerset, because you can't keep having a lad like Josh Davey 25, 30 not out. Be interesting to see how he's gone this year.
So this year he's averaging just under 25, averaged 26 last year.
Okay, interesting. So how many not outs?
7. So 7 not outs of 16 innings last season. Back in 2018, the same. 6 not outs. A couple this season already. So there, as you say, it just perhaps doesn't get quite long enough to bat. I've checked it. ODI debut, Josh Davey opened the batting against the Netherlands for Scotland. 24 he made for Peter Boren, who I think is coaching now. Got him. Overton. Oh, and he struck Davey, or did he get a little bit of bat on that? I think he might have struck him the way Davey stayed down on one knee. Hopefully he's okay.
Another one on the back of the helmet.
He's gone right down, Josh Davey.
He might be struggling too. Oh, that's really round the sort of back of the neck region. That's really nasty.
Hopefully Josh Davies okay here. Jamie Thorpe again, straight back into action. Out there. Just
could be an unprecedented scenario about to unfold here. But I suppose am I right in saying that if Craigo is ruled to have concussion, presumably he can be replaced with a player that can bat?
You can have a... So it's difficult, isn't it? Because Lewis missed out last year. I think he was a COVID sub out, and it has to be like for like.
But so presumably Ned Leonard is here. Ned Leonard could come in for Josh Davey. Casey Aldridge, who got a fantastic 100 for my club team yesterday. He's in great batting form.
I don't know if they can bat in this, because then if JD got subbed out as well, you put Marchant. I don't think you could bring Marchant de Lange in, because it wouldn't be like for like on the basis that he's a quick bowler as opposed to a medium fast bowler.
I think that's like for like enough, isn't it, as a seam bowler?
Well, I think I don't know if I'm thinking, because Josh Davey.
I can't think you could be as pernickety as like how fast do you bowl.
But I think like for like, yeah, I know. But when there is that such big differential, I think last year Lewis missed out and Jack Brooks came in. They couldn't bring in. I don't think they could bring in Marchant. I might be wrong.
I think seam bowler for seam bowler.
You'd hope so that would be the case.
I think that's like for like. JD looks like he's struggling here.
Well, the big concern is, first and fourmost, you want them both to be okay from a human perspective. But then you look at the Somerset. This is the end of the Somerset innings.
So with a concussion replacement, because Craig Overton has got 20.
I don't think
no one else can bat this innings. So it's innings over.
I think so. I don't know if that would sound right. I say that based on no knowledge. But so if there is the innings over, you then have to go, well, do we make the 2 subs now? Because we've got to go out and bowl straight away. It's probably an unprecedented situation.
We've heard the word unprecedented since the start of COVID. I've heard that word so many times, but never about 2 batters hit on the helmet.
So you can just see, I don't know if we can see, you can see on the live stream, Jamie Thorpe just getting Josh Davey to follow his
It looks like he's trying to hypnotise him. Follow the eyes, follow the eyes.
To the eyes, not around the eyes.
Listen to my voice, you are falling down a dark hole.
Demon Headmaster. Remember that programme? Or TV Kid? Nah.
No, I had one of those though in real life.
At the Wyvern School, would that
Wyvern Comprehensive.
Here's the side-on replay. of that one from Josh Davies. A well-directed bouncer from Jamie Overton. Oh, he just ducked into it.
That's right on the stem guard for those listeners who aren't familiar, since the terrible events in Australia a few years back of Phil Hughes getting hit in the back of the head and neck area. A lot of the helmet manufacturers make these stem guards that go onto the back of the helmet underneath the grill and protect the bottom of your skull and the top of your spine, I guess, and your neck area. So I'm pretty sure the last 2 blows that we've seen, those stem guards, let's not be over dramatic, say they've saved lives, but they've certainly saved potentially some really serious injuries today.
He's up, Josh Davey, but I think he's wandering off.
Not really sure what's going on here.
So he's wandering off. The Surrey players are a bit unsure. What's going to happen? I think they're waiting. Umpires are a bit unsure too. Peter Siddle's staying out there. So have they got a signal that Craig, to be honest, I don't think anyone's sure because it's all happened so quickly. Josh Davey gets a warm round of applause. He's going to head off for some concussion checks. And it looks like Craig Overton.
That's,
there he is. Big round of applause, and Craig Overton's back out onto the pitch. But no, it's not. Well, it is.
Craig Overton's back. I mean, you're going to get some heroes' welcomes here, back into the fold. Craig Overton, he's got a thick noggin, hasn't he? Hey, he got head like a rose's tin. He's taking a knock, but he's back out there. It's like watching Rocky IV here at Taunton. Fair play. Overton versus Overton. Jamie is bowling fast. He's got 3 for 37. He's got a couple of headshots. There's men down, left, right and centre. Jamie Thorpe's clocked up 10 kilometres running across the field. Hopefully we can have a bit of normality back. Will Jamie Overton go bouncer?
You've got to, haven't you?
I'll tell you what, ladies, gents, boys and girls, if you're listening and not watching this, you really need to get to your laptops. If you're not at the ground, you're listening to the live stream, this is serious pace from Jamie Overton. He is going hard at his big brother. Wow, that is a fast bouncer.
It was, wasn't it?
That is a genuinely quick delivery. Proper cricket here at Cooper Associates County Ground on day 1 here. Big battle of the brothers. Jamie's 15 love. Crago's going to come out swinging though. I think if he drops short, he's going to have a good go at it. There's going to be some. It's going to go one of 2 ways here. I don't think it's going to be block. It's either going to be a lot of runs or a Crago dismissal.
Yeah. Maybe a cry of mind the windows, Craig, from Will Jacks at second slip. Deep square leg out, as you'd expect. Fine leg too. Deep square leg's about 10 yards in from the boundary. It's a long way out there towards the Somerset stand.
Looking here on the effects mic. The Somerset faithful fan, Tractor, I can hear his voice. Crago.
I don't know what he said there.
Absolutely loving it. He's certainly getting the crowd laughing.
Drew, didn't he? A lot of laughter there.
We love old Tractor.
He loved you.
He was one of the rare that actually pronounced my name properly.
Trigo rather than Trago.
Correct.
Trago Mills and all that.
Trago Mills spelt with an A.
Is that a DIY store?
It's kind of like it's like I would say like a poor man's Clark's Village. It's like kind of got a number of different shops and outlets and you know, candy stores and a bit of a theme park there. But yeah,
A theme park's probably pushing it a little bit. Isn't
well, it's got the odd couple of penny nudges. Oh, well bowled, Jamie Overton. Fast swinging delivery. Beats the outside edge of his brother Craig Overton. A great over and very eventful over. Lots going on here at the moment here. Somerset are having a full-on battle, but got to credit both teams. The Surrey bowlers have bowled magnificently today. There have been periods where the Somerset batters have really dug in and scrapped. It could have been a whole lot worse. Somerset players showing a fair bit of character here. Craigo with a bit of a counter-attacking style. Needs a bit of backup from his senior man at the other end, Pete Siddle.
Jordan Clark to continue then. So what partnership is it? And this is a scorer's nightmare. What, is this still the 9th wicket partnership? So we've had a couple of changes, but no wickets fallen.
I have no idea.
That's wicket 95.
They've gone like do-si-doed each other, haven't they?
Siddle gets in behind that one. I'm sure Polly Rhodes next door will have the answer for us. But yeah, I'm just having a scorecard. A couple of retired not outs. So it's been 52 runs since Lewis Goldsworthy was the last man to fall to Daniel Worrell. Craig Overton went off retired not out. Then Josh Davey followed him, but Craig Overton came back out, so he's in the middle.
Yeah, that's been a bit confusing, really. It'd be interesting to understand what the rules would have been in the hypothetical scenario that both of them would have had a concussion injury. Would it have been innings over? Could someone have come in? It'd be great to see Casey Aldridge after his performances in club cricket yesterday, 140, and he played really well.
Yeah, he's been opening the batting for the twos in the T20 competition. I think he scored quick fire runs in the last game. He'll just been playing that, as has Davies. Left alone by Siddle. I'm going to do some live legal digging and have a look at the concussion replacement regulations and try and work it out.
Well, you are qualified to do such a thing, aren't you? Being a lawyer.
I am qualified, yes. As everyone always asks me about parking fines and various different bits.
Yeah, can you get me off a couple of those, mate? Siddle scampering one to backward point, bringing Craigo back on strike. Jordan Clark being a little bit unlucky. Looks like he's been one of the more expensive Surrey bowlers, but has bowled with not much luck. But Somerset deserve a little bit, to be fair. They have scrapped hard. Lewis Goldsworthy dug in for a long period of time. Josh Davey was playing well until struck in the head. Craigo, a bit of rear guard action. Tom Banton scrapped hard. Unfortunately undone by a nip back ball that he left. Certainly not for lack of effort from the Somerset point of view. Some really high quality bowling. It kind of almost reminds me like of the Essex game early season, where Somerset got bowled out cheaply, but you have to really credit the opposition sometimes. The Surrey bowlers have been right on the money, in particular Dan Worrell and Jamie Overton.
Superb, haven't they?
As Craigo swats a short ball away, swats hard to the square leg boundary, picks up another one.
See, it's interesting. So it's like for like if you do have a concussion sub, and that's at the umpire's discretion. So, for example, if you're replacing a batter, you could use an all-rounder, but you would have to basically sign off and say, well, they won't bowl though for the rest of the game. So there are those limits.
Yeah, I think if you bowl, if you can't, you maybe can bring in, a spinner on a spinning wicket for a seamer, but I think seamer, spinner, all-rounder, batter. I think there's a bit of common sense there, isn't there? I would imagine. I don't think it would be judged on the pace you bowl. That would create an awful lot of issues and arguments. Jamie Overton bowling another absolute ripper of a delivery, but past the outside edge of his brother.
So I'm doing this on the fly quite quickly, but I'm pretty sure it does. Yeah, I think you could come out and bat in this innings. So hypothetically, Casey could have come out. Player is retired not out during their team's current batting innings. Well, Somerset there. The concussion replacement may only bat in that innings where possible, as though they were a batter returning to their innings. So yeah, I think they could come back out.
Oh, okay. be unlike a cricket rule to be confusing, would it?
And it's all hypothetical because, well, Craig's back out. We don't know about Josh Davey yet.
Yeah, probably slightly more concerned about Josh Davey, really, because of the nature of where he got hit. I quite audibly, you know, heard a bit of solid helmet being struck with Craigo, but JD's was a duller sound. It looked like it was straight on that stem guard, as I mentioned. Another fast bouncer from Jamie. Really unsettled his brother there. That could have gone anywhere. He got away with it. As that brings up Somerset's 158 wickets down. Josh Davey nursing a nasty blow to the back of his head from Jamie Overton. Jamie Overton into his 14th over now, 3 for 34 so far, bowling very, very quickly today.
Yeah, and the pace is up still, isn't it, into his third spell. That pace, we saw the bumper a bit earlier on to Craig Overton.
Yeah, I think that's good capture as well. I think it would have been easy to have bowled Jamie longer spells, but you say into his third spell and he's only bowled, you know, 14 overs, so he's been used in that sort of impact length of spell, you know, 4-5 over region, which is perfect, not tiring him out, which is why he's kept his pace up. So Rory Burns using him very, very wisely. As we see on my app, Joe Root going through to his 27th Test 100. He's just getting better and better. Sachin Tendulkar, somewhere in the world, getting a bit nervous. Of his 15,000 Test runs, Jamie Overton bowls another absolute beauty.
That follow through. Basically stood next to Peter Siddle there.
Yeah, I get the feeling Peter Siddle would have had a smart reply if there was any bit of chirp there. But it looks like Jamie Overton is, you know, I've really seen a few signs that, you know, he's a new beast. You know, no less nonsense, more actual, real, tangible stuff. Really good to see from an Overton fan perspective. Looks like he's cut out a load of the nonsense. He's just concentrating on bowling well and bowling fast, and he certainly has done that today.
Well, yeah, I mean, cliched as it sounds, there's no better way to do your bowling. To do your talking as a bowler than to pick up wickets or to whistle a few past.
Yeah, I think, you know, watching the lads, you know, the boys, you know, through their development, I always thought that, you know, Craigo sort of really got a good handle on what cricket was all about. You know, your goods, your bads, you know, staying relatively emotionally level, even though he's got a hot streak in him, no doubt about that. But it looked like he learnt very quickly that, you know, you're going to get people inside edge you for 4 and play the odd good shot and all these kind of things. And I felt that took Jamie a little bit longer. It was a lot of what I suppose the psychologists would call externalising. You know, it was never I bowled a bad ball. It was always, you know, the foothold was, or my shoelace was loose, or some nonsense excuse of why things didn't go well. But like I said, I'm seeing, and you know, speaking to him over the last maybe 18 months, I'm seeing a really sort of developing, mature Jamie. And let's be fair, the talent has always been there, and he looks like he's really ready to push his game on. Good to see from a, you know, an objective point of view. And you know, I've spent a lot of time with the Overtons growing up. They're great lads. It's really nice to see them doing so well. But he's been very impressive today, that's for sure.
Yeah, they're lovely together. It was the first time before the first Somerset game. It was the first time I'd spoken to them both together, and there was a real closeness. You could see Craig has a real. Is Craig the slightly older one? Just. So he has this. There's a real fatherly, or kind of like looking after Jamie kind of thing. The way he talks about him, pushed into the offside by Siddle. They pick up a couple. Is very much just the way he talks about him. Is very much trying to, you know, look after Jamie. Jamie is very quick-witted. He's very big on numbers, the stats. The stuff he could recall. Craig would say, "Oh, they got this," and Jamie would go, "No, they got this, Jamie. This was the score. This was the scorecard."
Well, one thing you could always guarantee with whatever one said, the other one would disagree with. But you're right. No, and I think that kind of lends to what I was trying to explain. And you know, Craig, I think was sort of cricket cricket smart, maybe just a fraction, or more mature, just a fraction earlier than Jamie. But like I said, it looks like the penny has certainly dropped for Jamie. I can remember, I'll tell you, I had one brilliant story I played golf with Trez and the Overton boys a while ago, and it was just after my first season in Nottinghamshire when we beat Surrey in the final. And I actually gave Jamie a little bit of a tour of Edgbaston that afternoon. I knew exactly how he was going to bowl to me, and I took him down a little bit in that particular innings. And about 2 weeks later, we had this game at Weston-super-Mare Golf Club, and I had this sort of lined up. I said to Craig, "Do you reckon he'd mind if it was quite a harsh bit of banter, to be fair, but I waited until the 15th hole until our balls rested on the green, kind of next to each other, and I said, I said, James, is it okay if I mark that? Is that marker too big? And he came over from where his bag was, and I put down my winner's medal from the T20 final as my ball marker, and we both like burst out laughing. It was really good fun.
I can imagine that was a competitive game of golf, mind you.
Trez just looked at me and just went, "You clown."
Not for the first time, I'm sure.
Definitely not. Great lads. Interesting to watch them do battle, like I said, but we are seeing a change. We are seeing a little bit of Cameron Steele, one of the coolest names in world cricket. I haven't seen too much of his bowling, to be honest. I saw a bit of his warm-up, bowled some leggies, but Cameron Steele, certainly, you'd expect to see that on a movie title, wouldn't you, Cam Steele?
Yes, Marvel. He played Somerset too, I think. He might have been born here, then moved to Australia. So he played a bit of twos, went to Durham Uni, had a contract with Middlesex as a leg spinner, got the yips.
That's a good sign.
Yeah.
You could do with a bit of a yippy couple of overs here.
He's obviously back. Field spread, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg.
Well, the field suggests that he bowls a few pretty average deliveries. This is the classic outfield. Googly, first ball.
Which, first up, 154 for 8, as you say. It's not... There is a slip in, Rory Burns, and he's
It'd be great for the cameras to do a tour of the ground just to show our audience this field. It's a peculiar field, really. You think at this sort of scoreboard you'd have a little bit more pressure on the batter, but he's obviously renowned for the odd growler ball.
Well, I think what they probably want to do is give Craig Overton the strike. Because they'll be thinking, right, well, Siddle will bat quite sensibly, and if Craigo comes back and tries to continue doing what he was doing before, he'll be just trying to swing through the majority of balls. So they'll be hoping his eyes light up and he just lofts one up in the air to one of these fielders, long on, long off, deep mid-wicket,
Looks like they're just trying to give Somerset an easy run of ball at the moment. Very interesting tactic. See how it plays out. Very strange. At 155 for 8 to have almost everyone on the boundary, apart from a slip, a point, a cover, and a mid-wicket. Everyone else, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men on the boundary. The sort of field that you'd see in the last 10 overs of a Whipple game. Looks like he's landing it pretty well. Maybe there's just a little bit of a right. Okay, we'll give you some protection. Get into your work. Leg spin is a very difficult art to master. Maybe just giving him a little bit of protection for his first over, which would make sense.
Yeah, he got 22 wickets at 35, so not that much bowling, given this is his 45th first-class game. But he's got through that over all right.
Yeah, he landed that okay. It'd be interesting to see now that he's settled. Maybe they'll start to bring in what you'd call a more conventional field now that they can trust that the ball's going to be landed in the right sort of spot.
Good player, Cameron Steele. Remember reading about him making a double 100. I think he might still be Durham's youngest ever double centurion. He joined them. He played just the year that they've been relegated and deducted all those points for a difficult year. 220 odd at Grace Road against Leicestershire. A couple of years up there. Went to Hampshire on loan. last season, then went to Surrey on loan in the Royal London Cup. He's now here permanently at Surrey as Jordan Clark continues.
Yeah, 155 for 8. Feels like this has been a very long middle session, hasn't it? There's been a lot of stoppages. Over rate's not particularly quick at the moment, is it?
Oh, what have we got? We've just gone 4 o'clock, and we still got 2 overs remaining after this one.
Maybe 15, 17, 18 minutes behind where we ought to be. I think it's. I think my coffee o'clock alarm's going off.
You ready for a bit? You're gonna go and try and steal some cake from downstairs again?
Hang on. You're gonna.
Well, I've had both sides of the story.
There's gonna be rumours being set, which is why I'm maxing out my 34 trousers at the moment. Yeah, I'm enjoying retirement. I'm having a little bit of cake from time to time. All right, no need to bully me, Sam.
Hey, there's no bullying going on here. Just a polite inquiry.
I find it very difficult to turn down the offer of a lemon drizzle and a cup of coffee.
Is that the old Pudding Pete coming into
Pudding Pete, yeah. Mother and father used to call me Pudding Pete. If ever I was poorly, they'd just get out a chocolate Swiss roll and I was sorted.
Straight out. You go to the GP, they just flick through their text, those massive books they get out here. Chocolate Swiss roll, do that one.
Do you know what I've got tonight for my birthday?
Oh,
so I'm absolutely buzzing about.
I can see on your face as well you're buzzing about it.
I can't wait to say the words because it was actually it was all over the media for a while. A Colin the Caterpillar cake.
Oh yes, well,
they are the best.
Amazing, aren't they?
So it's a chocolate Swiss roll, turboed up, covered in chocolate. Colin the Caterpillar. What was there was
Aldi or Lidl.
Aldi or Lidl made a sort of copy version, and it was like Caterpillar Cake Wars. But you cannot beat an M&S Colin the Caterpillar. Other Caterpillars are available, of course, but that one is my favourite. So I'll be tucking into a bit of Colin tonight.
It was Aldi that had Cuthbert there.
Caterpillar.
It's one of these things. It's a weird thing in an office environment, right? I never get it because on your birthday you have to bring the cake, and I always think surely that that should be the one day. If you're going to not bring cake, it should be on your birthday. Other people should provide it.
Exactly.
But yeah,
right.
Colin the Caterpillar is a very, very popular choice. He doesn't last long.
I always like the tail. You always get a nice chunky bit of chocolate.
The extra thick bit of chocolate.
At the rump end. Jordan Clark runs into bowl. Craig Overton thinks it was a little bit shorter than it was. Ends up patting it back. Somerset 156 for 8.
2 overs remaining here before tea then at the Cooper Associates County Ground. They've reached tea at Edgbaston, Warwickshire 182 for 5. Sam Hayne unbeaten on 67. Reached tea at Canterbury, Gloucestershire 253 for 4. Glenn Phillips, whoa, hang on, last time I checked he was only on 60 odd, 106 for Glenn Phillips off 129 balls. Partnership with Ryan Higgins is worth 69 off 65. Kent have taken some tap with the ball this season.
Good to see. Good to see.
Steele continues to sidle.
Well, it should really be an aspiration for the commentary team on Somerset's live stream. You know, it's new. You know, brilliantly supported by WPA. Just imagine if we could get to the stage where we're so enjoyed and loved that we get cakes baked for us, like the Test match special team. Could you imagine that? We could have a day 2 cake-a-thon.
We could have a competition, couldn't we?
It'd be delightful, wouldn't it? Any keen bakers out there, feel free.
Well, to be fair, it's either you or I on duty on Friday, because Sophie Luff brought those rocky roads in on Friday. So it's probably given it's your birthday this week, it's probably my turn to supply for Friday.
Yeah, it's a bit of a contentious issue, the Sophie's rocky road. I did say to Mrs. T that I was quite impressed with Sophie's ingredients choice with her rocky road. Mrs. T makes a lovely, exceptional, best in the world rocky road. But I did say that I was quite impressed with Sophie's inclusion of the occasional Rolo.
Yes,
which created a little bit of a fractious conversation, but Mrs. T did end up putting getting some rolos in yesterday's Rocky Road, so thanks for that. Very nice indeed. Maybe if there's some left, I'll bring some in, Sam.
Sounds good.
Back to the cricket. Back
Single to Siddle.
Back to the cricket, 159 for 8. Good bit of rear guard action here. Josh Davey, Craig Overton, Pete Siddle now into double figures. Much needed. If they can creep over that 200 mark, it would at least give Somerset bowlers something to aim for. I'm sure they'll be bowling at some stage today. Be great to have something starting with a 2 to try and defend in this first innings. As Cameron Steele finishes his second over. One more over before we take the tea interval.
Well, and this will just be frustrating Surrey a little bit, because 40 minutes, an hour ago, they'd have been thinking, right, well, let's get through these, finish this off. 100, could be 120 all out, and then 95 for 8, Somerset.
Yeah, I think it's kind of universally accepted now that there aren't really any tail enders out there anymore. You know, the walking wicket that used to be 9-10 Jack, as we used to call it. You know, Bumble's favourite saying about start the car, or you know, whatever the phrase was when certain people would walk out to bat. But you know, so you got 10th wicket partnerships into 3 figures. It's not a rare thing anymore.
But with how well they were bowling, Jordan Clark continues. Siddle just pushes it to Hashim Amla. Takes a single, good bit of running. He's just moved on to 12 with minimal of fuss.
As I said earlier, though, I think this is really good cricket from Somerset. You know, they're up against a really strong team and they're on song, Surrey. But Somerset are doing exactly what I hoped they would. They're grinding it out. They're making, you know, Jordan Clark's now got 18 overs under his belt. Is that going to affect his second innings performance? You know, Jamie O has bowled 15, 16 overs at that high speed. Is he going to be a bit more tired and make things a little bit easier later on in the game? There is a bigger picture. That's why 4-day cricket is so fascinating. There are various idiosyncrasies within the game that do come into play.
Yeah, odd field, they're just changing it slightly. There were 4 out protecting the leg side boundary. That's all changing. There was long on, deep mid wicket, deep square leg, fine leg. Jordan Clark and Rory Burns have had a bit of a conflab and they've brought deep mid wicket across the point. Hashim Amla has come up at mid on. He's gone for a short one. Oh, Craig Overton evaded and it just caught Jamie Smith by surprise. Tipped it over the bar.
Yeah, that looked like one of those balls. Sometimes when you bowl a bouncer and it hits the shiny side, sometimes the ball can turn to seem horizontal, and you call it we call it a saucer flight, where it actually can, if the swing's on the underside, it can actually rise, and it looked like that was one of those. I don't know if we can get a replay, but it'd be really interesting to see if that happened. But sometimes they can absolutely fly, and certainly burst through the gloves. As Peter Siddle plays a beautiful swivel pull all the way for 6 runs over square leg. Excellent shot.
Well, you know, I just said he got to 12 with a minimal of fuss, and that shot there was played with a minimal of fuss as well, really.
I mean, that is the shot of a top 4 batter, let alone your number 11. That was a great shot, but you know, probably expected. The Aussies play on those hard, fast, bouncy pitches. They play the short ball pretty well. Even the bowlers, great shot.
Well, yeah, back of a length is the natural length over there, isn't it, on many of their pitches that they play on.
That will really frustrate Jordan Clark, who's now actually got quite undesirable figures considering how he was going earlier. 1 for 56 now.
Fuller kept out by Siddle. You can hear there on the effects mic the wind that's swirling around the Cooper Associates County Ground. Still though, magnificent number here. Gloriously sunny Sunday evening. It's not evening yet, is it? I suppose late afternoon. All sides of the ground well populated, which is lovely to see. Left alone, that'll be tea then. Somerset, well, in the end, they staged a bit of a fight back. 95 for 8 when Lewis Goldsworthy was the last man to fall. They're now 167 for 8. Craig Overton's unbeaten on 22. Peter Siddle is unbeaten on 18. Doesn't quite tell the story of the last hour because Jamie Overton came on. He's bowling beautifully and very quickly sharp bumper struck his twin brother Craig on the helmet. Craig went off to be checked for concussion, and over later, Josh Davey, who was also batting nicely, was struck on the head. He's gone off for a concussion check too. We thought the innings might be over. Instead, Craig has wandered back out there to remain unbeaten. So hopefully, it feels like he's all right. Hopefully Josh Davey is too.
An extraordinary session, but yeah, really pleased to see how Somerset have kept on fighting. You never know how the pitch is really performing until both sides have had their first innings, so every run Somerset can eke out, massively important. And you know, we were talking Josh Davey up the order, now all of a sudden he's going to be effectively batting number 11 again, so he's gone the other way. But he played particularly well, I thought, for his 22, I believe that he is currently retired. Hopefully he's going to have the opportunity to carry on that innings later on in the day. But Somerset fighting hard here at Taunton. 167 for 8.
Sam Dalling, Peter Trigo, Stephen Lamb with us today. We'll be back in about 20 minutes' time after tea.
Gloucestershire 257 for 5 against Kent at the Spitfire ground. It's also tea at the Aegeus Bowl. Yorkshire 186 for 2 against Hampshire. Into Division 2, Leicestershire 233 for 4 against Nottinghamshire. Sussex 168 for 5 against Glamorgan. Durham 269 for 2 against Worcestershire. And finally Queen's Park, Middlesex 177 for 7 against Derbyshire. Please don't forget we have an ice cream van doing good business just to the left of the Marcus Truscothic Pavilion. A small queue there, but I'm sure they are serving very quickly, so fancy an ice cream journey to you as well, head over there. And don't forget we have the Cricket Museum and the book sale on during this tea interval. Lots of wisdoms and yearbooks, all at great prices, very good condition. We have our other book sale by the Somerset shop as well. Tickets are selling fast for our one night of Neil. It's a tribute concert featuring the wonderful music of Neil Diamond. It's on July the 28th and features stars from London's West End, backed by a 9-piece band. Features dozens of his greatest hits, perhaps even some only die-hard fans will know. It's a show that no follower of Neil should miss. It takes place on July the 28th. If you want a ticket, and they are going pretty well, then please contact us via reception in the Marcus Truscothic Pavilion, visit our website, or give us a call here at the club. Good evening, gentlemen.
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset's live stream supported by WPA Health Insurance. The umpires are on the way out to the middle to start this afternoon evening session. Somerset resuming on 167 for 8 off of 64 overs. Little bit of news. I'm led to believe that Josh Davey has suffered a concussion and has been replaced by Casey Aldridge. I did kind of not joke about it, but did suggest that that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Casey Aldridge scored a magnificent 140 for Weston-super-Mare Cricket Club, my club. I was up the other end watching him belt it all over the place. So he's in a little bit of form. I have to say, he bowls with some serious pace as well. So we hope JD is back fighting fit and strong soon, but unfortunately his game seems to have finished for now. Retired, not out, 25 as you see there. The notables, really good 22, fighting 22 by Lewis Goldsworthy, 22 Stephen Davis, Craig Overton, Josh Davey making it into the 20s, and Peter Siddle not out, 18. Craig Overton looking like he's playing well. Had to overcome a very fierce spell from his brother. Also struck on the head. He was off for a concussion test at some stage, but was able to resume his innings. Sadly, Josh Davey, not so much. And Casey Aldridge, as I said, is going to replace him. I'm joined by Vic Marks for the next half an hour, or however long we can keep Vic for, to watch some really exciting cricket, quite a pivotal stage of the game as well, even early on day one.
It is. I mean, it was a absolutely compelling half hour just before tea, wasn't it? With the Overton brothers.
Wasn't it just? You could only think, you know, Helen and Mark Overton, the parents, the battles they must have had to have.
They're bound to be here, aren't they?
Well, they must have refereed some absolute squabbles in the back garden. I just think, gee, those two going at it hammer and tong. It was fascinating to watch, as you say. Will Jacks bowling a bit of his off spin from the river end.
I mean, taken in isolation too. I mean, Jamie Overton bowled some serious deliveries, didn't he? He bowled with genuine pace.
Yeah, I was talking up the performance of Jamie in particular, and you know, I can't speak highly enough. You know, there were just a couple of things that I noticed watching Jamie. And they weren't about the bowling, just the way that he was carrying himself, and you can see he was focused on the important things in cricket. How much he seems to have really grown up as a cricketer over his time away from the club into what you would call now a real serious prospect for England. I mean, that was proper pace.
Yeah. The ball was thudding into those gloves of the keeper, head high. Not too much width, not too many free runs.
Exactly right.
As
Craig Overton wanders down and belts the ball into that rather dishevelled sight screen in front of the Botham stand end. 6 needed runs. Craig Overton on the attack.
Just needed a little tap on the head to get him going.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, just to rev up the engine. Yes, it was brilliant to watch. I mean, like I said, we love watching fast bowling, but I have to admit, I love watching it from the commentary box, not as a next man in or.
Well, and then to hit Josh Davey again. I mean, I know it sounds sort of cruel, but these are incredibly well-directed short balls, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, it was. I mean, not just the ones that struck the lads on the helmet. For me, a real indication of the pace is Steve Davis is a magnificent player of fast short bowling. Got himself in an awful tangle and that bouncer that he sort of spliced to third slip, was directed right at the throat, right at the jaw area. So really, really difficult to face. I think in years gone by, Jamie always had the pace, but the direction, the length was a little bit erratic, where he seems to.
He just shortened his run up a little bit, just changed his run up a little bit. It's a little bit shorter, I think, than it was when we last saw him at Taunton.
Yeah, I can remember it being outside the 30-metre circle or where that would be, and he would, it was almost like 10 metres of wasted running. And speaking to Darren and Vanessa earlier, who joined me. He'd been working with Richard Johnson before he moved on to be head coach at Middlesex, and that is very adjacent. Craig Overton trapped LBW in front by Gus Atkinson. A perfect first ball, offered to shape away and then nip back sharply off the seam onto that front pad, and Craig Overton's innings comes to an end. Absolutely salmon, as they say, that one. That is very adjacent.
Yeah, we kind of were just looking just out the corner of your eye, and just as old knackers, that's out.
Yeah.
Ball dribbles on the offside.
Yeah,
It's just below the knee roll. Just got tangled around his front pad a little bit. And a little bit of resistance now comes to an end. Now he's got to just sort of get himself ready to come and bowl. I want to be
Casey
here.
Aldridge now coming into bat. Really excited. I just mentioned, I don't know if you heard when you were coming into the room, Casey Aldridge plays for Western-super-Mare, my club side. I watched him get a magnificent 140 yesterday for Western. He played four games previously.
Don't say that too loudly. Sorry, I'll be complaining that we haven't got a like-for-like replacement.
Well, he also bowls pretty sharp as well, to be fair. So like for like, he's a seam bowler, but he can
bat.
handle a bat. Like I said, Josh Davey is almost like for like, apart from I think Casey's about a foot taller. I'm assuming they don't do shoe size like for like and stuff like that. Otherwise, it might be a little bit of a mismatch.
I don't think he's got to wear Josh Davies' kit.
No, definitely not.
But it's it's a crazy situation. It didn't happen all those years ago. That suddenly, I don't know what Casey Aldridge was going to be doing today. Probably getting a few drinks or carrying a few drinks around, and generally being the general dog's body.
His first 100 for his.
There
for his
are
new
greater
club.
things than scoring runs for Western, probably. But still, that's by the way.
I don't know.
Have you recovered yet?
I have been.
I mean, I did listen into your stream the other day. I couldn't seem to get away from the topic of a double 100 in the Western-super-Mare and the old creaking bones.
I did say to Sam earlier, there's still a bit of blue circle cement around the old hip joint a little bit, but we're all right. We're okay. I had the joys of watching Casey smited around.
So he's a Western boy, is he?
He's not a Western boy.
Okay.
But he has been lured to Western-super-Mare Cricket Club, which is great. He's a lovely lad. He bowls quick. He can certainly wield the willow. He played beautifully yesterday.
But it's a fascinating scenario to be in. Not, you turn up, you haven't had any time to prepare because you don't, and now you're suddenly thrown in, and it could, it can go either way.
Yeah, he's probably had a stroll around town, a couple of lattes, fish and chip supper or something. He's probably not prepared as you would, but sometimes. These situations where you're probably a little bit more relaxed. Maybe, as a young cricketer, hasn't played much first in cricket. Maybe that, it not being a big built-up occasion might be the making of it.
I give you Marnus Labuschagne, who came on as a sub for. This is one level up for Steve Smith in the Lord's Test. He's not looked back since.
Yeah, and he's morphed into Steve Smith as well with his elaborate leaves and. Call in between the wickets as Casey Aldridge flicks that off of his pads through square leg and picks up his first couple of runs. Aldridge now 25. I mean, that's
that can't be right, can it?
how nice is that to start your innings on a few?
No, I think that's a misprint. He can't, can he? He can't have Josh Davies runs, can he?
Oh, well, that'd be a hammer blow for JD. Sorry, mate. Casey's having your 20 odd runs that you scrapped hard for.
So tell me this, since you're in the know, if Aldridge had been picked originally, where would he back in this team? Would he back above Josh Davey, do you think?
Probably not going on the hierarchy sort of senior player thing, which I think still kind of exists in cricket.
Probably
somewhat.
shouldn't really, but
I actually think I was unsure of what he could do with the bat. He's a very, very fine bowler. In fact, I was playing a game for Devon with him about 3 or 4 years ago when I phoned Andy Hurry and I said, Sarge, you're going to have to sign this kid, because we were playing against Wiltshire possibly, and Liam Dawson's brother was playing for Wiltshire. He was on the phone to Liam Dawson to get hold of Rob Bransgrove to sign him, and I said, if you don't do it quick, he's going to be lost. And he bowled one of the quickest spells I'd seen from an amateur bowler in my whole 20 odd years in the game. He's struggled with his injuries a little bit, but be really exciting to see your opinion on him once you see him bowl in this game. I think he's got a lot of attributes, and he really impressed me yesterday with the way he batted. He opened the batting for Western and batted all the way through. Got 149. So very, very talented cricketer. Lovely lad.
And I noticed from studying our website that in the T20 competition for the second 11 or second team, he's been opening the batting.
Yep.
Which is a sign that he can clearly hold a bat to me, to a outsider.
Yeah, he's a big lad. He's got to be 6'4", 6'5". So he's got those levers. I think maybe that would have been, he probably got the opportunity to bat in the second 11 at the top because he wasn't bowling fit, but they still wanted to play him. So I think that pinch hit and roll, and he ended up probably, scoring a few more than they thought he was going to. Yeah, really, really clean striker of the ball. Even a lower order bowler, he started playing these switch hits yesterday, so he's got an enormous range of shots. So we'll see how he goes. Well, he's going to be relaxed, isn't he? Because
he is, yeah.
He was probably making protein shakes about an hour ago.
The sad news is he's only got to get about 25 or 30, and he's bound to play the next game as a batsman.
He could be in opening. Will Jack's trying to get through a few overs. I think it was one of the things that was spoken about early on when Somerset were 5 or 6 down for not many. Vic, we talked about really important that the Somerset batters, not only the big picture in terms of the 4 days, not only trying to get a decent first innings score posted, but taking the seam bowlers into their third and fourth spells, getting some miles under the belts, because getting a bit of fatigue into the system might actually pay dividends days 3, 4 when Somerset get a chance to bat again. If they would have just folded, they'd be very fresh the next time Somerset got a chance to bat. But Jamie's bowled 15, young Atkinson now 14. I know Jordan Clark bowled nearly 20, so they're not going to be quite as fresh as they could have been if Somerset would have capitulated, but they are fighting back.
Yeah, I mean, they're still significantly under par, I'd say. I mean, I don't know whether I'm slightly slanted by seeing, say, Overton bowl, but not just Overton. The ball has gone through nicely, hasn't it? There's good carry here, which is a bit of an incentive, isn't it? You get the nick, it's going to carry here.
Yeah, like my assessment of the pitch is exactly that. There's pace and bounce in the pitch. I don't think it's moved off the seam enormously. There's a little bit there, which you'd expect from a Duke's ball, but I think the real asset for the bowler on this pitch is if you do deceive with a bit of skill, you don't have that time to adjust. There's that little bit of zip, and I thought second session it sped up. A couple of hours under a decent amount of sunshine. I think it's just hardened up and seems to be getting a little bit quicker. So
yes, it does look like a very good cricket wicket because there's pace. That's what you want. Yeah. But as I say, you've had a better view. I've been wandering around the ground talking garbage, but you don't get such a clear picture. You've been analysing it from up here. You can see what's happening exactly, but there is pace there, clearly.
Well, I've got 2 issues with those 2 comments. There's never a time in your life, Victor, when you've spoken garbage, and I don't think there's a time in my life when I would have analysed anything. So
yeah, you do. Yeah.
But no, I'm watching. I'm learning. I'm really enjoying my time commentating on the game that we both love.
Are you a good watcher?
Fascinating.
Were you a good watcher when you played, or no? I wasn't so good when I was actually in the team, but
I think I had I would sort of dip in and out. I'd have spells. That looks incredibly adjacent. Casey Aldridge unable to carry on from his heroics yesterday for Western Supermare. Slightly different when you step up the ranks into Somerset's first team. Somerset's first innings is over. All out for 180.
Well, it's not enough, but even there, he's bowled well, actually, Atkinson. And he's obviously got the ball fairly full, but there's just that glimmer of movement, I think, even now, with a ball that's 60-odd overs old, that's just sort of nipped back a little bit.
Well, I think the three wickets he's got, Banton and the 2 LBWs, I think you're exactly correct. It looks like he's shaped for them to be away swingers, and they've just pinched back off the seam. So all 3 of them almost identical deliveries. Bowled really really well. Josh Davey retired not out 25. Craig Overton, the shining light of Somerset's batting lineup, which kind of tells a story. 29. Fighting innings from Lewis Goldsworthy, 85 balls faced for 21. Not much to speak of though. Somerset all out for 180. The Surrey bowling figures are all looking a little too rosy from a Somerset perspective.
Top score of 29. You don't usually get as many as 180 actually with a top score of 29.
Yeah, here are the bowling figures. Dan Worrell 3 for 28, bowled magnificently well. Jordan Clark, the most expensive of the Surrey bowlers, 1 for 56. 3 for Jamie Overton, fast, hostile bowling, bowled absolutely beautifully. And Gus Atkinson there picking up 3 for 40. Yep. Tough day at the office so far for Somerset, but there's a pitch there that is clearly one that you'd like to bowl on as a seam bowler, so very important.
Well, it's very important that first 20 overs with this ball. I don't know how many overs there are remaining. 20, it says 28 up there, might be, I don't know if they've taken a couple off yet. This next 20 is, you do need to get 3 or 4 wickets tonight, 3 wickets tonight to get back in this game, I think, if you're Somerset.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? It's
But you can't go hunting, that's the other thing, isn't it? If you start going hunting, by which we mean looking for those magic deliveries, it's pretty counterproductive.
Yeah, well, I look back 6 weeks, and what does give me some hope moving forward is very reminiscent. I think a very similar wicket to the Essex. I think it's a slightly better pitch than the Essex pitch, but they had pace bounce. I think the Essex pitch nipped a little bit more, but I was staggered by the quality of the Essex bowling attack, in particular Sam Cook bowled beautifully. But Peter Siddle bowled unbelievably well. I think Craigo took 14, 15 wickets in the match, bowled absolutely fantastically well. So generally what I've seen from Somerset is when there's a pitch of this nature, Somerset aren't too far behind. But I suppose the interesting thing is are the Surrey batters going to apply themselves a little bit better? Are the techniques going to be slightly better? Are they going to be able to weather that storm? Obviously a name that does really spring out, well, there are 2 names that really spring out. Rory Burns, that could be an awkward character to bowl at with his technique, but Hashim Amlet in particular, if he gets in on a pitch like this with pace and bounce, which he would be used to in his Test career, it could be a tough afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a fascinating game to report today, because I'm just going back to that Overton duel. I mean, if I was still having to write a piece, you'd have to go there first.
I mean, so many.
I don't know whether. I presume they may have played against each other previously.
Well, netted against each other.
Yeah, but I mean, in a proper match. Did
they must
Jamie?
have played a one-day game
Jamie played against. Actually, Jamie played against Somerset, I think, last year, and he struggled. He had a poor year last year with both ball and bat at the Oval last year, at a time when Craig was just having a great season and just about to get into the England team. I remember sort of noticing the contrast that Craig was right in the ascendancy in terms of his own career. Jamie was still finding his feet at the Oval, struggling. Yeah,
they did play against each other earlier this year at the Oval, but you know, like I said, we've known them since young lads. I was in with Darren Vaness earlier. You know, they came into our environment 15, 16 years of age. So you see that. For me, I can just imagine that contest in the back garden, down the concrete strip with a tennis ball. You know, it was nice. It was actually quite hard in some ways to watch, but I'm really impressed. And you've got to credit, you know, Jamie's work ethic and the team at Surrey, who have taken a raw talent, but I think a raw talent that I have to admit, there was something within me that thought Jamie, you know, could fall by the wayside over the next few years, and now all of a sudden he's a real England prospect. Credit to Alex Stewart and everyone at Surrey that have kept him on the right path.
Well, particularly after such a disappointing time last year, where everything basically seemed to go wrong
from a bowling point of view. But he then was still quite exceptional with the bat, which, he was the finisher for Surrey. He got a lot of very high strike rate. He was keeping himself in and around the first team because of how well he was doing in limited overs cricket. He ended up going to the T10 and a couple of different franchise tournaments as a batter, which seemed ludicrous really with how much potential he has as a bowler. But like I said, I think my concerns for where Jamie's career is going to go are kind of gone the way that I've seen him bowl over the last couple of months.
Well, if you're an England selector, you haven't got England selectors at the moment, but if you get the job as the new England selector,
I think
which the odds, there would be odds, but it was anyway.
They'd be long.
It'd be long, but if you were to get that job, you would have been taking.
I watch a lot of cricket. And
you'd have been taking note of that, wouldn't you?
I think there are some times where you see things that just transcend the standard that you're watching, whether it be when I saw Casey in a minor counties game and I saw a professional. Today I saw what I would call elite skills. When I used to play county cricket and we used to play against opposition, I'd bowl and Steph Jones would bowl and Ben Phillips would bowl and then you saw Andy Caddick bowl and you just saw right in front of you the difference between a good professional and that elite skill. I also saw it when I batted with Trez. There were times where I felt really uncomfortable against certain bowlers. Trez was down at the other end,
middling everything.
It was like he was having a slice of Battenberg in between each cover drive for four. Absolutely. And to be fair, I'm a confident chap, but I'm also quite humble in some ways as well. And you just go, wow, you're good. And I saw that today with Jamie Overton. That was a wow spell. And it wasn't just a wow spell, it was 3 wow spells. There was skill in the first one, there was hostility in the second one, and there was brutality in the third to his brother. I mean, that tells me that he's come on. And do you know what, Vic? I mentioned this earlier. And I saw something that didn't really involve... This to me gave me a real sense that Jamie's starting to peak or find himself as a person and a cricketer. When he got Tom Abel out with a short wide one, I imagine Jamie sort of 3 or 4 years ago with a lot of carry on and a lot of nonsense. I saw him realise that it wasn't a great delivery, but also realise a little bit of mutual respect that he's used to play here and Tom used to be his captain. And that for me...
There was no exaggerated sort of ridiculous celebration.
Yeah, I think I saw a different Jamie there, and actually, I mean that in a really positive way. That's a big compliment. He was emotionally behind Craig for a long time, but I saw today different animal.
Well, also I was, it was spellbinding stuff, and when he hit Craig, I think he came down just to check he was all right, and then he took himself away. He wasn't over dramatic there. He just checked Craig was all right, but then in quite a calculated way he went back up to the bowler's end.
Probably didn't want to see.
And left, and probably didn't want to see
the dirt.
Then you've got for a fast bowler. I mean, it's not something I've ever done. I don't know if you've hit someone badly.
When they
certainly
threw
not
the shot.
But anyway, you've hit, and it's quite a trial, I think, for some fast bowlers. They've hit someone and they realise they could have caused some serious damage or what's happening, and it's let alone your twin brother. It is quite hard to get yourself, I guess, into the right frame of mind to be on your game for the next delivery and the next delivery after that. And what we saw here was Jamie was bang on target.
Well, when he came back
when
Craig came back out, his first ball.
Yeah, it was a terrific bouncer.
Rocket.
Which we did well to sway out of the way of. So Jamie, you will say, was in control of his bowling, despite all the weird things that had just happened. And as we say, if England select test level, you're always looking for that extra bit of pace. I mean, England are struggling for that at the moment with all the absentees, all the people that are not fit. And you watch that and you think you're right in the shake-up.
Without
given,
doubt,
Archer's not fit, the others are not fit. If he could replicate that at a test match, he's right in the game.
Without doubt. Yeah, because I think to throw in as well, there's a skill level there. There's a way swing. There's the ability to bring the ball back in or across a left-hander. It's not just raw pace. I think, I can't really compliment Jamie high enough. Not just because of what he's done there, but I just saw a real mature, high-quality cricketer out there today. Fair play to him. But we have another one starting the innings. Craig Overton, his brother, from the Marcus Roscothic stand end, bowling to Rory Burns. First ball across.
I can't
Rory.
come tomorrow, and I don't know whether you'll be here, but I do want to see Craig bowling at Jamie now. Who Jamie will be batting, I presume, about 7, or fairly high up, and a bit higher up than they used to be.
Well, you can always tune into the live stream, can't you, Vic?
Well, I can do if
is your Wi-Fi good down south?
Yeah, it's possible, but I may be on a golf course.
Well, I might be joining you. Craig
But we'll
Overton
catch
looks like
up.
he's settled into a rhythm there, looking to take the ball away from Rory Burns. I think the stats would say that he's pretty strong off of his pads. As we all know, Rory Burns has quite a unique technique. 4 catches and the wicket-keeper waiting for any sort of false stroke. Craig Overton into his work, realising that he's going to be needed today. Somerset dismissed for 180 in the first innings, which myself and Vic Marks both agree is a little bit under where you'd want to be.
Bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, which is quite a rare sight nowadays, isn't it? Just trying to think. I think you used to bowl over the wicket to the left-hander, didn't you? When you, in those halcyon days when you took the new ball for Somerset, that season or two.
You just see. I'm just seeing.
I'm just seeing
I'm
LBW.
just seeing shit
LBW
all day long, Vic, all day long. Mesmerise them with how slow I was, and then just
hit that front
shape
pad.
it back onto the into the shin. Do you know? Actually, one of the biggest things in terms of understanding bowling is as soon as I learned not the away swing. I was an away swinger. As soon as I learnt that
to the right-hander,
sort of scramble seam to the left-hander,
right.
Scramble seam ball, which for all intents and purposes you could bowl with shiny side ready for an away that would just pinch away. That changed the game for me. It actually got a lot more edges. Because the problem is when you do swing it into a left-hander, it is their bread and butter as well, isn't it?
Well, it's a high risk ball in the sense that it could concede runs, but I always see at the start of innings when the batsman is a bit tentative and they're likely to play around their front pad.
Get one on the
I
bar.
would sacrifice the odd boundary through mid-wicket square leg for that LBW. If you're swinging the ball, left armers.
Well, I used to swing it and drift it.
Would you say you were one of the great drift bowlers of your time?
good handle on the wind direction. I was always very grumpy if I had to bowl into a left to right wind.
Well, I'm just thinking of one of the guys who started growing up with you, who didn't last very long, sadly through injury mostly. But Matt, the left armour, Matt Bullbeck.
Yeah.
LB, and he had a couple of brilliant years. As left armers, they go in kind of streaks when everything clicks.
So you
and
think
it's LBW bowled Bullbeck.
Yeah, you think Willoughby as well. You think in terms of it's the same skill, isn't it? It's a mirror image. So Craig Overton bowling to Rory Burns back in, but because there are so few left arm bowlers, right hand.
Right-hand batsmen are not so used to it.
They don't get the volumes, whereas a left-hander, they're pretty much facing everyone is a right-arm bowler that's going to swing in, so they kind of get accustomed.
I was talking to someone else about this, and he made a very good point, which I will. I keep waiting for Siddle. He's coming round the wicket as it happens. How is it? You're a footballing man, I know. How is it that we talk about, or people used to talk about, this footballer who's got an educated left foot? But you've never heard of an educated right foot, have you?
Well, David Beckham, was his educated?
Well, yeah, but no one ever said that. That's all I'm saying.
Well, good left-footed wingers were like a rocking horse doodah, aren't they? I mean, they were very sought after. I mean, Steve McManaman, he used to play on the left side for Liverpool. Ryan Giggs, obviously famously for Man United.
I don't think
silky left-footed.
I was McManaman left-footed. I'm not so sure. Anyway, this is time for me to go now because we're drifting off into 1980s footballers.
Waddle.
He's right-footed, wasn't he?
Was he? Was the other one Hoddle?
Oh, he was
Both footed.
Ambidextrous.
Matt Letitia, both footed.
Well,
Stunning
more
player.
right, I think, than left.
He could do it all.
Okay.
Yeah, we are drifting, Vic, but that's fine. Peter Siddle charging into bowl from the river end, bowling that immaculate line from round the wicket.
So, Pete, I got to go now, but I can see you
pleasure.
still going strong. Be a good game this if Somerset can get 2 or 3 wickets tonight.
Well, it's been a joy for me, Vic, to have you on again.
Well,
a birthday treat.
Is it your birthday?
Yeah, it was this morning. Still is. All day. Go to watch Top Gun later. Can't wait.
Okay.
Peter Siddle running his bolt. Thank you, Vic Marks. Good to see you, Vic. Brilliant to have you in the commentary box, teaching me how to entertain a crowd, be informative, beautiful voice. Replacing Vic Marks will be Stephen Lamb shortly. Fascinating period of play here. Somerset bowlers are going to feel a little bit of pressure here. Only 180 runs on the board. Craig Overton interestingly started over the wicket, which is not the norm now to left-handers, but I did notice a little bit of nip away from Rory Burns. Peter Siddle has gone the Stuart Broad route. He's gone instantly round the wicket to Ryan Patel. Ryan Patel's in pretty good form this season. Hopefully that could be cut short today. 4 slips, Steve Davis, a backward point, a mid-off, 3 on the leg side, waiting. Afternoon, Stephen.
Afternoon.
How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you. And it was a bit of a recovery, wasn't it? 95 for 8 to 180 all out, but still below par.
Yeah, I think all said. There was scrap in the Somerset innings, which, to be fair, I think is a given. You know, no matter the results, I don't think you ever see a Somerset team sort of fold. They do put in a shift and work very hard. You know, without doubt, it's probably 100 runs shy of where you'd like to be on this pitch. Maybe even more. I don't know, but 280 would feel a little bit more comfortable. 180 is going to take something special to defend, and let's say defend, because first innings scores, you know, that is kind of the goal, is to defend it and get a bit of a lead. But I think it's going to be all hands to the pump for the next 3 days to try and turn this tie around.
It's good to see Craig Overton out there after the drama of the previous session. He went off. I wonder whether he was going to come back on again in the game.
Yeah, it certainly is. Took a nasty blow from his brother, who bowled beautifully, as we have discussed. It's certainly, I think it's a huge compliment for Jamie that he'd certainly turned the head of Vic Marks. Vic Marks was speaking very complimentary about what he'd seen there. You know, that was a next level couple of spells to the detriment of the Somerset innings.
Yeah, and there was a worry at one stage whether 2 bowlers might have concussion.
Well, it looks like one has suffered that fate as Craig Overton bowls another great delivery, inside edge down to the fine leg boundary. For narrowly missing, chopping that onto his stumps. Rory Burns in the Surrey innings is underway. 4 for no loss. But there's one thing that we do always hold hope for, is Somerset have got a very capable bowling attack of making a few dents tonight. I think they would target at least 3 or 4 wickets. I think realistically they need to get a couple of wickets at least tonight to make tonight's sleep a little bit easier. Craigo getting a nice bit of movement away from Rory Burns, who plays that with soft hands down to third man through the gully region. He picks up 2 runs.
So the Surrey account underway, but this Somerset attack has performed over the years.
Yeah, they are a formidable attack, that's for sure. Sorry, I have to come down a little bit, getting the opportunity to do a bit of commentary with Vic Marks. You know, they say that, you know, never meet your heroes thing. You know, Vic Marks, what a guy, never disappoints. Love listening to Vic and his ideas. We have a cheeky little chuckle to each other as well whenever we're chatting. I can't believe that when I was 15 years of age, I was netting here at Somerset, and Vic Marks and Dennis Breakwell, Peter Robertson bowling at me in the nets. Amazing. 25 years later, we're commentating together.
Well, it's great.
What a wonderful world cricket is.
It's a thoroughly enjoyable listen. Two generations, as it were, in cricketing terms.
Oh, two and a half.
Yeah.
Vic's way older than I am.
Yeah. Good birthday present for you.
Yeah, really. Well, I'm having a great day. I've had a cooked breakfast. I've had a chat with Vic Marks, and I've got a Colin the Caterpillar to go home to later. So all is good, and watching a bit of the Maverick Top Gun film later on. Really looking forward to watching that. But for now, we have got this fascinating contest to watch
On a glorious summer afternoon as well.
Yeah, no complaints. Taunton is certainly showing off, that's for sure. Fascinating contest. We've got Peter Siddle, international quality bowler, bowling to a Surrey lineup with notable stars in it. Rory Burns will obviously be looking to fight back into international recognition after what would probably be deemed a pretty disappointing winter away. Plenty of work to be done.
And Ryan Patel got a ton, didn't he, against Somerset in the game at the Oval. So he's had a good look at some of the bowling.
Yeah, Peter Siddle picked up 6 wickets there, I believe, at the Oval, so bowled pretty well. So it'd be interesting to see who comes up trumps on this one as Ryan Patel plays into the leg side. Peter Siddle trying to run one back onto those pads.
He played a bit of a hand, Peter Siddle, in that late order flourish. Unbeaten 19.
Yeah, quality cricketer, Peter Siddle. He won't give up. Like I said, it wasn't about giving up. I think sometimes you sit here in awe of what you're seeing, really. I mean, Dan Worrell, Gus Atkinson, Jamie Overton, I think they bowled a sensational number of spells. Used wisely as well. They didn't over bowl them. They didn't, go into the 7-8 over spells. It was all 5s and 6s. Thought Rory Burns really managed his attack beautifully well. And it was just challenge after challenge after challenge. There was a period where the spinners came on where I thought, that was an opportunity to, get a couple of long handles. I think Craig Overton popped one onto the rather threadbare sight screen back over the bowler's head. I thought 2 or 3 of those could get Somerset up to a decent sort of score, but
yeah, it's a pity he couldn't do a couple more. Will Jacks, that was off.
Yeah, sadly the seamers were just quite relentless in the areas and the quality that they were bowling.
Yeah, Dan Worrell was the best economy rate, 3 for 28 from 16 overs. But the others all under 3.
He did not give much away. Oh, a thin inside edge has saved Ryan Patel there from an almost certain LBW. Just off the inside edge onto the shin.
Yeah, if Dan Worrell was the pick of the bowlers in dramatic terms, let's just have another look at that.
Oh, that was the time as a batsman where there's such a thing as a lucky edge. That was thudding into middle
plumb.
stump. That was plumb. Dead, salmon, all the different phrases for an out.
Salmon
Trout. Salmon trout out. Is that a new one for you?
I had heard it before.
Yeah.
But quite a while ago. Yeah, tremendous.
Yeah, all those funny little sayings in cricket, isn't there?
Yes, it was Ben Stokes, wasn't it, who said he was pretty salmon.
Yeah, maybe he was.
Yeah, but in dramatic terms, the bowler of the day has been Jamie Overton, really, hasn't he? The speed.
Yeah, I think it was a real eye-catching performance.
And the fact that he used to be here, the fact that he was bowling against his brother.
Multiple narratives to be enjoyed. It was good timing as well. Jeff Arnold, one of the England scouts, was here watching. I think he'd be on the phone this evening, feeding back what he he's just seen. It's been touted that Jamie O isn't far away from an England call-up. And obviously it's very difficult to keep fast bowlers on the field consistently. Adding someone like Jamie Overton to their squad of players that they want to look at. Could easily seeing the other, or both Overton brothers pulling on an England shirt together. Wouldn't that be something for the family?
Very full from Craig and defended. I remember when Jeff Arnold was bowling for England. When I was getting interested for the first time. He was an excellent seam bowler. Swung it a bit as well.
Yeah, he was a fantastic performer. Lovely to
especially
see.
In England.
Yeah, lovely to see him around the grounds. Catching up infrequently, but always nice to see that there's a place in cricket for guys with such vast knowledge of the game.
Yes, his nickname was Horse.
Horse, yeah.
GG.
Yeah.
I think the England opening attack, when I first clicked with the game, was John Snow and Jeff Arnold.
Really?
And impressive it was.
Yeah, a little bit before my viewing time. But I've certainly seen a bit of footage, black and white.
Alan Knott behind the stumps.
An absolute beauty from Craig Overton there. Just what you'd call the wobble seam delivery, pitching on and around off stump. Rory Burns drawn into the shot, nipped away through to Steve Davies. Really quite notable how the pitch is carrying through today. It's almost getting quicker and quicker through the day, carrying above.
He'd have done
Steve
well
Davies,
to nick that.
Yeah, it was an absolute beauty, but you know, that's what you need. Somerset are going to need a couple of things like that to go their way if they're going to turn this game around, or certainly the first innings around. They need a couple, and they need them before the day's out. Be great to have Hashim Amla in and out tonight. I think that would probably be a bit of a hidden target, but there's a method of how to get that, and Craigo has certainly found it. He bowls an immaculate line and length generally. Craig Overton just needs to find that outside edge.
That's defended firmly enough to conclude the over. Maiden.
Yes, the slow-mo of the inside edge that saved Ryan Patel. Was it an inside edge? It must have been.
I think it was. Quite low down the bat.
Yeah, it'd be good to see that front on angle if we had that. But you certainly, from the body language, yeah, I think if anything, it might have even hit the toe of the bat, the cue end. Might need to re-chalk the old cue for that one, but that's definitely saved, and that looked very adjacent as Peter Siddle comes in again to Patel, who takes a little shuffle down the wicket, trying to get outside the line. Plays that to short mid-wicket. Just like changing the field, 3 slips now and a catcher on the leg side. Peter Siddle looking to go nice and straight. That's field suggests that he's going to start attacking that front pad a little bit more.
I love that slow-mo camera. It shows you so much more about the bowler's action as well, and the way strokes are played.
Doesn't it just? All the forces going through the bodies of the bowlers. Exactly where on the bat the ball hit. Always really good to see that technology coming to the fore. There we have the field setting for Ryan Patel. Slightly different to Rory Burns. I think the plan is to go across Rory Burns, whereas Ryan Patel, it looks like they're attacking that front pad. One less slip, catcher on the leg side, a little bit of protection also if he slightly falls over it, hits it aerial into the mid-wicket. Lammonby's waiting for the catch as he's dropped short and he's flicked it to the concussion replacement, Casey Aldridge. There's no way you're going to get the ball over him. He's an enormous fella. Great piece of bowling for Peter Siddle. Slight change in tactics, and it's paid dividends. Surrey 8 for 1. Well bowled, Peter Siddle. Great bit of captaincy from Tom Abel.
And a real tonic for Somerset as well, because that's the early breakthrough they really badly needed. Surrey not yet into double figures, and Ryan Patel has gone without opening his account.
Yes, you'd have to probably say that's verging on a lucky wicket. It wasn't a great ball. It was a slightly false shot, and he's just picked out Casey Aldridge there at square leg. It's certainly not the way Peter Siddle would have got the majority of his first class wickets, caught square leg. But in this situation, you'll certainly take it. And smartly held by Casey Aldridge, who I believe this afternoon would have been on his way to Newport, getting ready to play a second team game. No, actually, Abergavenny. I think he was playing in Abergavenny Monday to Thursday for the second 11. So certainly a change of scenery, and he's taken a catch. So excellent to see Casey in the action. Be really, really excited to watch him bowl a bit later on. Got some good pace.
And he'll only have been called up, what, a couple of hours ago?
Yeah, he would have probably been packing his bags, getting ready to jump on the motorway. It's a very familiar sight. Strides to the wicket, Hashim Amla.
He's actually third in the Somerset batting averages, Casey Aldridge, by virtue of an average of 32, just played in the one game at the Oval before this one.
Oh, he could find himself opening the bat before long as Hashim Amla takes strike. One of the finest batsmen of his generation, a magnificent test record for South Africa, and one of the greatest men you'll ever likely to meet.
And he's got a wonderfully relaxed demeanour.
Yeah, he's an amazing, amazing guy. Brilliant to talk to. Lovely, lovely man off the field. Great player, but has led to quite an aggressive field setting.
Extra slip put
in.
in.
Him early. Got that extra fourth slip in. Lammonby goes to fourth slip. Siddle wide of the crease. Solid forward defensive. Hashim Amla is one of those guys. I think you can get him early, but if you don't get him early, he's one of those batters that goes big. Really important that Somerset bowlers are on their game for the next 5-10 overs. Can you dislodge him for a low score? Because once he's in, he's a hard man to bowl to.
Off the mark. Single down to deep backward square. He's just got one score over 50 so far this season, and that was in the first match against Hampshire.
It was remarkable. I think when he was #1 batsman in the world, Surrey signed him for the last championship game of the season. I was playing in the game here, and he got a pair. He was #1 in the world, flies over for one championship game and got a pair. You couldn't have scripted it. It was so unfortunate. But I think Surrey were always lining up, getting hold of him when he finished or decided to retire from Test cricket. I'm sure he's due, hopefully not this week. He's certainly a great player to watch as Rory Burns faces up to Peter Siddle around the wicket.
Yeah, Amla is definitely due. 15-14 at the Oval, and since then 6 against Gloucestershire, 21 against Northants and 12 against Kent. So let's hope Somerset can extend that run a little. 9 for 1 then Surrey in reply to Somerset's 180. Which isn't as good a total as it would look on the darts board.
But at 9 for 1, if there was mathematical rule employed here, 90 all out, happy days.
Indeed.
Somerset got too many. What's the problem? Craig Overton bowling to Hashim Amla. One just to nip away. Come on, Craigo.
It's played comfortably enough. The batter who's just come in. Four of the first 6 overs have been maidens, which is another good sign. Somerset putting the pressure on the opposition. Another single for that. Down to Siddle at long leg. Surrey reply into double figures. We're coming into the gulls circling time of day. Always seems to happen after tea. Herring gulls flying around.
Yeah, well, they can stay. Get plenty of those living in Weston-super-Mare. Gulls, pigeons, flying rats after your fish and chips.
That's a more authentic place for a seagull to live, though,
Yeah,
Weston, isn't it?
Yeah, they're more at home there, I think. Just had a picture sent from home. My two dogs tuning into the live stream there, Stephen. What do you reckon? That looks pretty relaxed, doesn't it?
Oh, they look fully engaged.
Yeah. I'll be back there soon, lads.
Gentle push.
I think that photo would win the old streaming in style, wouldn't it? We have that on the old limited overs one.
Yeah.
What do we reckon? There we go. There's my two dogs at home.
Looking entirely relaxed.
One of them flashing himself to the camera, but there we go. He looks pretty happy, having a bit of a sunbathe. Hulk and Thor, loving life. It's Grego. Bowls a really tidy line to Rory Burns, who leaves that one go. Rory Burns, a really awkward customer. I think you sometimes get your eye drawn by, you know, the unique backlift and the way he moves across the crease. It really can be quite challenging to hold your line around off stump. But I'm pretty sure over the last year, 18 months, Craig Overton would have bowled quite a lot in the nets at Rory Burns. So I think he's, or certainly hoping that he's got a good method of how to get Rory Burns out. Be great to see the back of him tonight.
Yeah, these two, if Somerset could account for these two this evening, I'm not saying there isn't strong batting to come, but these are the two outstanding players, really.
Yeah, it would certainly be an easier night's sleep for the bowlers, knowing that there are maybe 6-7 wickets to get, but we'll see how it goes. It's got to be earned as Lewis Gregory takes over from Peter Siddle, and a quick change there. Peter Siddle maybe not comfortable bowling from the river end. He'll follow Craig after his spell, which is what has happened a number of times this season. It's the preferred end for the seam, some of the seam bowlers. So hopefully Lewis Gregory can hit his straps early and pick up a wicket or two. This one would be a prize one as I depart for the afternoon. Sam's going to come in and take over with you, Stephen. And hopefully the two of you, as a pair, can bring a flurry of Surrey wickets.
Well, you enjoy the rest of your special day.
Thanks, Stephen.
Birthday boy departs for the time being, but we'll be back. And Gregory is underway. Still glorious sunshine out there. It's been a lovely day. Not too many clouds around. Shadows beginning to lengthen, as you can see, as the sun sort of heads down behind the Somerset stand. Nicely struck, but straight at cover. Lewis Gregory, the times I've seen him this summer, has bowled a bit without luck, I've felt. It's looked like taking a wicket, but hasn't necessarily got a full reward for the accuracy of his bowling. Here's an opportunity. This time straight to backward point. Found both fielders with pinpoint accuracy. Hashim Amla.
Yeah, I think you have to bowl with pinpoint accuracy to Hashim Amla. There they are. Andy Hurry and Jason Kerr, they like that spot, don't they, in the sunshine?
Especially at this time of day.
It gets the sun. Both of them like it out there. Sunglasses on. You're right there, I think, Stephen. Lewis has bowled well without much luck in the championship. I just wonder if he's not quite 100%. I know he has to manage his back, but just the fact he hasn't bowled his full allocation in T20 very often is a little bit surprising.
Yeah, that's certainly surprised me. The game against Glamorgan, he bowled just 2 of his 4 over allocation. Pushed out gently on the offside. Amla in search of form. It's not often you have to say that about him.
Yeah, his run of scores has not been great, has it? I don't want to make too much of it because you know what then inevitably happens.
You know class will out at some point.
And he is class, isn't he? Like I mean, what a Surrey, they do, yeah, sometimes they bring overseas players in for just 1 or 2 games, but some of the names they brought in, you think Amla, they had Sangakkara for a couple of years, who just are world class and are around the whole time. It must be magnificent. You look at someone like Ben Geddes, who's in the very early stages of his career, and he's got Hashim Amla in the dressing room to talk to about batting. Craig Overton to Burns, and a short ball from an Overton, not something we've been short of today.
No, and there's been an Overton standing in the slips for most of the day as well.
Yeah, I mean, there are 2 cricketers that love to be in the thick of the action. And I'm not so sure I shouldn't make light of it, but I'm not sure Craig was too pleased to be in the thick of the action, as we just have a delay. Craig's in the thick of it now, I think, asking a couple of spectators to move. Rory Burns is waving his bat accusingly.
This is very frustrating, isn't it? Maybe something reflecting the sun?
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying. Craig has actually wandered all the way over, big smile on his face. I heard him, he said, yep, you there. That is just reflecting. I mean, it's difficult, isn't it, as batters? So you look at the sight screen over there, the one at Lord's is tiny at the pavilion end. You do wonder how more isn't made of that, because people sit in front of it too. Ready to go again.
Yeah, it's a rather clever design, the one at Lord's, isn't it? Because it's not plain wood or anything. It's you can almost see through it.
There he is, another one of the coaching staff. This time it's a Surrey director of cricket, Alex Stewart.
The gaffer.
He has decided that he is going to be up. I think he's just below us, to our right. He's in the microscopic pavilion end, enjoying something on his phone.
Looking in good humour.
What a cricketer. Driven. That's a lovely shot. Alex Stewart will have enjoyed seeing that. Rory Burns just punched Craig Overton down the ground, and all Tom Banton can do is go and collect it.
Yeah, nice timing from Rory Burns. Takes him into double figures. Yeah, Alec would have seen that crossing the boundary rope just below him.
For all his idiosyncrasies, Rory Burns, he's a fine player. You watch him, right? He does this little, I don't know if it's new, but just before the point of release, as Craig Overton comes around the wicket, change of angle, he just kind of ducks his head down. I don't know if we can try and catch that in one of the balls. Just before Craig Overton comes in and leaves that alone. Do you do it there? His head just kind of looks down over his right shoulder.
Yes, and much fidgeting about on the popping crease as well. Not quite as much as Jonathan Trott, but not far short.
Trott is Rafael Nadal-like in the time it takes him to set up. It must frustrate opponents greatly, actually. There it is, that little dip of the head. He has to dip his head again there as Craig Overton bowls a well-directed short ball at him.
Nadal won another French Open, I saw. Unbelievable.
I watched the start of the final, and so at the start they basically read out the honours list, so someone has won it, And it took the announcer about 5 minutes to read out. It was like, Liddell's won 2007, 8, 9, 10. Like, unbelievable record there. There's the dip of the head. Full up. Clipped into the leg side. Doesn't get a hold of it, but we'll pick up at least a couple. Potentially free, but Van Green has got to it. Burns fancies free.
Nearly a mix-up there.
Yeah, relatively safe in the end, I think. But Ryan Patel certainly wasn't as quick as Rory Burns. Yeah, some tennis player, no doubt. Isn't he? I think he's lost something like 4 games there in his career at Roland Garros.
And that spans, what, 15 years? Possibly longer.
No, was that his last one? Is he bowing out? And he made kind of noises I think he said he knew where his last game. There's Alex Stewart. I wonder if he's got the live stream on. I expect he probably hasn't.
Probably got important messages.
Shall I email him?
To convey back to the... Yes, we can see you. I kept a diary with Alex Stewart for a short while back in Cricinfo days.
Did you?
And it was very enjoyable.
Speaks well, doesn't he?
Excellent company. Here's Gregory again. That's nicely timed once more by Rory Burns, but just a single this time. Out to deep square leg. Casey Aldridge is in action again. One breakthrough achieved by Somerset, and they will be desperate for a couple more at least this evening. They've got 17 overs left in which to achieve that. Ball still fairly new, so Gregory has some shine to exploit still, even though he's come on as first change. That run for Rory Burns is the first off Lewis Gregory in the game.
Yeah, that's such a good year in 2019, Lewis Gregory, didn't he, with the new ball in hand. So he's a more than capable bowler both from the beginning and a bit later in the innings. Such skill.
Full, driven, won't be a run. Somerset can just maintain this scoreboard, well, short-term scoreboard pressure anyway. They've been pretty tight, all 3 of the attacks so far. Not timed, but straight back to the bowler's end. 39 years of age, Hashim Amla, glittering international career behind him, and feeling his way at the moment. Gregory probing for weaknesses. Again a dot ball, played to leg this time. Still a strong breeze blowing across the ground. To accompany the summer sunshine. He's been finding the fielders on a regular basis on that offside. Casey Aldridge in action again. Let's have a look at Rory Burns.
You wait for this quite pronounced dip. There, that one. And then brings it up straight again.
Idiosyncratic.
Yeah, you're not seeing many coaches. You have many kind of textbook coaches have kittens. it seriously works for him. What a career Rory Burns has had. A decent career in an England shirt as well. May not be over. Those opening berths are certainly not sealed by any stretch of the imagination, and he's facing a man who he will know well from his time away with England. Overton. Soft hands from Burns, and Rudolph van der Merwe with soft hands at Gully. Interesting. Slips, I think it's Lewis Gregory in at first slip. Matt Renshaw is often in there, but he's away with Australia A. So I think it's Gregory, Abel, Lammonby, and then van der Merwe at Gully. There they are. Yeah, I think my eyes have just about served me well there,
Yep,
Stephen.
spot on. No James Hildreth, of course. He would be at first slip if he was playing in this game, but he's unwell. Pulled out of the squad this morning.
Ben Green at mid-on, Tom Banton mid-off, Lewis Gregory square leg. Peter Siddle, I think it is, down a fine leg. Short ball ducked underneath. I reckon Casey Aldridge is at backward point. Great for him. I mean, intrigued what we've been saying, I suspect, that, what did he get, 140 in a club game yesterday?
Yeah. Couldn't survive for long, unfortunately, but then he would have been rather taken aback to get the call, I imagine.
Must have been a scorer's nightmare, that. 12 batters on the list. It's kind of a quiz question, isn't it? If it's a do they still do a question of sport?
Yep.
Is that still running? Kind of what happened next?
Yes, that goes back a long way, the what happened next question.
But I think
Extraordinary things sometimes do.
It probably wouldn't work though, because they're usually quite, oh, what happened next in the next 5 seconds. I'm not sure they could play 20 minutes of footage from Taunton. This is good stuff from Overton, but good from Burns as well, remaining patient. 16 he's got. 35 balls now. Couple of boundaries for him. One he didn't know much about, he was trying to leave a Craig Overton ball. Got an under edge away for 4, but the second one was a beautiful strike down the ground off Overton.
Another maiden for Craig Overton. That's his third out of 6 bowled altogether. I wonder whether your suggestion that Peter Siddle may switch ends will come to fruition soon.
Yeah, I'd say 6 is the limit, isn't it, for Craig Overton? I know Tom Abel has spoken at length about that. I think he's spoken to Jason Kerr about it, because the temptation is always just to bowl Craig, because he will run through brick walls for you. But you've got to look after him. You've got to manage him and make sure he's fresh for when you really need him.
Gregory then, starting a new over. Bit of carry through to Stephen Davies. We've seen evidence of that all the way through the day. Right-handed Amner waits and leaves. Not far away from the off stump, but would probably have gone over it anyway. Yeah, would have missed another stump, in fact. Good looking off drive, but for no run again. Plenty of practice for those offside fielders from Hashim Amla so far. Hasn't been able to pierce the gap as yet. Still a good crowd in here enjoying their Sunday afternoon's cricket. Pulled and will be at least 2 here. It'll just be pulled in inside the rope. It's a long boundary out there. They're going for a 3rd and they will get it.
Uppish for a second, wasn't it? Big, vast expanse out there, only Lewis Goldsworthy covering it, but it wasn't in complete control of that, Amla.
Takes him along to 5, 21 for 1. So the left-handed Burns on strike now. Still 3 slips in. On the money again, Gregory. It's extraordinary the difference in atmosphere, isn't it, between T20 games here that we've had over the last couple of weeks and the rather more sedate and serene county championship.
It's glorious though, isn't it? Really is what cricket is all about.
Clipped nicely. That's going to be a couple. No, just 1. Burns settles for.
I think he clipped it so well that actually he was at Casey Aldridge out there relatively quickly.
Yeah, if he timed it less well, it would have been a couple. But instead he's kept the strike, gone on to 17. 22 for 1 at the end of Gregory's over. Just the 5 runs from his 3. And in accordance with the Dalling prediction.
Siddle. I saw Peter Siddle yesterday. I was just driving into Morrison's and there was this chap, bleached blonde hair, rock t-shirt on, shorts, wandering along. Looked like he was struggling with his shopping a little bit. I recognised that chap. And it was Peter Siddle.
He shouldn't struggle with his shopping.
I know. I think he'd overpacked 1 bag. Maybe he'd saved on the second 10p. You know what you do? You go, right, I'll get everything into 1 bag. Around the wicket to Burns. And it was just a surreal moment. Obviously, Peter Siddle was playing in Somerset and needs to eat, so it's natural we'd go shopping. But just to see someone of his ilk, having grown up, I think, watching him play Test cricket, to see him just
out of his box, as
lugging, yeah, in a rock and roll t-shirt, just lugging shopping away from Morrison's. Quite surreal. Because you think, oh, he probably just wandered around Morrison's with half the people not knowing who he was. Clipped. Straight at Ben Green. Is it mid on? What a bowler. What's he got? 1 now, so 695 first class wickets Peter Siddle is on. Spells at 4 different counties: Nottinghamshire, Lancashire, Essex, probably his most notable spell so far. Essex.
Won the championship with them, didn't he?
Yeah. Wasn't here that final day, whatever it was, mid-December, when they won it. Driven again, straight, same result, straight at Ben Green, but there was that cardboard cut out of him. He's probably lost somewhere in the depths of a pub in Chelmsford.
Yeah, he's proved himself a thoroughly good signing.
He's just a bit zippier than I thought he would be, actually, but moves it both ways. In the T20 side now, that would have been a difficult selection decision. Marchant Kalanga just offering raw pace and a match winner. clipped this time again, just to the left of Ben Green, so he does cut it off, but it was far enough for him to move that they get a single. Ah, there he is, occupying Gimlet's Hill. Where else? The tractor driver himself. You can always hear him. Craig O is his big shout these days. Come on, Craig O.
Come on, he's saying it. Great timing. Gimlet's Hill almost, the work on there, almost complete. I think it's going to be finished later this month, a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, Hampshire home game, T20. What's that, Thursday the 23rd, I believe. Be nice to have that back open again. Siddle to Ambler, free slips. Rudolph van der Merwe have just gone in at short mid-wicket there for the catch. For that one Ambler pushes at.
You can bet it'll be packed for the first game that it's back in action. It's a very popular place to sit on this ground, with St James Churchyard behind.
There's that man, Rudolph van der Merwe, waiting. Driven, Banton at mid-on. I mean, I can't imagine Rudolph van der Merwe standing still that often. Must be hard for him. He's an all-action character, isn't he?
He's a bustling sort. Walking across from one side of the ground to the other at the end of another Siddle over. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 2. That's tidy. That's Worrell tidy from earlier on today. Australian tidy. Now Gregory's going to switch his line of attack for Rory Burns. There's Gimlet's Hill in its nearly completed state. A lot of hard work's gone into that over the last couple of months. Straining every sinew, Somerset to extend this breakthrough. Rahan Patel dismissed with the total on 8. It's since moved on by another 15. Firmly defended again by the Surrey skipper, who's looking pretty solid with his 18 not out. Really is a beautiful evening now here in Taunton. Clear skies. As Burns finds mid-wicket with that little push. Sun just going down behind that Somerset stand. Two wispy clouds up there, but it's a beautiful evening. Full, and Burns onto it, just pushing it gently up to mid-off. Looks highly unlikely we'll get any weather interruptions in this game. Forecast is very good for all 4 days. indicated leave from Rory Burns. They have to bowl an extra ball in this over. Lewis Gregory bowled a no ball with the third delivery. Those slips still poised, hoping for an outside edge. Too far down the track, I feel.
Yeah, only Gregory was interested in it, really. No particular stirring from either of the Toms. And slip. Or rule off. Under as Craig nipped off.
He was outside his crease. It's very, very difficult to give that. Might have been going over the top. Didn't quite time that drive, Rory Burns. So again, Lewis Gregory, economical. The two extras, the only runs on the board in that over.
Unusual. Craig Overton's the most expensive of the bowlers, isn't it? He's still not particularly expensive, but Siddle, outstanding. Gregory, outstanding. Here's Siddle, who started at the river end. He's switched it up a little bit to be a little bit the only way he really can switch it. There's only two ends to bowl from. He's operating from the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion end. So if you're just joining us on the live stream on this glorious Sunday evening here, if you've just been out, I don't know what we might do on Sunday, wander over the hills and roast dinner. We've got just under an hour's play left. Weather set, fair, game set up quite nicely. Somerset a little bit behind though. Tom Abel won the toss, elected to bat. Didn't go so well. 180 in the end they got, although from 95 for 8. There was a recovery of sorts. And Surrey 25 for 1. Ryan Patel is the man out. He got 100, I think, in the first game in that second innings. Unless I'm making, I think he did. I think he got already relatively quick 500. He's certainly got a couple of hundreds this year. He's in. Good young player.
Yeah, that recovery owed partly to the man who's got the ball in hand at the moment. Peter Siddle made an unbeaten 19. And runs also for Craig Overton and Josh Davey.
Ooh. Head in hands for Siddle, and just pushed forward at it, got an inside edge. He was trying to push that into the offside, ended up picking up a single down to fine leg. Well, it's a familiar story, isn't it? What were Overton, 9 and 10? They on the card? We ended up with 12 battings, a little bit, but 9 and 10 top scoring basically for Somerset.
Yes, and there was
Siddle.
all the drama as well of that 8th wicket partnership, which ended when Craig Overton had to go off after being hit on the back of the helmet by his brother Jamie, a bouncer. Then Josh Davey was also hit on the helmet.
Around the wicket to Burns.
And he will miss the rest of the match with concussion. Had to go off, and his replacement, Casey Aldridge, has been brought into the side at incredibly short notice and is out there at the moment. We may yet see him bowl this evening.
I hope we do, actually. I think we will. I think we will, because there are 12 overs, 11 overs remaining after this one, so 6 at the other end. I don't think Gregory will get through 10. I think Gregory might bowl a couple more, and maybe see Aldridge for a couple, 2. Maybe 4 overs, wouldn't it? So if we see Gregory bowl 6, maybe 7, and that gives Aldridge 3. And Siddle's not going to bowl 5 overs more from this end, is he?
No, and it'd be good to give Aldridge, to get him into the game.
Just take a few of the nerves off. I mean, he did play against Hampshire. It's not his debut, is it? But still, I don't know if it's what's better or worse. I expect it depends on the individual. But to have to know you were playing a couple of days before and have the build up, or to be minding his own business. I don't know if he was at the ground today. Driven nicely, pierced the gap between Ben Green and Lewis Goldsworthy. Get at least a couple, probably 3.
It's a long chase, isn't it, out there?
It's the longest. I think that's the longest angle, isn't it? Rory Burns clipping it off his legs there. End of the over then. Surrey 29 for 1 or 15. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you and I, unfortunately, Stephen, will never be in that position where we're hanging around at a cricket ground and or nearby, and someone says, "Can you play in that championship game after all?" But he's got no time to think about it. He's played a couple of games before this one.
I suppose you just get on with it, don't you? You pack your bags.
Ah, there we go. So Lewis Gregory isn't even going to bowl a couple more. We're going to see Casey Aldridge.
4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 7. Lewis Gregory, very tidy figures. But making way for the concussion replacement.
It does again suggest he's not fully fit though. 4 overs, and given there's 6, so that's probably going to leave Aldridge to have to bowl 6 from this end. It's just a little bit concerning. Maybe I'm overhamming it, reading too much into it.
There is a sort of impression, though, isn't there? Which was there in the T20 as well, with him not bowling his full quota in several of the games. That something's maybe being protected in physical terms. So, good moment for Casey Aldridge. Wouldn't have expected this when he woke up this morning.
Has he played here? I think he played at the Aegeus Bowl. He's played here in the played the Royal London Cup last year. Is this his first class game at Taunton? I will tell you very shortly. I'm frantically Googling. He wasn't in my notes. I think I can be forgiven for that, though.
You can.
He has played here. He played in that Leicestershire game last year where Harry Swindles. Ah, so he's subbed in. He subbed in twice. He subbed into that game as well, by the looks of things. Came in for Craig Overton.
Certainly featured in the pre-season friendlies here. Tall man.
Yeah, quite a front on action by the looks of things. Yeah, wasn't a brilliant day for bowlers that. I think when he came in, 475 for 7. There was that huge partnership. They were 272 for 7, and then 302 runs later, Eddie Barnes and Harry Swindles were still together.
Firm push again from Hashim Amla, but he's taken his time to get going. Just on 6 not out at the moment.
So in that Leicestershire game, because Craig Overton bowled in the second innings, so it must have been in England. I mean, you can't have, it wasn't concussed bowling, so it must have been an England call-up, was it?
It's played straight to mid-wicket this time. Second first-class match of this season, anyway, for Casey Aldridge. You can probably hear tractor driver in the background. Is that something like "Come on, Alders"?
think that it must be One KC gets right behind the young players, doesn't he?
A newly minted nickname for Tractor. End of the over, 30 for 1. And there's the River Tone. It's a lovely shot of the ground from the far end.
I bet there's a few cricket balls hiding in the bottom of that section of the river, Stephen.
There would be. One of them hit in there by Will Smead that I witnessed. Went in between the gap between the river stand and the Lordy and Botham stand. Right. I swear that went in.
There would have been a few. They had the lads from Wee Cricket here doing that promotional video, or that video with Tom Banton versus Smead. They were hitting sixes for fun in there. Chris Gale would have put a few in there, left alone.
Well, there was the great story, wasn't there, of the Cornish supporter who, I think it was when he made that 150 here in a 50-over game. The supporter.
I think it was 20 overs, you know.
Oh, maybe it was 20 over. It was 20 over, wasn't it? But it went into the river, and the supporter dived in and collected it.
I think he regretted that quite quickly. Although I do believe, unconfirmed rumours, he ended up enjoying a drink or two with Chris Gale later that night. As that just crashes into Burns' back pads.
And he got him to sign the ball as well.
I think Somerset lost that.
They
game,
did. They did lose it.
Kent?
It was Kent, and Sam Northeast made 100.
Imagine getting 152. There we go. That replay. Oh, Burns just playing down the wrong line. Imagine making 152 in a 20-over game and losing it. You'd be sat in the dressing room thinking, lads. Driven upish, and in the end, it's going to be. Well, Van der Merwe tries to chase it. Casey Aldridge, who has much longer legs, quickly overtook him, but in the end, his slide was in vain, and it's 4 more to Burns, who moves on to 26.
And Peter Siddle had his head in his hands.
It was up for a second or two, wasn't it? Probably not 2 seconds, actually quite a long period of time. But he won't mind that, Siddle.
Burns on to 26 with that boundary.
I think Cameron White made 140 in a T20 game as well and lost. Better for Burns.
Yeah, just comfortably played to backward point. Surrey will have half an eye on stumps as well. There haven't been many boundaries. They'll be thinking that if they can get through with just the one wicket down, then they've got a foundation for tomorrow.
Yeah, because suddenly, you bat 10 overs, so you maybe put 20, 30 runs on, so you're only about 100 behind with 9 wickets in hand. It's a lovely position to pop off to wherever it is they go for dinner. You in Taunton for the weekend, Stephen? Are you up and back in a day?
No, staying tonight.
Staying, lovely.
Yes, I don't really trust the M5 at the end of weekends.
Quite right too.
So it'd be nice to have a pot around on a pleasant summer evening. And but that's 17 bowled in the innings. Got 9 remaining this evening. A little bit of overtime. There was a fairly action-packed middle session of the day.
Felt long, didn't it, because of those 2 interruptions? And rightly so. Take your time when it comes to injury, and in particular concussion.
Yeah, and there was a blow on the finger suffered by Craig Overton just before he was hit on the helmet, and that took a bit of time as well. He was in the wars.
I was going to say, he was already in a bit of discomfort, wasn't he, by the time he got struck in the head.
Batting was a painful business against Jamie Overton this afternoon.
He's quick, isn't it? It's great to see him flourishing, actually, because he's for so long been about potential. If he can put a run together, wow, he's a super cricketer.
Yes, Peter Trigo saying earlier that he seems a more complete cricketer now. And when a bowler of that pace is on song, then England have got to be looking. Squeezed between the slip cordon and gully, and there's no third man. So that's another boundary. Amla's first. Eases the pressure on him a little. He's into double figures.
Yeah, not a man he'll be too worried. He had that innings at the GS Bowl last year, do you remember? Didn't he have about... I'd be
batting for the draw.
Something like... I'll have a look. But didn't he have... Weren't they talking about him being in single figures after 100 plus balls? Let's have a look.
As vigils go, it was a hell of one.
I bet he would have relished that as well. I mean, 124 tests. Feels a long time ago he finished playing test cricket now, really.
Defended that pretty firmly.
This is his 31st game for Surrey, and even with a pretty, he's only made 50 once this season. He's still scored 1,800 runs at an average of 46. Test average of 46 to 2,800s for Hashim Amla.
There's a considered leave. And then just a languid stroll away from the crease.
Yes, he ended up making 37 not out off 278 balls, batted for 6 hours and 21 minutes.
End of the over, 38 for 1. Another drone's eye view of the Cooper Associates County Ground. All 5 floodlights in view.
Should we wave? Do you reckon he can pick us up on there, the drone? Where is it? Can I see it? Because it's right up there now. I haven't got a licence for that.
And there is Old Man River Tone.
The gobbler of the cricket ball. Probably if we fished a few out, they'd have done better than the Duke's balls we used early in the season. So would have gone through the ring more often. Siddle to continue. 8 overs remaining on day 1 of Somerset versus Surrey here.
Although presumably if they float when they go in, would they not float away down into the Severn Estuary eventually?
So you see, I need to get down there with a net, Stephen. If they all just... There's someone down there. Just the local cricket clubs up there have just got a load of net balls. They're just slightly, they're a bit larger because they've just sopped up a little bit of water.
It flows down to the River Parrot, the Tone. It joins the Parrot and then...
Siddle to Burns, who leaves that alone. Back over the wicket. He was around the wicket to Burns a little bit earlier on in his spell. Just a change of angle. Keep him guessing. Or you're testing me on my river knowledge, Stephen. I didn't even do GCSE geography, so year 9 geography is a long time ago.
I'm pretty sure it joins the Parrot, and then the Parrot flows into the Severn Estuary, after which all cricket balls are all at sea.
I thought you were going to kind of burst into song. 5 bones connected to the hip bone, the river version.
Firm defensive push from Rory Burns.
Up at Trent Bridge, I believe, Mr. Root, who knows a thing or two about scoring runs, has got 150 of them. 151 off 181 balls.
An unstoppable force.
It was lovely to see him in that interview after the first test, just with a smile on his face again, because I know England underperformed, but it can't have been easy. And that's an understatement, I think. So actually, again, good line length from Siddle. To hear him say, actually, it was really taking its toll on myself and my family. It wasn't fair on...
Yeah, he said he was taking it home, didn't he?
So it wasn't fair on them, wasn't fair on him. So to see him now with a bit of freedom and smiling again, because that's what cricket's about, really. Sweet. Andy Hurry has made a move down onto the benches. Perhaps the sun spot has moved. He's down in the sun.
Shot.
Was a nice shot, wasn't it? Tom Banton's going to chase it. I don't think he's going to get there, though.
He's not.
Burns moves on to 26. Let's have a look at that shot again. Yeah, similar to the one he played off Overton. From this end too. Plays that straight drive really nicely. Sorry, fans will be interested here. Ben Folkes is out in the middle as well. He's unbeaten on, not here. He's on 19 off 50 balls.
It can be the relief of, after having been captain for a long time, which Joe Root was, and at that time has included COVID as well, which has been difficult for everyone. But it was interesting hearing Darren Van Ness this morning, formerly of this parish, now with Surrey, but he was saying how hard it could be in that bubble, all those bubbles that existed during that time.
I can't even imagine. I don't think I could have done it, actually. I think hats off to people that did, because I think mentally it would be a real struggle.
But that's quite a substantial period in Root's captaincy of England. Oh, he did. Never going to be a run there. Looked like he was going herring off for one.
Just keeping the fielders on their toes. Yeah, just such a good cricketer. In all formats, really. But, I mean, he could end up being the best there ever was.
That's a better call of one. Well, he could. He's young enough.
Well, and it's interesting to see, because Ross Taylor was slightly different, but I was very lucky to speak to him just before he retired from international cricket. And he said, you know, actually, you've got to take the positives. There aren't, if you look at it, I don't have the numbers, but there aren't that many international captains that do it for a long, long time and then give up and the captaincy and carry on playing Test cricket. You know, if Root's captain for another couple of years, that grinds him down a little bit further, and then maybe England lose him earlier than they need to.
Yeah, which may have made it excellent timing. He must be, already he must go down as one of the finest batters ever to play for England.
Here's a tweet flying around. So who are the Fab Fours? Joe Root, Steve Smith, Virat Kohli and Kane Williamson, is that right?
Yep. Oh, was something on that? Not out, says the umpire. They must have heard something, but
Tom Abel is asking, so they do this all the time, don't they? They all appeal. Let's have a look on the replay. I just think he's tickled it round the corner. I see the way Davies gets up. He doesn't join into the appeal really. Abel then asks Steve Davies, so he's not sure at second slip or third slip. Casey quite liked it, but bowlers often do.
Burns remains and picks up 4 runs off the very next delivery.
So in the time that Joe Root has scored his last 10 Test centuries, we'll just see that one on the replay again. That's what we were trying to do with the previous ball, really. How many do you reckon the other 3 of the Fab 4 have got?
Very few.
Very few, or
says
even,
he with desperate vagueness.
even
None
fewer
at
than
all.
that. None at all. It's not bad, that, is it?
Extraordinary, isn't it? When they've been pigeonholed as the Fab Four for some seasons now. Puts Root at the top of them.
Yeah, I think he's best in the world, isn't he, at the moment? I don't know. He probably is.
It's
on the
hard to
rankings
argue
too.
with that. Aldridge again. Dot ball this time. End of the over.
He's not. He's second behind Marnus Labuschagne. Before today, anyway. I don't know if those rankings take into context the team's performance or not. I don't know, you know, kind of percentage of runs or whether they're playing in a winning side, but
You'd have thought this knock would put him up there.
so much cricket going on at the moment. It's absolutely fantastic. The cricket here is brilliant. Surrey 47 for 1 in response to Somerset's 180 all out. The one batter to fall was Ryan Patel, who kind of hooked Peter Siddle to Casey Aldridge at square leg. So Siddle is bowling at Amla, who just turns it out to Aldridge at deep square leg this time for a single. Yorkshire for a 323 for 5 against Hampshire, 131 for George Hill, 76 for Harry Brook. Naturally, he passed 50, he always seems to. Warwickshire 292 all out against Lancashire. Sam Hain, the standout there, 130 for him. He got a double 100 the other week. He's one, I think, England might. They would have had half an eye on him for a while. I think he's a super talented cricketer. Gloucestershire 358 for 7 at Kent is the other game in this division. Glenn Phillips made 125. Patel. Burns gets right in behind that one.
I'm just trying to think of other England batters who would compete with Root. I mean, Jack Hobbs obviously would do with his 197 first-class hundreds. The batters I've seen, I don't think really there's anyone. Graham Gooch, maybe. Kevin Peterson,
I mean,
maybe.
I'd say Triscovic, but that's based in a fair bit of Somerset love as he Burns.
I think he should be in the mix too.
Look, if
Absolutely.
Triscovic plays a full career, we all know that, but if Triscovic was well up there, so he's only behind Cook in terms of test runs. Gooch is third. The man who we saw sat in the Michael Triscovic Pavilion not so long ago, Alex Stewart, is fourth on that list.
Yeah, long and very successful career, and he had to keep wicket for part of that time.
Yeah, wicket, skippered, opened the batting. Burns gets in behind that one. I guess if Tractor's kind of signature is either shouting Trigo or Concregio, Stewart's, I always remember as a kid hearing him say, I can just hear him saying bowling Crofty.
Oh yes.
Oh,
yeah, or occasionally run him out.
I could just hear it in his voice. Free slips in for Burns. First slip's quite wide. Oh. The seagulls on there. Effects might.
In terms of watchability, I'd put David Gower in the mix. I just caught the end of Colin Cowdrey's career, so I didn't really see him in his prime.
Pushes it to Tom Banton. End of the 21st over then of the Surrey reply, 48 for 1. Rory Burns going along nicely on 34. Hashim Amla at the other end has 12.
And in all-rounder terms, talking about the Fab Four, there was a time when there was a Fab Four of all-rounders. Ian Botham, Imran Khan, Kapil Dev, Richard Hadley. Hadley more a bowler than a batter, but they were all great cricketers. And the fact that they were all around at the same time was rather spoiling.
Hadley play at Notts?
He did.
Yes, yeah.
Hadley and Clive Rice. After Gary Sobers, was another fantastic all-rounder. Pushed gently out to mid-wicket. Surrey well aware, these two batters, that Stumps is just 4 overs away after this one. Yeah, Hadley and Rice were at Notts after Gary Sobers. He was the complete all-round package, really. He could do anything. Bowl fast or slow, field at short leg or anywhere else, and bat beautifully, left-handed.
I spoke to Ted Dexter for a piece not long before he passed away, and that was a real privilege to tell some. I mean, what a career, what a life he had. And we were talking about quick bowling, and he was so on top of the current players. He was still watching he was obviously watching a lot of cricket. And I don't know how we got down the route. We were talking about trigger movements and how the modern players move, and he was saying he referenced this bit of black and white film footage that he had at home, and he said it's got Sobers on it. And he said the best players, and the one he likened him to was actually Rishabh Pant, the Indian star. Oh, that went straight through Craig Overton's hands.
Missed chance. Well, given the sort of day that Somerset have had, that's not putting a very good complexion on the end of it. Hashim Amla is the batter who's been missed. It looked as though he had it covered.
Yeah, I'm just having a look. He flashed. I think it hits his hand. He does get hands on it. Puts both hands up above his head. Opportunity gone. It's a big one as well. Amla on 16, on 12 he would have been, wouldn't he? Mm. He's got 4 for it.
There are the Quantocks in the distance.
There you go. If you fancy joining us, well, we're here for the rest of the week for this game, and then on Friday we're back. Somerset versus Gloucestershire, the West Country derby. Somerset have their noses in front after last Thursday's Rudolf van der Merwe-based heroics. But if you want to join us, the game is completely sold out. Speaking of Rudolf van der Merwe, he's going to come on to bowl now. But there are a few upgrade tickets available. So for £43 a person, you'll get a curry pre-game and an allocated seat in the Trade Nation stand or the Somerset stand. I would be hard pushed to find a better way to spend the Friday night, Stephen Lamb.
Great value. A curry on top. What could be better? And the old enemy.
And the old enemy indeed, coming down. Yeah, so just to finish that Dexter thing, he was saying that the best players, you see how still they keep against fast bowlers, because actually you've got more time than you think, and it's actually about playing the ball as late as possible. So he wasn't a fan of the trigger movement.
Over pitched first up, but driven quite tamely up to mid-on.
I'm just thinking that's 2 catches I've seen Craig Overton drop here in the last few days.
That's off the outside edge. Coming a couple of paces down the wicket.
Yeah, interesting move that from Rory Burns. Yeah, Overton dropped one in the T20 on Friday night. I think it was Alex Blake he put him down. It went for 6. It only cost, well, it cost 6 to walk, because the next ball went for 6 into the Colin Atkinson field, and then the 2 balls later, Blake did the same thing off Josh Davey, and Overton did take the catch this time.
He's usually pretty adhesive.
Him and Jamie, they're both brilliant fielders, aren't they? Calling for a helmet? Yeah, I think they are. I was trying to work out what the signals were, and then I just heard Lewis Gregory just shout, he was less than subtle, just shouted helmet.
He's going to go to short leg, perhaps. Helmet taking its time to appear. So, yeah, Joe Root, best of his generation. I think we can say that without fear of contradiction.
He's only 31. He could, you say he played another 3-4 years, the rate them as a minimum, the rate they play tests, that's almost another 40, 50, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's that Tendulkar figure that people have been talking about, and it doesn't look unassailable. Helmet has arrived.
Yeah, so Lewis Gregory's gone in a leg slip. I think it's probably Tom Banton
at short leg.
That's where he usually is. Craig Overton at first slip. Ring of fielders on the offside. Siddle, the mid off. Ben Green, haven't seen him bowl yet. The mid on, so plenty of options for Somerset. Green, able. Turned into the leg side, tries to catch it, but comfortable single. Gregory, Green, able. Lammonby, who's bowling the T20, offers a left arm option. We haven't seen him much in the Championship. And Lewis Goldsworth is another left arm spinner. So bar Tom Banton and Steve Davies, everyone could bowl. I got that right? Did it? 9 potential bowling options?
I think that's right, yeah. Van der Merwe on at the moment.
I don't know why my voice went really high when I said that.
Yeah, Lammonby can bowl, can't he?
Yeah, it's only
Lewis Goldsworthy can bowl spin.
It's
quite right.
Van der Merwe bowling at the moment, and he's finished that over up.
Surrey's day, one feels, as Stumps approaches. 54 for 1 in reply to Somerset's 180. Craig Overton top scoring with 29.
Oh, no Sweet Caroline at Championship games, that's one of the differences. As Aldridge continues. They love that on a T20 night. That was the...
Or indeed Sweat Caroline, as was mentioned on a tweet by one of the Somerset side.
Indeed. You saw the advert for that night here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. The cast of the musical will be here. I think it was the Tina Turner night last year. It was a great success. Neil Diamond following up. Well, not himself, but Stars of the West End will be here in late July. I think I'm in Edinburgh, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would definitely be down here for that.
Oh, that's just eluding the slip cordon again. And there is the third man in place on this occasion, so it'll just be a single. But yeah, Josh Davey, 25. He was second top scorer before retiring with concussion. 19 not out for Peter Siddle. So those three really were instrumental in taking the Somerset total from 95 for 8 to 180 all out. It could have been a lot worse, but for those three. Three wickets apiece for Dan Worrell, Jamie Overton and Gus Atkinson. all of whom were probing, as was Jordan Clark. It was a thoroughly solid bowling performance really by Surrey, and a handful of indifferent shots. The one Surrey wicket to have fallen is that of Ryan Patel. For a duck.
Leg slipping now. Tom Abel's gone in. We saw that appeal for caught behind a couple of overs ago, and then that tickle around the corner. As you said a bit earlier on, Stephen, it's a position that teams might well think about employing when Abel himself is batting. But this time he's in there just for that one that Burns tries to turn around the corner.
Gentle push back to Casey Aldridge, who completes his 5th over. Will presumably just bowl one more. 0 for 15 his figures. And Van der Merwe is going to continue from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Long shadows being cast by the players now. Helmets in place. Here's Van der Merwe.
And that just gets onto the back foot, takes it round the corner, picks up a single. So this Goldsworthy. Sorry, just looking now to finish this evening one down, and a day's work well done, particularly having lost the toss. A few players have talked about it takes a bit of the psychological pressure off the box. When you bowl first, if your skipper wins the toss and decides to bowl first, you're in a little bit of pressure to take early wickets, but actually if you're asked to bowl first, it takes a bit of the pressure off. They did a fine job. It really was a top bowling performance. I mean, even without, we've been through their lengthy absentee list a fair few times already, but you're thinking Folkes, Pope, Topley, Curran, de Grandhomme missing from their last game.
Yes, de Grandhomme is out of the New Zealand tour, isn't he, with that injury he sustained at Lord's. That was a bit of an X-rated day for him, wasn't it? He took a wicket with a no ball, and it was the England captain. And then got injured. Gets through his overs quickly, Van der Merwe. This is the last ball that he'll bowl today.
Burns just pushes it to Ben Green. At mid-on, 56 for 1. Final over of the day. Sam Dalling and Stephen Lamb here with you. We had Peter Trigo earlier on. He's nipped off to enjoy his birthday dinner with the family, and rightly so. He'll be back tomorrow. We might have a few guests tomorrow. I had Vic Marks on a little bit earlier on. Always wonderful to hear from Vic. Ian Shepherd was on too, from the Always Look on the Bright Side of Life podcast.
And Darren Vaness earlier on.
Darren Vaness, last but not least. Sleeveless Darren Vaness, just his puffer gilet. He was out there first thing this morning sporting that look, and I suspect it hasn't changed. So yeah, what a lineup. I think we may have a former Somerset player or two joining us at some point tomorrow as well.
Excellent. Last over of the day then from Casey Aldridge. First ball defended. Thanks again to WPA Health Insurance. The logo on the top right of your screen there, for their sponsorship of this live stream. Maybe a little bit of outside edge about that from Hashim Amla, who's had a life. Just wonder how expensive that might be. Missed catch in the slips. Tom Abel providing some last over vocal encouragement for his team and his bowler. Firm defence from the South African. Tractor's not given up. They'll be going till the last ball. Left alone and through to Stephen Davies. He's definitely Alders.
Alders.
He's got that nickname for life now, if he didn't have it already. Gentle push to mid-wicket this time, Goldsworthy. Resisted for a while, Lewis Goldsworthy, today, longer than most of the top order batters.
He was jumping around to Jamie Overton a bit early on, wasn't he?
Oh, and in action again, fielding very nicely the last ball of the day. So 56 for 1 Surrey finish. Rory Burns on 35, Hashim Amla on 19. The 1 wicket taken by Peter Siddle, that of Ryan Patel for a duck. That was when the total was 8. And since then, Surrey have gone well in their response to Somerset's 180 all out. Wickets earlier today for Dan Worrell, Jamie Overton and Gus Atkinson. They took 9 of the 10 Somerset wickets to fall. And a top score of just 29 made by Craig Overton batting at number 8. So very much Surrey's day. They head the table by just 3 points from Hampshire at the start of this round of games, and they're looking the part.
Yeah, and they were absolutely brilliant, weren't they, with the ball. Worrell was exceptional. He really was good. I think his first 10 overs cost just 5 runs.
Yes, it was a single figure runs column for
Jamie
a long time.
He picked up 3 wickets. Jamie Overton, he picked up 3 wickets as well, but he was fierce, he was hostile. He struck Craig Overton, his brother, who was fortunately able to carry on. He also struck Josh David on the back of the helmet. Josh has been concussion subbed out with this one. Hopefully he is okay sooner rather than later. And a quick word at the end for Gus Atkinson, who flew under the radar a little bit with Worrell and Overton bowling so well, but I thought he bowled beautifully as well, relatively early stages of his career. 3 for 40 for him. What a crowd we had in as well. Must have been, I reckon, 2,000. And hopefully similar numbers tomorrow. We had Darren Vaness on earlier, we had Vic Marks on earlier, we had Ian Shepherd on earlier. Peter Trigo has been with us all day. Stephen Lamb's next to me now. Sam Dalling. I've been Sam Dalling, I am Sam Dalling.
And no doubt will be.
I will hopefully continue to
tomorrow.
Be for some time.
When we'll be back, the 3 of us, Sam, Pete and me, and joined by others, we hope, and hope you can join us then. In the meantime, from us, a very good evening to you.
362-3 against Worcestershire. And finally, Derbyshire 28 without loss in reply to Middlesex's 251.